And a lot of people seem to get up early as well. So little to my background, and in the end, it's all about people, business, everybody can do what I always say. I come from I have several MBAs, so in banking, finance, economy, sustainable development. My early 20s was and I try to recall a lot here now, in a lecturer for risk management for banks and banking authorities in Central Europe. My mid-20s. I then invested my first millions into startups, SMEs, so I'm a very practical person. The theory side is not so my thing, also fits in. I was then an entrepreneur. I saw every up, every down, was twice a billionaire, twice nothing to eat, so I know every hassle, how to create companies. So what we do is basically the essence of my life learnings is a new model, how to create companies, so an alternative to venture capital itself. So we basically are aiming to fully automate a company creation out of intellectual property, innovation. When the innovator does not become an entrepreneur, because the probability of success are quite low, right? 3 to 4% of innovation get funding. Of that, 90 to 99% fail, not the greatest quota, and we build an alternative that we can create up to 100,000 companies. Of course, also directly related to climate change, because you need innovation to be deployed faster in the markets, global markets. It has to be cheaper, that more people can access it. From the risk side, the cool thing, just one sentence to the topic or two, is these risks were basically also existent a couple of years ago. And if you identified the risk, right, you can manage them. And the extreme risk you usually just insure. So if depends what kind of risks, depends who you are, right? If you're a startup, you have different risks than if you're an SME, and then you're a large global corporate company. So if I take a small and medium-sized enterprise, so if you produce and distribute locally, it's easier, right? So you have reduced risk, but if you're globally, you have to basically make sure you have the least dependencies to suppliers as possible, to international suppliers. Cut it down, and if there is a risk left, you just insure it. So I'm a friend of keep it simple, right? So that always keep enough cash if possible, have multiple distributors, don't stand on one leg, you will fall to left or right. But these problems have been there since decades, right? And they are manageable, but you have to actively do it. And very few SMEs, they start too late, in my opinion, to manage their risk, right? And they should start earlier when they're not that big as already, because like a shock, right? The fat tails in the regular distribution curve, they actually hit. I experienced it twice myself, and it can kill your life, can kill your company, can kill dreams. So make sure you insure the fat tails, the low probability, high impact risks, and that's how I would see that. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you so much, Philip. And now I request Dr. Julie just to give a brief about you, and I want you to present your thoughts on how to work on this climate risk. Yeah. It's working.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Revere. I have been living in India for the last 8 years, and I'm in Delhi, but I'm traveling in the country extensively, up and down. We have over 100 projects in my organization, and we are working with 22 ministries in pretty much all of the states. So I can say that I do have a pretty good overview of what's happening here in this country. And let me start by sharing one experience I had yesterday with all of you. I went to some nearby caves, and many of you might know those caves, about 150 kilometers from here. And the caves were pretty warm inside. And guess what? No more icicles. There were no more icicles that used to be there 20, 25 years ago. There was water dripping from the ceiling and water on the ground and no more icicles. So climate change is really here. It's really here. I've seen it myself yesterday. And the bad thing is, I then went to the ticket booth. I talked to the guy selling the tickets. He couldn't even remember the icicles. The guru at the entrance to the caves also couldn't remember the icicles. But my colleague who was with me and who studied here in Vizag, he remembered the icicles. So we knew the icicles were there. But it's not only the icicles, it's also the glaciers that are melting, the Yamuna, Ganga, many other rivers that have less and less water. And the breadbasket here for India is really having a big problem. And since the breadbasket is something that the farmers play a big role in, we really have to think about the farmers and their families. 60% of the population here in India is busy in agriculture, and if their crops fail, then they really have a problem. And this is something that was recognized years ago. For instance, in 2017, a Germany-supported initiative called Insure Resilience was launched at the G20 because the world has understood that the farmers need help. Because if their crops fail, they're really in trouble. And you probably know that many of the farmers can't handle their situation, and there are very sad stories around farmers. So I would really like for you to understand that if we don't solve the problem of the farmers and the problems of the losing crops, we are heading for a problem here in India. So there are a number of insurance possibilities. One is the parametric insurance, where you have a certain indicator or a certain parameter. If that parameter is reached, no matter what, the farmer is going to get money for the crop that has been affected. Other insurances are a little bit more iffy because the farmer has to show that he or she really lost the crop, and sometimes the money is not coming in. So there are lots of possibilities. There are microcredits, there are social protection programs, there are funds that many of the states have, and it's really a task of bringing all of those different stakeholders together, from the government to private sector to communities, because all of them play a role in one way or another. But I can only urge you to make it as easy and realistic for the farmers to access those insurance possibilities, because at the end of the day, they cannot rely on the FPOs, the farmer producers organizations, or their self-help groups in order to get insurance, which they really, really need. Because if they lose their crops, they won't have food on the table, they won't be able to send their children to school, they will not be able to do anything positive really, and this whole negative cycle is going on and on. And as I told you, the icicles are not there anymore. The glaciers are melting. We have had really bad droughts. We had super high temperatures. In Delhi last year, where I'm living, over 50 degrees. It is there. So our farmers do get affected. Their families do get affected. The communities get affected. So insurances are something that we really have to promote. And wherever you are, whether you're sitting in government or whether you are sitting in a private enterprise, like representing an insurance company, I really urge you to think about it. Think about the lives you can save and what you can do in order for India to really move forward and to reach in 2047 Viksit Bharat. And I think it is possible, but only if we join hands and work together to really challenge that issue together and make the farmers a productive productive stakeholders in order to help India to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julie, Dr. Julie, that I have a lot of respect for her. And I have personally experienced ZAZ when traveled to Germany, to Cologne. The way the training program has been scheduled to understand in different ways. So when Dr. Julie highlighting about farmers, So we have been there to remote places, not especially in Cologne, for across Germany, to understand whatever she mentioned today. And immediately I passed on this message to our group companies, and every year we're taking advantage to the training programs to understand in better way what we can learn, especially small and medium scale enterprises from Germany. Thank you so much. And Europe also. Thank you. And now I go to Mr. Sachin. As I said, he's the managing director of UV Capital Private Limited. He is a veteran investment banker with decades of experience in sustainable investment strategy. So, Sachin, it's your turn now. I want your experiences, what other co-panelists shared, and taking the cues from especially India, from the global level also. Thank you, Sachin. Thank you.
I am audible? Yep. So thank you for this opportunity. And as you briefly mentioned, I am working as a managing partner with Unified Vision Capital. We are one of the leading investment banks in mid-sized market in India, and also have a private credit fund of our own, where ESG again is a strong theme. I have 2 decades of work experience working with global investment banks and also the private equity funds, and I have seen that ESG, which was the climate risk management, which was just a lip service 10 years back, now it is an essential part of any valuation framework, not only at the time of the investments, but during the life cycle of the asset class as well. So there are stringent quarterly norms which have to be fulfilled, and there is a regular monitoring that wherever the investment is going, there is a thorough investigation of the ESG factors on regular basis, and that the assets adhere to the compliance which they had promised at the time of the investment. So I would say going forward, this theme of climate risk management and ESG is going to become an essential part of any investment framework. Not only when it comes to the equity investments, but also in the debt underwriting. So now more and more commercial banks and the NBFCs, as well as the credit funds, one of our own, here the ESG and the climate compliance is becoming a critical factor even at the time of the underwriting the case. At the same time, you will see that even the insurance premium are going to vary with depending on if the asset or the company is compliant towards these climate changes and the risk management. So all in all, if you are compliant, you will see a superior access to the funds and lower cost of capital. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sachin. And now I go to Mr. Sunil Nambiya. He's the head of operations for Group Strategies, Sustainability and Communication, YCS Group, as I mentioned earlier. He got a lot of expert in supply chain resilience, and as you stated in Singapore, so I request you that how Singapore looks at these things, and you got a lot of experiences in logistics, right? Yeah, your thoughts please on this. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Venkata, and thanks to CII and the government of Andhra Pradesh for organizing this event. I represent YCH Group, which is a logistics company which started in Singapore in the 1950s. It's since grown to 15 markets around the region, including in India. Sustainability has been a key priority for us, and for 2 key reasons. I think first, I would touch on what Julie said earlier, that we are feeling the impacts of climate change everywhere. Right? And for supply chains, this is more acute, this is more existential, because when supply chains are disrupted, when energy sources are disrupted, it means we cannot operate as a logistics business. So this is something that is a key priority for us. We need to look at it closely for the next few years. And we've set 2 targets in this respect. I think one of it is to get to net zero for scope 1 and 2 emissions in all our markets, including in Singapore and in India by 2040. For scope 3 emissions, we're looking at 2050 as well. So the principle we've taken for this, and very much with the support of both the Singapore government as well as the government here in India, is to start very early. So here in India, we actually built the first LEED certified warehouse across India in the early 2000s. In some of the other markets we are in, we also were the first company to bring in a LEED certified warehouse as well. So the buildings that we operate in become the key part and the most foundational aspect in terms of how we move towards sustainability. It means that our air conditioning costs lowered, our heating requirements in certain markets are lowered as well. And workers at the same time within these facilities are able to operate comfortably as well. It's a nice environment to work in. It is not hardship as well. So we make sure that our buildings are as sustainable and as ethical as possible for everyone within it. At the same time, we're also integrating renewable energy across all our operations. In my office in Singapore, in the building, we have 9,000 solar panels on our rooftops. Here in India, we are also moving towards solarization of our entire warehouse operations as well. The second is also integrating newer forms of renewable energy, including biomass, to further reduce our emissions footprint from there. The third is, if we look at it as an ecosystem, so I've started off with the buildings and the warehousing, then we move into how we power the buildings. And the third part of it is how we move goods between buildings. So in that respect, we have brought in electric vehicles. In Singapore, we brought in the first electric prime mover. By 2030, we're going to cut the purchase of all conventional vehicles and move fully towards low emission and electric vehicles. And what this means very tangibly is that we reduce our footprint very significantly across the different markets as well. But I've talked a lot about the infrastructure, but underpinning all this has to be the technology side of things. So we need to actively monitor how we are operating, what sort of climate risks are coming about as well. So what we've moved towards is the digitization of our metering. So in all countries, we can see exactly what our carbon footprint is. If we are producing too many emissions as well, we are able to look at it and then step in very closely. Although we are a private company and we have no obligation to produce a sustainability report, next week we'll be launching our inaugural sustainability report, purely on our own volition, because we see this as the right thing to do in terms of transparency, in terms of being open about our emissions. So it is an ecosystem, it is an entire architecture in terms of how we feel we should develop sustainability and how we should move forward with it. But we have been blessed by tremendous support both from Singapore government as well as the government here in India in terms of taking this forward as well.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for your sustainable practices, even though it's a private company. Thank you so much. Now, I want to come to Dr. Julie. As you highlighted about farmers, right? So, to get into deeper of the farmers' climate risk faced by them, as you know that CII is one industry body which works so closely on policy advocacy for the government of India and for the government of respective states. So I want your thought process and any kind of some suggestion or recommendation through CII which can go to government of Andhra Pradesh and then government of India. Anything, because see, end of the day, like, you know, the cyclones, right? It's one of the common factor now. If you see, even our travel got disrupted randomly. That's a very small part. It's a niche. But come to case of farmers, they are the one we are here today. So I want to add on some more thoughts so that definitely we can make some record and we can make a policy advocacy through the respective governments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give it a good try. And it's not only insurance, because insurance is there when it already has happened. Yeah? Let me try and spell out some possibilities, some things that need to be done before it even happens. So there are mitigation and adaptation strategies that really need to be in place. And we all know about that. So what does it mean? That means that we need to think of how to work with the farmers for them to adapt and use different planting strategies, seeding strategies, use water differently. You know, water is pretty much free in a number of states. here in India. So what the farmers oftentimes do, they just leave the tap on, that they don't have to go to the fields. And what it does is you have water all over the field, the nutrients are all coming out, the field is totally flooded, and the crop is going to suffer. So it is important to impress on the farmers that that is not the right thing. But then if they have no other chance but to actually, water all the time while they sit maybe 2, 3, 4 kilometers back at home, we came up with the idea of developing a digital tool which tells them when to water the fields so that then they can shut off the constant water supply and only water when it's really necessary. That way, the nutrients stay in the soil and the crops have a chance to really be good crops. Then, of course, we have to think about different seedlings, all of these peach and paniri. The paniri need to really be different because the ones that we have, for instance, if you're in Andhra and you import them from Punjab, these poor paniri really suffer on the trucks all the way to Andhra, plus they are not the right ones for this kind of an environment. So you need to really have paniri, these little seedlings, that you grow in some kind of a greenhouse that can be done here in Andhra, much less expensive, they're available, and they are going to be drought or whatever, climate resistant, and that is another way of them saving money and having the right seedlings for their soil. Thirdly, you have to think of what to grow, because what was possible years and years ago might not be possible now, so you have to think about different crops, you have to have different crops during different seasons, so it's a whole cycle that is really necessary to consider if you think about how to mitigate the risk of them losing their crops. So the insurance comes at the end, but there is so much that needs to be done before it gets there. So what is necessary is that you work with the self-help groups, you work with all of the communities that are there, that feed into the FPOs. That whole ecosystem needs to be dealt with in order for the crops to really have a chance to be good crops, and for the tomatoes to really have a chance not to be sold only in the village, but also to go to the next village and for the farmers to make more money. Then I'm coming to solar water pumps and all of these things. So if there are solar water pumps and the fields get watered by those solar water pumps, the people do save money, because they don't need electricity anymore, and because they save money, they're possibly then able to invest in scooters or whatever to transport their tomatoes and potatoes and whatever it is to the next village. So there's so many things that can be done to help the farmers, and specifically the women, to actually improve their current situation. But in order for that to happen, we really need to work with organizations on the ground, and all of that takes a lot of time and a lot of people and hand-holding to actually change the mentality and capacitate these farmers who are eager to learn, because they see that they're heading for disaster and they don't have the knowledge to actually change anything. But I can tell you from my experience, they're so eager, and specifically the women, they are so eager to learn, and what they're all coming up with, it is absolutely amazing in all of India. From fish farming to mangoes, to drying whatever there is under the sun. It is unbelievable. And these women really emerge as leaders of the community, help other women, and are doing fantastic jobs. So wherever you are, just think about it, reach out to the closest communities, or make sure that they get the help that they need in order to change, because they are willing, they want to have a better life, they want their children to go to school, and they are necessary, as I said earlier, for the Indian for India to move forward and to reach the goals that they have set themselves to reach. They're there and they're eager, and I think it is for all of us to think what we can do from wherever we are to help them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jolie, on your inputs. We definitely make observations on these things so that it can go to the government. Thank you. And coming to Sachin, that because the time restriction, I want you to request to make it simple and crystal clear. How the climate risk influence the investments portfolios, especially in this scenario? Sachin, it's to you. Yeah. Maybe I think we are not able to hear.
Yeah. Well, over the next decade, the climate risk will fundamentally reshape the way India Inc. and the investors make equity investments in India. I clearly see 4 channels wherein there is a direct impact of the climate risk. One is the physical risk, second is a transition risk, third is regulatory risk, and fourth, which is very critical for any investment decision, is the cost of capital. I'll take these issues one by one. One is physical risk, wherein there is direct impact on the asset quality and the cash flows. India is amongst the most vulnerable countries in the world in terms of the impact by the climate change. So what it means as an investor and while making an investment or incurring capex is you have to put incremental capex for the changing climate conditions because we are seeing more frequency and severity of the natural disasters like floods, heat waves, and cyclones in India. So you have to have an asset class which is climate change proof for at least few decades to come. So that's number one. Second is volatility in the operational costs. So whenever there are calamities which are much more beyond the natural comprehension, there will be volatility in your operating costs. And see what it means to the business preparation going forward is that you have to factor in those extreme conditions and account for that. So there will be a direct impact on the industries like food processing, infrastructure, logistics, real estate, and even BFSI in terms of the insurance coverage they have to do to take in account for such changes which are happening. Well, the companies and the sectors which will be better prepared for the future events will be much better placed and will definitely get higher valuation than their peers. Second is a transition risk. So as we speak, the policy and the technological advances are towards decarbonization of the world. For example, there is a global supply chain pressure from the European Union's CBAM regime, wherein the heavy industries and which are the major cause for pollution like the steel, the metals, the chemicals, they have to undergo transition and become greener in their operations. What it means to them is loss in the margin and regulatory pressure going forward. The brown assets, for example, the thermal power plants, we are already seeing they are being penalized, for being in the wrong place. And there is a valuation discount which the market is putting to them. At the same time, you would have seen that no institutional investor is touching or putting more investments into the the asset class which is polluting. So this means going forward that there will be a pressure on this particular sector, and any investor who is looking to invest going forward into the future, he will think whether this asset or asset class it adheres to the global norm of keeping the climate change temperature within 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the global target. Third risk, which I feel is the regulatory risk. For example, SEBI has already put in norms, ESG norms for the top 1,000 listed companies in India. Earlier, this norm was voluntary. Now it has been made mandatory. And going forward, there will be more pressure and compliance requirements from the government body side, including SEBI. For the bigger companies, it's even more stringent because they are integrated globally. And so while they have to adhere to the domestic norms, they also adhere to the global norms of the West.
Sachin, with the time restriction we have, because we have something to do, so I want to finish it off. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just summarize So in terms of regulatory risk, so the companies, which are adhering to those plans and, preparing in advance, they will definitely trade at a higher multiple. And fourth, which is the most critical, for my discussion point, is the cost of capital. Very close to my heart, being an investor myself, I know that if you are climate change and ESG compliant, you can get longer debt at a lower cost. You attract superior equity capital, which again comes at a lower cost, and you get lower insurance premium. So all in all, it means that your cost of capital is going down, and the market will provide premium to the valuation. So ESG and climate change risk matrices, they are not just a lip service or ESG norms anymore. They are going to change the way we are going to invest, and they are the valuation drivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sachin. And may I now invite CII, where they are prepared to release two important reports. One is on resilience framework of Eluru and West Godavari districts, and the second one is on building climate resilience for Indian industry. And I request the technical team to keep the QR codes ready. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the report on disaster resilience framework of Eluru and West Godavari district. As you can see that we have a QR code on screen. You can scan this QR code and download this report. Let's have a big round of applause. We also have the launch of a second report. The second report is on building climate resilience for the Indian industry. Can we please present the reports? Once again, as you can see on your screens, we have the QR code. You can download this report by scanning this QR code. Building climate resilience for the Indian industry.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for your insightful contributions for today's discussion, where the key examples what you have shared with us definitely will give a lot of deliberations and to the government through our policy advocacy through CA also. And today's discussion, which is centric on the climate risk, is a very big business risk, right? But also that resilience can become a strategic opportunity for Indian enterprises. So the climate intelligence and early adaptation are essential for competitiveness. And this business can integrate climate risk into strategic planning, supply chains, and value creation models. And I represent Avera, where under manufacturing electricity quotas, our own journey from pandemic resilience to global climate dialogues has shown us when businesses, policies, and come together, sustainability becomes a multiplier of growth. I hope today's discussion inspires, and much more collective action. Let us move forward with a collective commitment to build a climate resilient, competitive, and sustainable Indian economy. And I request CII to take this forward. CII, please.
Thank you, Session Chair Dr. Venkatramana, for moderating this session and for your valuable inputs and engaging our eminent panelists in the deep conversations. Thank you so much for your insights. And now may I request you in your capacity as Session Chair to kindly do the honors in presenting the mementos to each of our speakers as a gesture of our appreciation for their time and expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to join me in giving a big hand to our panelists. I request the other speakers to kindly come forward. And at the end, we'll also have a group photograph. On behalf of CII, may I invite Ms. Seema Arora to please join us on stage and present the memento to our session moderator. May I request session moderator Dr. Venkatraman to please come forward for receiving the memento. Sir, please, we'll have a group photograph. Requesting all the speakers to kindly come forward for a group photograph. May I request our speakers to please join us for a group photograph. And with this, we conclude the first session of second day of the summit. We will be moving on to our next session. We'll request you to kindly be with us while we just take a few minutes to make the necessary table arrangements. Thank you. By Honorable Minister Shri Nara Lokesh, and also be moderated by the President of CII. We will begin this session in just a few minutes from now. May I request all to kindly take your respective seats and settle down. We will be beginning this session very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to start the session. Once again, if I may quickly ask everybody to settle down, take the respective seats. Especially people at the back, if I may please request you to take your seats.
Are the result of our choices. Can better choices rewrite the future? That is the question we ask ourselves every single day at Ecorem. The more greenhouse gases we emit into the atmosphere, the more the planet warms. Unless we reduce these emissions and return closer to pre-industrial levels, rising temperatures will continue to have a profound impact on our planet. Today, electricity and heat production are responsible for roughly 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Industries add another 24%. Agriculture, forestry, and land use account for 22%, and transportation contributes nearly 15%. We have addressed some of it so far at Ecorem by building large-scale wind, solar, and hybrid projects across India. But now we're ready to go further to take on this challenge at a much larger scale.
And a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our session on AI and future of jobs, turning disruption into opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to Shri Nara Lokesh, Honorable Minister for Human Resources Development, IT, Electronics and Communication, RTG, Government of Andhra Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you for joining us for this session on AI and the future of jobs, turning disruption into opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please also join me in extending a very warm welcome to Ms. Devjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow, Niti Aayog and Chief Architect of Niti Frontier Tech Hub, who would be joining us virtually. Our panelists, Professor Soumitra Datta, President, Portulans Institute and former Dean, University of Oxford and Cornell. Dr. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director from the World Economic Forum. Mr. Joe Depa, Global Chief Innovation Officer, Ernst & Young from the United States of America. Ms. Sharon Buteau, Executive Director, Lead Kriya University. And our session moderator, Mr. Rajiv Memani, President of CII. May I please request you to give a very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable Minister, our session chair, and also to all our eminent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is reshaping work, automating tasks while creating new roles, and this session will define strategies for businesses to harness AI for productivity and new value creation. This session will explore models for large-scale reskilling and frameworks for a human-machine balance and turns workforce disruption into inclusive, opportunity-rich growth. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I will now request our session chair to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate the session. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this important session on AI and the future of jobs, turning disruption into opportunity. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept. It is transforming how economies function, how industries grow, and how societies create value. The question before us is not whether AI will change the world, but how we can shape this change into an opportunity for inclusive and sustainable employment. It is my privilege to welcome Shri Nara Lokesh, the Honorable Minister for Human Resource Development, IT, Electronics and Communication, and Real-Time Governance, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Honorable Minister, we are honored to have you with us. Thank you very much. I would also like to congratulate you for your visionary leadership in making Andhra Pradesh a national hub for digital transformation. And in the last few days, having experienced what's happening and interacting with you, on your Honorable Chief Minister, I think what you're doing is way ahead of what many parts of the world are doing. So congratulations. And also for the landmark data center, the $15 billion investment by Google in the state, I think which will strategically so important to position AP as the future AI capital for India. A very warm welcome to Ms. Debjani Ghosh. She's on the screen here, distinguished fellow at Niti Aayog and chief architect of the Niti Frontier Tech Hub. She joins us virtually. She is a very well-known face, and her leadership in driving for India's frontier technology agenda and in building a strong foundation for AI-led innovation and competitiveness. I am equally pleased to welcome our other panelists, Professor Soumitra Datta, President, Portland's Institute, US, founder of the Global Innovation Index, and former Dean at Oxford and Cornell Universities, Mr. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director, World Economic Forum, Mr. Joe Deppa, Global Chief Innovation Officer, EY, Ms. Sharon Butau, Executive Director, Lead at Kriya University. The title of our session today is AI and Future of Jobs. For many, this phrase sparks immediate anxiety. Will my job survive? The narrative is often of replacement, fear, and a looming job apocalypse. Yes, when we look closely at certain sectors across India, the picture is far more encouraging. I have felt that AI is a great amplifier of human potential if we can get it right. So it can help in making jobs for better and smarter. This is not a story of replacement, it's a story of reimagination of tasks and workflows. Think of AI as a powerful enabler, offering a massive national productivity boost. And we could call this the AI dividend. At the CII Partnership Summit, we would like to present 4 elements of this which are essential to capture this dividend. First is AI is our co-pilot, not our replacement. AI can automate or simplify nearly 2/3 of the tasks we perform every day. That is equivalent to giving every knowledge worker an additional 8 to 10 hours a week. The real challenge ahead of us is not mass unemployment, but a mass mismatch between the skills people have and the skills the economy will demand. Addressing this mismatch must become a national priority. The second thing is let's stop testing and start transforming. We will be releasing a report, CII, in partnership with EY, on the report called The Idea of India, and is India ready for agentic AI? And what we saw was that half of the enterprises have multiple use cases already in production, not just in pilot mode. But more than 95% of companies spend less than 20% of their IT budgets on AI. And there is a lot of excitement in almost every organization to try and see how they can use AI, not only just for optimization, but also transforming their business models. And I think the state of Andhra Pradesh is probably a great example of how they are leveraging AI and data to make the quality of decision-making much, much, much better. The third thing we are saying, partnerships are a foundation of success. Today, 4 of 5 industry leaders are partnering with platform providers and service partners, and nearly 60% are co-innovating with startups in generative AI. There are 3 kinds of partnerships which are very, very important. First is the innovation partnership between industry and startups, talent partnerships between industry, universities, and academia, policy partnerships amongst industry, regulators, and policymakers. The fourth thing that we want to present is skill is non-negotiable. Talent remains at the heart of this transformation. Almost 60% of the business leaders that we studied in the report are already experiencing difficulty in hiring the right AI skills. So reskilling is no longer just a matter for HR departments, it's a national mission. And we must ensure that we provide basic AI literacy to everyone, enabling safe and productive use of AI tools, build deep technical expertise in data, AI and AI safety, and create new roles for domain experts. In CII, we are working towards reskilling workers of a number of organizations through our Center of AI and our COEs on skills. Over 10,000 MSMEs have been trained on adoption of AI in the last 6 months alone. So these are some of the initiatives which we think are very important to make AI a transformational agent for India and a great enabler to India's success. I'll now invite Shri Nara Lokesh, Honorable Minister for Human Resources. Thank you. And shall I hand it over to you, Minister? And
thank you, Rajiv, for the wonderful introduction. I'd like to welcome all the panelists for coming here to Visakhapatnam. And I hope you got some time to see the city yesterday. If not, at least do it today. So I think the theme of this particular session, I think it's exciting on one side and challenging on the other side. I have always believed that every industrial revolution has created more jobs than it has replaced. My take with AI and future of jobs is we either embrace it or be replaced by it. If you look at it, there are a few statistics out there that 14% of the global workforce has to be reskilled to adapt to the changes that AI is going to bring. I'm not here to alarm people, but I'm just here to say that this is the reality, and how do we as society embrace, adopt to things that is ahead of us. The question is whether we will lead this transformation or we will be led by it. So there are two very fine distinctions between these. So as a state, we have taken a very, probably a different approach, where we've come up with a three-part framework. The first is, of course, reskill, redefine, and reimagine. On the reskilling, it's very clear that by 2025, 97 million new roles are expected to emerge globally. So we as a state have created a platform called Naipunyam, which we are going to launch, which is not merely an aggregator of supply and demand, but we are using conversational AI to assess their skill level across various trades. So it could be a carpenter, an air conditioning mechanic, or even a lift mechanic, all the way to an AI engineer, and to look at how we can use online and offline courses to ensure they're reskilled and they are up to date and they are able to adapt to the changes that are happening across board. The second is the redefining productivity and human-machine collaboration. You know, honestly, AI is not a replacement to our creative thinking. So the other day I was in a university and we were talking about higher ed reforms. And the Vice Chancellor there was telling me that almost all the letters, permissions that students give for availing medical or whatever leaves, they were saying that everything is out of a chat GPT this day and age. So my concern is our creative thinking cannot be outsourced to AI. So it's very, very important to look at the fine line in the way we're going to redefine productivity and human interaction. And the third vertical, as I said, is reimagine, and reimagine inclusion. One challenge that I've seen every industrial revolution bring about is the divide between the haves and have-nots. And I'm genuinely concerned, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has also raised this point multiple times, where the divide with AI should not grow. In fact, it should be a bridge and not a barrier for economic progress. So as a government, we are really excited on how we can use this AI revolution to bridge the gap between urban and rural and ensure that the underserved are really skilled. And AI enables us to build an amazing platform to do that. To sum it all up, the age of AI is here. It is not going to be a threat to humanity, but I believe it is an invitation to elevate humanity. And future will be built by us, by the thought leaders who are sitting here. I am a policy maker, I am a politician, I understand these two sectors quite well. But my ability to understand the corner of AI or where the turn is going to be is not there. But you understand this better. And all of us together should reimagine the way we're going to interact, the way we're going to do things together. And what we as a state here offer is a platform that will stand the test of time in politics, that will live its sense of purpose and ensure that the changes that we bring about is not merely cosmetic, but it's fundamental. And it will transform the way people of Andhra Pradesh, people of India will embrace and use AI going forward. So it's important that all of us ensure that future of work is not just about productive but purposeful. It's not just automated but augmented. It's not just intelligent but inclusive. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Thank you very much for your insights onto what the impact, what we should try as a country, as government, as individuals, try and see how we can get the right leverage from AI. I'll now hand it over to Debjani. Debjani, if you could, what I'll request all the panelists, Debjani, maybe you can start. If you can make maybe 3 to 5 minutes of initial comments on how do you see AI shaping up, how do you see that impacting jobs or wider impact of, and from your vantage point, particularly how government is looking at it and how government is looking at frontier technologies would be very, very helpful. Over to you, Debjani.
Thank you, Rajiv. Hope I'm audible. Respected Minister, all distinguished guests on stage in the room, a very good morning. And Minister Lokesh, I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person and experience the beautiful city, hoping to make up for it very soon. But a huge thanks to CII for the invite. Since this session is about AI and jobs, I'm so glad that, Minister, you said what you did, because I think it is time that we set to rest this debate that has been going on for a very long time on whether AI will impact jobs or not. The short answer, yes, it will. And it is important that we acknowledge this upfront because that's only half the story. We need to now focus our time, our energy to what really matters, which is the other half of the story. How can India turn this disruption into a massive opportunity? So, as you said, job transitions driven by technology, they are not new. We have seen them from the printing press, textile automation, computers. Every wave disrupted jobs, but they created many more, and sometimes they created better ones, most times actually. So the job disruption, as I keep saying, is just one half of the story. And to understand the full picture, the Niti Frontier Tech Hub, along with the industry partners, undertook a very detailed study of India's 8 million tech workforce, of which 6 million is in the tech industry, 2 million in other industries. And let me in these 3 minutes share very briefly what the key findings were. First, yes, jobs will be disrupted. Areas like software development, customer experience, call centers, data entry operators, etc. AI is already giving a 15 to 20% productivity gain. And we believe this will get to around 40 to 50% very soon. This, we believe, will lead to around a 2 million disruption in the tech roles in India in the next 3 years. But that is again only half the picture. AI is also creating an entirely new universe of jobs. But it's very different. The jobs that are getting created are very different from the jobs that are getting displaced. These jobs are far more specialized. So roles like prompt engineer, AI DevOps engineer, AI architects, none of them existed 5 years back. You go and search Google or whatever your search engine is to see when these names started propping up. They started coming up in 2022. And today, they employ thousands of people globally and in India. So, but what we are seeing is there won't be one single large job category like we've had in the past, like data entry operator, which employed millions of people. Instead, what we will have is a combined growth of many specialized roles, which we expect will expand India's tech workforce significantly. And our estimate is it will add around 4 million more jobs to the country in the next few years, provided the tech spend stay the course. That's a major assumption we are building in. And two, we are building the right skills in the country. So if we have to change this narrative, and I would sincerely request Andhra to take the lead in changing this narrative, the narrative has to shift from job loss to job transformation. And as we talk about job transformation, three things we need to look at. First, work will change. So we apply what we call a 3W lens. Work will change, as I've said. Second, workers will change. Today, a developer, it's not going to be enough for a developer to just know coding. They have to know LLM APIs, for example. QA engineers will need to know edge case analysis, for example. So the job roles are changing, the worker roles are changing. And third, the workforce pyramid is changing. The routine entry-level jobs that you've had at the starting point, at the end of the pyramid, these are shrinking. The mid-level jobs are getting way more specialized. And then there's a new top layer of hyper-specialized jobs that is emerging, AI architects, AI DevOps, etc., etc. And this is a shift we cannot ignore as we build out the skills framework. So I'll sum up by saying AI is not going to create millions of similar jobs, but it will create thousands of deeply specialized jobs, which will result in millions of employment for the country. And we believe that if we can act with urgency, coherence, our tech and CX workforce can grow from 8 million today to 12 to 13 million by 2031, positioning India as one of the world's largest AI talent powerhouse. But there is a need for coherence. And this is why the Niti Frontier Tech Hub, in its study, has recommended that we need a national AI talent mission, which is a whole of government approach that brings together the different skilling initiatives that exist in silo into a national effort. So in closing, the difference between job loss and job creation, I strongly believe, will depend entirely on the choices we make today. We have the talent, we have the scale, and I do believe we have the intent. So now what we need is urgency, collaboration, and unity of purpose. And Minister, as Niti Frontier Tech Hub, we would love to partner with you, with CII, to see how Andhra Pradesh, the framework that you're building, how that can create a framework for the rest of the country to achieve this purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debjani. Very clear comments. I think very similar to some of the findings that we have in the report, that it's the nature of jobs that will change, and how, as a country, as a society, how we equip ourselves to be ready for that change will determine our future with AI. So thank you very much. I will now hand it over. Maybe we'll start from this corner here. Joe is my partner in crime in EY. He is based in the Valley. Just came here for a day. So Joe, it'll be great to share your perspective. You heard a little bit about where India is, but it'll be great to get your perspective on what's happening around the world, in the world of AI, in context of jobs and generally overall how the development is going on.
Thank you, Rajiv, and thank you for the hospitality to CII. It's always amazing to be in India, and the hospitality of the people is something that I think is really special. From an innovation perspective, I think what's important is every single client and every single organization and every single government around the world is asking this same set of questions. The speed of technology evolution is something none of us have ever seen before. And so really there's three key components that are going to be required in this next wave of transformation. One is around the digital workforce. And when you think about the digital workforce, and we're in India today, what you're looking for is digitally native and AI-led workforce. India actually has the youngest workforce and the most generative AI usage in the world. So India is really well positioned from a workforce perspective. That's number one. The second component around the next wave of AI evolution is data infrastructure. So without data, there is no AI, and the data infrastructure is so critical. That includes everything from the infrastructure that the government sets up. It includes digital commerce as well as the network capability that is in place. And again, India, I think, is leading the way from that perspective. The third is what we've talked a lot about already today, which is I refer to it as the innovation muscle. So innovation muscle means the training, the reskilling, the culture, the entrepreneurial spirit of the organization or the country is going to be actually, in my opinion, the most important component as we think about the future of jobs. Now, to be clear, and I think we've heard this today, I think every industry is going to have a massive transformation as a result of AI. Every industry will be impacted. We are seeing some industries impacted more quickly than others. For example, finance and professional services. Those jobs can be, those jobs today that are repeatable, they can actually be automated with agentic AI. But every industry from manufacturing to healthcare to life sciences to consumer packaged goods will be impacted by AI. So when we think about jobs of the future, what we think about is there's three components. Level one is humans plus AI. That's actually what a lot of us are experiencing today. We're using Copilot, we're using other tools and technologies to help us do our jobs better. Some productivity gains, some quality gains, but not significant change yet. What I think is going to be really significant is level two, which is where humans manage agents. So if you think about that, that means that you need to onboard the agents, you have to recruit the agents, you have to train the agents, you have to certify the agents. This is an entirely new workforce that doesn't currently exist. That's going to be a big area of job growth. Level three is actually where humans are managing the intelligent orchestration of agents plus physical AI. So that's when things really start to progress very quickly, when you talk about agents and physical AI. And if you think about the job growth there, for example, physical AI, we talk about the actual data required to simulate these robots. We talk about the testing required to simulate these robots, and then the certification to put these in place. Some components around sovereign AI are really critical as well. So how do you actually orchestrate that at the local level, whether it's within a country or jurisdiction? So to me, as I think about India, I think that from a global perspective, it's massively ripe for really taking advantage of this next AI evolution. You have the right digital infrastructure in place. You certainly have the right talent. And I think the key is going to be, can we put together the right innovation muscle to train the next generation of workforce as quickly as possible? Because the world needs India to be successful, because that's going to be the next wave of growth from a technology perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. You're right. I think both in terms of skilled workforce and also the amount of data that we have, I think if we can tap into that, whether using sovereign data or sovereign AI or other things, and also skilling our workforce and building use cases here, I think we could at least, on the innovation side, we may be slightly behind, but at least on the use case side and leveraging that internally for our efficiencies, I think it's a great opportunity. I'll now hand it over to Professor Soumitra Datta. He is been a dean in some of the leading universities in the world and is very actively, both from an academia and industry side, very actively engaged in AI and modern technology. So it'll be great to get your perspective, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning to everyone. We have already heard a number of very interesting comments, so I'll just try and complement that with some perhaps slightly contrarian perspectives. As a professor in academia, I'm very worried when I read reports like yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, when the journal is predicting that the 2026 class is seeing the worst year in terms of employment that they have seen in more than a decade. When I look at not just, for example, there's a lot of talk of reskilling, which is very important, I don't deny that, but what about the millions of young graduates coming out of university today? What about their jobs? What about their careers? I think these are very important questions ahead of us. Now, why do I raise this perspective? And just to get you involved a little bit in the discussion, let me just pose a question to you. And this is where I want you to raise your hand. How many of you think today AI, whatever you define as AI, is roughly equal to human capability, human intelligence, roughly whatever you define as that? Just raise your hand if you believe today we are roughly equal. Okay, very few hands. In 5 years' time from now, raise your hands. How many of you think will be roughly equal? Okay, many more. In 10 years' time, how many of you think? Pretty much everyone. Okay, thank you. Now, if you look at what human beings do, we do essentially 3 buckets of things. So we interpret patterns in data, whether it's marketing data, machine data, whatever. We create new patterns, creativity that you talked about earlier, and we form human relationships. Empathy, that's very important. Take the first part, interpreting data. Hands down, machines do it better. No question about that. Creating new patterns, creativity. Maybe you have a question mark on that, but believe me, today machines are almost as good in almost every domain. Now, you still have human designers in many domains, but they often are just orchestrating the output of machines, suggesting possible patterns out there. So machines are there or better than human beings in most of that area. You might argue and say empathy is just for human beings. That's what machines cannot do. Have you heard of a bot in China called Yonsei, which is the real-life girlfriend of more than 600 million Chinese males? Now, this is not a joke. This is a real-life implementation of the movie Her, in which the man falls in love with the operating system, released in 2013. Now, you might think, well, these are funny examples, but guess what? Bots are now being used for psychological counseling teenagers, people with mental health conditions, and they're actually often seen as better than human counselors. So what I'm just trying to say is that if you look at all the 3 dimensions, analyzing patterns, creating new patterns, forming relationships, machines are actually getting there. Now, if you look at what's at stake out here, so on one hand, you have the pressure to keep on automating, improving efficiency, and that's where we talk about AI being used more and more in industry, and that's very good. Productivity is an important goal to achieve. But we also have to think about humanity, because as machines and people become 2 equal resources, it is our decisions as leaders in industry and government about how do we build the balance between humans and machines. That is a very important notion, that decisions that we make will decide which way we tip the balance. Now, what is at stake out here? If you tip the balance more towards productivity, of course, in principle, you're helping the economy. And the pressure will be to, in fact, push the economy, push productivity as much as possible. That's one reason why you will see a lot of companies now slowing down hiring, a lot of companies, in fact, using AI much more to do different things in their own organizations. But the risk out there is if you go too hard on that pedal of productivity and economy goes up, you risk human dignity. Because we as human beings, our core, the industrialized society in which we live, a core element of human dignity is the ability to be able to earn a living, to be able to do a day's work, and to be able to put food on the table for the family. Now, how do you in fact balance the two is, I think, the most important decision in front of us. And I don't think, honestly, today that most companies, most national governments are really looking at that in a sensible, deep manner. Today, the often politically correct approach is, well, technology is there to empower people. It'll make you better. It'll make you, in fact, more productive. And that's politically acceptable. That's politically more sellable. Even in the tech companies, it is an easier sales argument to say that, well, technology will actually enable you and help you become better. What about the fact of large-scale unemployment? What about the fact when people don't have full jobs? That is not an unreal prospect. Look at what's happened in agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Agriculture, mechanization in the West, employment has shrunk dramatically. Manufacturing, go to the latest manufacturing shops, typically in anywhere in the world, the number of people employed has become very, very small. It's mainly robots, mainly machines. In services, today, of course, you have a lot of people employed, but the reason for that is mainly that humanoid robots are not yet at the price value point at which you can use them to replace humans, because the cost ratio is just simply too high, the value ratio is too poor. So we're not yet at that point of replacement. What will happen in 10 years' time when humanoid robots will become cheap enough and good enough to replace replace a nurse, replace a hotel worker? That is the big question mark for us that we have to grapple with. So let me stop out there, but I just want to say that I think the real question, the real challenges out here that I don't think we are really fully addressing in government and industry.
Thanks, Sumitro. Thanks for a slightly different viewpoint. And just on humanoid robot, that's where China is investing the most. So if you go to China, their largest investment in AI is not computational AI, but humanoid robots. So that change will also come much, much faster than what we are anticipating. I'll now pass it on to Sharon. Sharon is an executive director, lead at Korea University. Sharon, your opening remarks, please.
Great, thank you. Although I study technology, it really evades me. I really appreciate the comments by my panelists. Maybe I thought of providing a little bit of a different perspective, given that instead of looking on top and in the future, I look in the reality right now. I'm Canadian, but I've been in India 17 years and vastly invested in talking to every corner in the rural areas in the field, and bringing back stories to forums like CII or even to the government to see what's going on. One of the key learnings, two things I learned from India. There are several decades in one country. Some people are at the forefront of the decade, like one of our panelists. I'll talk to you about the big majority are still in a previous decade that we need to bring in on board for the inclusion story the Honorable Minister has mentioned as well. The other thing I understood from India is averages don't work. India, you have to look at extremes to understand what's going on in this country. So given that I'm in front of a panelist and in front of a crowd of a lot of business people, I'll focus my work on the opportunity and the productivity topic, where I work a lot in the space of gender, where the topic of integrating women in the labor force is a huge one here. So I focus on the positive aspects of AI is to making women more visible. I think 70% of women businesses are at home. They don't have access to networks like men do. They cannot go outside. So I have seen a lot of positive aspects to see how can women be embedded in online platforms like ONDC, which are not perfect yet, but allows them to sort of like be more visible. And if women are more visible, they'll have better access and better opportunity to markets, but also finance. One of the key things of business is you need to have access to credit and finance and opportunities, no? So the opportunity offered by women is immense. I think women can have those digital trails, women can have access to networks and opportunity, and women could be more visible. So that's one aspect I feel that's very important. I think that would also increase a lot the work for women. The other aspect that I see as well that's a huge opportunity is digital-enabled work, where a lot of the women are frontline workers, where they're ASHA workers, Angawadi workers, and they're just starting to have access to digital to improve their productivity in their work. And that also trickles down to government. The quicker that these ASHA workers, these Angawadi workers, they are your data collector, the better that will impact also decision-making at the policy levels. For the Angawadi workers, you can see as well, the better they put the systems in the dashboard, the quicker the decisions the government can make in a centralized perspective, knowing that India is very heterogeneous as well. Even ASHA workers, Angawadi workers. The other perspective that we see a lot is this: we don't think about the AI system, and this is the decade that's different than your colleague, is that I remember the first thing when we started digital AI work, we talked to the ministry mate team, Mr. Krishna, our secretary. Actually, the first task he asked us to look us in the PLI scheme, the Samsung and things like that, where the government of India gives a lot of money. And we see that that's one of the areas where women are enabling the AI ecosystem by chip production, etc. One of our high recommendations is one of the areas where women can contribute as an entry point, but it's very important that they're able to escalate that system, no? So what we've noticed, and when we studied the PLI scheme, is that yes, women are part of building AI, but they're at the low entry. So our recommendations would see you need to make sure that women are not just at the, because they have small fingers and all, they can assemble stuff. How do we make sure that women have systems that enable them to grow and supervise? So we encourage the government to collect data on that front. I think that's quite critical. On that front as well, talking to the ministry, and this is a very India context. So India is a very big consumer and producer of digital AI. It's not a great designer. So, and very few women also are part of the design, and very few people in general. I think India itself designs their own maybe 15%, which is staggering. And I think that's an area where you need to integrate and be more exclusive. Not only women, even people from remote communities, tribal areas. I've seen fabulous examples from that front. Lastly, I think one of the areas where we see a lot, and we call it maybe digital embedded work, and that relates to the colleague from Ernst & Young, where you see that there's a whole movement of gig economy happening in rural areas where, and it's a fabulous initiative from the Bashini, the Indian government, to try to democratize AI through languages. And I don't know if everyone saw the movie Human in the Loop recently, where they showcase that this allows women to be able to do work in their phone here. They can do maybe 10 hours of work when they can, when they're available in their local language. It also helps to integrate, making sure that biases that are in our regular work are not integrated in AI or digital, because I think the speed of AI and digital goes very quickly. So this is actually a great opportunity to make sure that we don't repeat that online. I think those are the opportunities, and we are working as well to make sure that women have starting to have, it's not only having access to a phone. I see a lot of this initiative from the government say access to the phone. You need opportunity, you need initiative, you need support. And we've learned from some systems as well, like the government said, we will give a phone, but those phones break. Those phones need investment in data points every month, no? Those phones also need to be replaced. And that's critical as well to see. So there needs to be a whole big portion of India that needs to be integrated in all of that digital AI ecosystem there. I'll leave it to my colleague somewhere else, and a pleasure to connect, yeah.
Thanks, Sharon. We're sorry to interrupt, but we were running out of time. Jeremy, you're the last one. So my only request is if we can make it short. Sorry for this, but I know the minister has to leave, so thank you.
Both of us have a task.
That's right. So actually, I think I'm supposed to join the minister shortly, and I'll come to that at the end. So first, it's really a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the hospitality of the government in Andhra Pradesh, of our partners at the CII, and all the people that I've met during the visit. I'd like to start with the challenge. We've heard a little bit on the numbers in India from Joe, also what that means in finance and professional services. The World Economic Forum has done research looking at 1 billion jobs globally. We interviewed 1,000 large companies across 55 countries and understood what this means for the future of their workforces. And what we saw is that we will lose roughly 92 million jobs in the next 5 years. 90 million jobs will disappear in the next 5 years. And that isn't even before we talk about all the jobs that need to be reskilled. But the good news is there's an opportunity to create 170 million new jobs. But those new jobs won't come on their own. It will take conscious action. It'll take programs from employers in how they design, how they reskill their resources. It'll require partnerships between universities, corporations, and the state to prepare the next generation of talent for those roles. It also means that we actually have to adapt to a new workforce, because many of those jobs won't come from the large traditional industries. They'll come from entrepreneurs. And those entrepreneurs will need new support networks. They'll need digital public infrastructure, building on what you have in India here with Aadhaar, UPI, but we'll also need a digital infrastructure that allows for cybersecurity. that allows for SMEs to be able to scale and unlock capabilities. So all those things are going to come together. So massive challenge, but also significant opportunity that requires conscious action. Now, one of the reasons I'm here today in Andhra Pradesh is because we think that Andhra Pradesh will be a hub for this future vision of how to create an economy that brings dignity and opportunity to employees. We look at programs like the Naipunyam with the expertise that'll actually have a skills database that we can actually train workers. We'll be launching today a Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, focusing on energy and cybersecurity. Because before you get to the AI and before you need the data, you need the energy to actually power the data centers, to power the algorithms, and you also need to make sure that it's secure. And this is one of the reasons we focus on cybersecurity. There's roughly 4 million jobs that are in shortfall today in cybersecurity. So this creates an opportunity for new workforces, new roles, and new opportunities. And last is we really appreciate, I think there's roughly 70% of the graduates here in Andhra Pradesh are focused on STEM roles. That will prepare them well to enter the new workforce, but they'll also need to be continuously skilled, continuously updating their education in those opportunities. And this is something that we look forward to partnering with Andhra Pradesh to help prepare that future workforce, to help prepare the future economy. And I think together we can contribute to a nation and a global economy that's more prosperous, more equitable, and more meaningful for everyone in it. So thank you, Rajiv, and thank you to the Minister for hosting us here today.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you've heard different perspectives, different dimensions of this. And I know you have a grand vision, and the state has a grand vision on how you leverage AI, technology, various new themes that are coming around the world. So one is just general thoughts on what you've heard, but also I'm particularly keen on, for AI to be successful, how do you capture data? And what are you doing as a state to be effective from a data standpoint?
Well, after the session, I thought I'll have some answers, but I walk out with more questions. Thanks to Soumitra here. But the points raised are very valid. I think we need to think through the nuances as we go about, doing what we are supposed to do in this industrial revolution. See, as a state, we are talking about energy transition. It's easy said than done, because wind speeds predictability, cloud formation, so solar efficiency, then your ability to sort of pump up traditional forms of energy to sort of give the transition, especially with data centers that require higher reliability, is a big challenge. And that is exactly where we're using AI. Our ability to predict, understand this. In terms of state, we are one of the very few states, and I was actually quite pleasantly surprised that I had counterparts in Australia at the state level who have something called Minister for Customer Service. It's similar to what we are trying to achieve in real-time governance, is how do you deliver governance at the doorstep of the citizen, whilst keeping in mind the entire data that we are able to capture and give a much more predictive analysis. So a great example of that is how we've handled the recent cyclone, which we thought will be a lot more intensive, but our ability to understand where it's going to land, the speed at which, the track, we were far better than the other institutions out there, because we have over a period of time built those data sets, we are able to hone on those data sets, and that will again be very core to us as we go forward. So as a state, we are continuing to collect the data points that are relevant for us to ensure better governance delivery. But then, yes, we also have to keep in mind the ethical framework on how this data is going to be used and not be used against underprivileged sections of the society. So that's equally going to be important. And that is why we have something called the Core Data Authority that has the framework in place to ensure that this is not used against them. But then honestly, I think all of us sitting here are just trying to understand what is AI, its implications on humanity and how it's going to change our lives here. Definitely 5 years from now, maybe the 35th Partnership Summit that we're going to do here, I think we'll come back and reflect on whether we got our predictions right or we were off. I think because all of us here are pretty much guessing where we'll be 5 years from now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are run out of time. I think only thing I probably like to add, Honorable Minister, and hearing everyone, very insightful comments from all the panelists, is it is a reality, and the question is, how do you make the most of it? I mean, you can see half full, half empty. Different people can have different perspectives. But if this is going to come, then as a country, as a society, as an organization, how do you make the most from this? Be ready, be prepared for this transition. And I think that's what, at every level, I can see that there's a worry, there is fear, but there's also some sense of opportunity of change. And I think what Debjani mentioned, what they're looking at from a government standpoint, if they're able to create that institution, that would be really good. So before I let you go, we, CII, in partnership with EY, we have put together a report, and we would be really grateful if you could launch the report, which captures the present state of agentic AI in India.
May I invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee and Mr. Hari Balaji, leader EY India's Center of AI Excellence, to please come on stage for the release of this report. Ladies and gentlemen, this report is on AI. Is India ready for agentic AI? Ladies and gentlemen, the report on AI is India ready for agentic AI. Let's have a huge round of applause for the release of this very important report. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for doing the honors in releasing this report. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite Dr. Mrs. Suchitra Kela, Vice President of CII and Co-founder and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech International Limited, to kindly come on stage. We have the MOU exchange between CII and Bharat Biotech Limited. I request Ms. I'll request Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of CII, to kindly join in for the MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this is between CII and Bharat Biotech Limited. Through this initiative, CII Bharat Biotech will equip 30,000 youth in Vijayawada with soft and employability skills and provide career counseling and placements over the next 5 years. This is being done under the gracious presence of our Honorable Minister, the MOU's exchange between CII and Bharat Biotech Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We will now present the mementos. May I please request President CII to kindly do the honors in presenting the mementos. May I request Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee to kindly say a few words on the report. May I please request President CII to kindly present a memento to Honorable Minister. Let's have a huge round of applause for Honorable Minister. He's indeed given a lot of his precious time and been deeply involved and participated in the sessions, giving his deep insights and guidance. He's doing the honors of presenting the mementos to all the speakers. I request our speakers to kindly come forward. May I please request speakers to kindly come forward for the memento presentation. May I request Ms. Sharon Buter to please come forward for the memento presentation. Can we have the applause going, ladies and gentlemen? And request President CII to please do the honors in presenting and while stating Honorable Minister. And Honorable Minister has decided that he will instead felicitate President CII, as he says he's the host. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Before we conclude this session, I just want to invite Dr. Mrs. Suchitra Kerala. She would be saying a few words regarding this very important MOU exchange. Madam, may I please request you to say a few words?
I just would like to make a small remark to the Honorable Minister and to the Government of Andhra Pradesh. Yesterday I had made a statement about our commitment in ensuring that we will participate in skilling and livelihoods and employment generation for the state of Andhra Pradesh. And here is, today we have just demonstrated a very small step in that into that goal of ours, and we will extrapolate it further going in the few years, in the following years, to take it as much as possible in order to upscale, skill, create livelihoods and employment for the youth and women of Andhra Pradesh. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your time in accommodating this request for us. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suchitra Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the session, and we'll be immediately moving on to the valedictory session, which will be happening here in this hall. So you all requested to kindly remain with us, and we will just make the necessary table arrangements before moving on to the valedictory session. Can you kindly not switch off this mic, please? We are now going to start the valedictory session. May I please request people onto my left not to crowd this area? We have the Honorable Chief Minister arriving in just a few minutes to the stage. So I'll request people onto my right, onto my left to kindly clear this area, and also people at the back, if I may request everyone to kindly take the respective seats.
Check, check. Check, check.
Please don't switch off the mic on this podium. Kindly let it be on.
Hal. Check, check. Test, check, check, check. Test one. Test one.
will be commencing the valedictory session in just a few minutes from now. Honorable CM of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji, will be joining us for this valedictory session along with a host of esteemed dignitaries. We request you to kindly settle down and take your respective seats, especially people in the front. If I may please request you to take your respective seats. We will begin the valedictory session very shortly, in a few moments from now. And just a gentle reminder to all to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of the valedictory session. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
Starting this copy in case you also
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been informed that Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh is just about to reach and will be joining us at the plenary hall for the valedictory session. We once again request you to please settle down, and a gentle reminder to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of the valedictory session. A very warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries who have joined us for the valedictory session. My request to you all to please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Andhra Pradesh, tomorrow takes shape. Here, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. This is Andhra Pradesh, shaping the future. Where every sunrise sparks a new idea. Where tradition meets transformation. Where imagination becomes infrastructure. From water, we build resilience. From energy, we build hope. This is where impossibility turns into invention. Where quantum dreams power real worlds. The future is engineered here. From AP to AI, we power intelligence with intent. Where data learns and dreams accelerate. Where innovation becomes identity. From textile looms to turbines, from food to future tech, we make in Andhra Pradesh. Today, we build for tomorrow in electronics, aerospace, and space. The world's factories of the future are taking shape here. Our ports, rails, and roads drive growth. But the new Andhra Pradesh builds beyond connections. It builds convergence. Efficiency is our new infrastructure. At the heart of Andhra Pradesh rises a city of the future, Amravati, rooted in heritage, designed for tomorrow. A capital shaped by ideas, not just buildings. Governance in Andhra Pradesh runs at the speed of trust, where decisions are digital, delivery is real. Swarna Andhra 2047, a promise powered by people and led with vision. Andhra Pradesh, shaping the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being so patient and being with us. We will commence the valedictory session on the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji. He will be joining us in just a few moments from now, and then we will commence the valedictory session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the valedictory session of the Partnership Summit, of the 30th Partnership Summit, and it's a great pride, pleasure, and honor to welcome our Honorable Chief Minister once again to be with us. It's actually spent the last 3 days completely with all delegates, with all members who have approached him. I think he has not regretted to anyone to meet, but he has given time, he has given space, he has interacted, and he spent that type of time. And this is just amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming warmly the Honorable Chief Minister, the host of the Partnership Summit. Honorable Chief Minister, you and your colleagues in Andhra Pradesh have really, under your leadership, laid out the red carpet for business and laid out the red carpet for Indian as well as global business. Sir, through your leadership, we have seen partnerships developing between global businesses over here in Vizag. We have seen partnerships develop in the Partnership Summit between Indian and the global businesses. We have seen B2B as well as B2G partnerships, lots of governmental interactions between your government, other government, our government of India, and of course with even some of the other states of other countries participating in that. So we have seen partnerships also in terms of how business, the think tanks, the experts, the governments partner in terms of creating livelihood, in terms of creating partnership for education, in terms of creating partnership for health. And in fact, we have seen how we can leverage technology and technology partnerships. So it's all been about partnership, but these partnerships would not have been possible to have been initiated without the phenomenal care, warmth, leadership, and hospitality that you really meted out to all of us and everyone present in this hall, and also many who have come and visited you. What an outstanding dinner, sir, it was last night. It enthralled everyone. We were all delighted that you have personally given so much of attention. And today in this hall, if you ask many of our guests who are seated with you on the dais, sir, they know what Araku coffee is. And they are taking bag full of Araku coffee back home, sir. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hear some of the feedback from some of our countries who are present here as to how things went and how it is. And then we will, of course, listen to our Honorable Chief Minister. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for being with us for the last 2.5 days, which has been outstanding. Your participation has been the most important part also of this beautiful journey which we have embarked upon in terms of looking at India and looking at Indian states positively. Thank you very much. I'll first turn to our speaker from Germany, Dr. Rodney Rivera, the cluster coordinator, private sector developments and skilling and TVET, one of the very important facets that was talked upon. And I know the Germans did great business during the Partnership Summit over here. Rodney, would you like to come up here, Rodney? Come up here. Would you like to come up here, Rodney? Yeah.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, Honorable Chief Minister and fellow panelists. It's a great honor to be here. It's been, in my view, a very great event. We have managed, along with my team from the GIZ, to meet with a good number of very active and very interested businessmen. So from that view, it's been a success. And the GIZ has been and will continue to work in Andhra Pradesh. I think we currently have 7 projects or 8 projects ongoing in the state. We have a project, for example, working in agroecology to reduce the carbon impact of rice farmers. We have a project that is working on the 500 gigawatts target for renewable energies in India. I think we heard that AP has set the target of 160 gigawatts from this state alone. And for that, we have been here to make connections for the platform for investment in renewable energies that the German government and the Indian government has launched last year. We are building that up to help the state to reach its ambitious targets. We have other projects that are ongoing, and we look forward to continued great cooperation and great work with the government of AP. For the CII organizers, I just have to say hats off. It's been a very, very impressive logistics operation that they have done. They have brought together leaders from all over the world, in fact, to help to promote business and to bring business forward in the development of the state. And thank you once again for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Rodney. I'll stay with Europe and go to Netherlands, the Netherlands-India Chamber of Commerce. Chair, may I request Dr. Edith Nordman. Edith, please.
Honorable Chief Minister, distinguished guests, it has been a privilege to be part of this dialogue here in Andhra Pradesh, a state that is clearly positioning itself at the forefront of India's next phase of industrial and technological growth. The government here distinguishes itself with the Chief Minister and his ministerial crew that they are willing to listen to the business community and the entrepreneurs. And by the way, I have learned a new word here, which I will take home, which is the Andrapreneur. And this vision really is not only a vision showing it, and that's definitely something that I'm bringing home back to the Netherlands, that it is amazing to dream, to have a vision, but this government and this chief minister is also making it happen. He has shown to have done it, and he will do it again. And our politicians can definitely learn from Andhra Pradesh and these inspiring leaders. And it is highly appreciated and seen how vibrant and energizing the atmosphere is here, because quite honestly, to tell you the truth, when I first heard that the CII Partnership Summit would be in Andhra Pradesh, I first didn't understand until I reached here and I sensed the energy. And I'm sure that we from Europe not only can learn from this political leadership, but also do a lot of business together, bringing Europe and the Netherlands and Andhra Pradesh together and making it happen, because this is really where not only the ease of business is, but definitely the speed of business. And I've never heard and seen a state that says we will listen to you and make sure that the laws will adapt in a way in which we will make business possible. And that's something which is highly inspiring. I want to thank this enormous leadership, this inspiring leadership, and also CII for bringing the summit here. It has been highly inspirational, and I'm energized going back and taking business back to Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edith, for those wonderful words. I now turn to the other part of the world and go to another end of India, Jody McKay, the Director of Australia-India CEO Forum and Business Council of Australia.
Thank you very much, Chandrajit. I want to start, Chief Minister, by acknowledging you and thanking you so much for hosting all of us here today on behalf of the Business Council of Australia. Just the energy that has been demonstrated by this state in terms of moving forward economically has been so inspiring. We are an MOU partner with the Confederation of Indian Industry, and so this partnership summit is important to us. To you, Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Menon, thank you so much for the friendship, the commitment that you give us as a partner of CII. We are greatly appreciative appreciative of that. And that is important because our two governments are engaged right now in negotiating the second stage of our free trade agreement. That is only possible when you have business working together. This could not have come at a better time for us because our Consul General, who is here with us today, hosted Minister Lokesh in Australia 3 weeks ago. I was very fortunate to be able to take him on the beautiful Sydney Harbour with our wonderful Harbour Bridge and Sydney Opera House, and I know he was impressed. But I come here and I see the beauty of Andhra Pradesh and your coastline, which is just breathtaking. So it's not just the beauty of this state, it is also the economic potential and the hunger that Andhra Pradesh has demonstrated to take forward this state. So again, Chief Minister, I thank you and the Andhra Pradesh government for hosting us. On behalf of Australia, thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much, Jody. Now we move back to New Zealand, the neighbor, and I have the pleasure and honor of having our minister from New Zealand, His Excellency Mr. Todd Macleay, to give his remarks.
Well, namaste, kia ora, good afternoon, and may I also start by thanking you, Chief Minister, for the gracious hospitality not only you and your government have shown us, but all of the people of this beautiful city and this wonderful state. It didn't take me long to get here, only 30 hours on the aeroplane from New Zealand. And when I arrived at the airport, the colour and vibrance and the wonderful welcome that we received was heartfelt. And so a gracious thank you, not only from the government of New Zealand, but for the people. Can I congratulate you on an exceptional 30th hosting of this important event? It really is known around the world for being exceptional and driving great thought and direction when it comes to trade and some of the challenges that we face. But for my part, what I enjoyed the most today was the solutions that have been dreamt of, the opportunities that have been spoken of, and the real bonding that happens between the many of the countries that are here. Chief Minister, I think 19 trade ministers from countries around the world have been here in your city over the last couple of days, and each of them will go home not only with great memories, but an opportunity to talk about the real opportunity that exists here in India for the whole world. As with my friend from Australia, New Zealand is now deep in negotiations with India for a free trade agreement. My good friend, Minister Piyush Goyal, the Minister of Commerce and Industry, was in New Zealand just a week or so ago for negotiations, and I'm so grateful for the invitation to come up here so soon afterwards. The government of New Zealand was formed not quite 2 years ago, and this is my 6th visit to India during that period of time. So much that some of my colleagues think I have an apartment here somewhere that I'm living in. But we're coming because the relationship is important. We see great opportunity to cooperate. Our governments think very similarly. We are working together well on the world stage. We want to land a high-quality free trade agreement that is well-balanced, that is respectful, and offers opportunity for every single company and every single person in India and every single company, business, and every person in New Zealand. And so we're committed to doing that. You know, the world is always a challenging place. At the moment, no more so or less so than other times. But it is when governments come together and show direction, focus on solutions to the challenges that we face, that we enable the business community to stand up and do what we need to, which is trade with each other, form very strong, warm relationships, and grow economies that are good for people. So can I again, Chief Minister, thank you for your gracious hospitality, the way you've made us feel so welcome, the way you have hosted every single person that's come to this conference over the last few days. And I go back to my country to talk to my Prime Minister about the significant opportunity I see here and why we were so right to decide to build that relationship, and why this 6th visit won't be my last. I'll be back many more times. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and I'm sure that visit of yours will spark off many more 30 hours journey between our two countries by many delegations back and forth. Thank you very much for your participation. I was moving to US from New Zealand, and we were also to have here the Japanese delegation, but they had moved about 50 kilometers away from Vizag to go to a plant, and they said that whether they need to come back. We said they need not, and so therefore we don't have them because they were very keen to speak. But therefore now I come to the last but not the least, my old friend Rick Rosso from USA. Rick, do talk about your experience with Andhra, which has been a long-standing one. Rick from the India and Emerging Asian Economies Center's chair.
Yeah, thank you, CB. As a think tanker, we're supposed to be kind of impartial when we talk about leaders and issues, but it's kind of hard to be when I'm in the presence of Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, who I've known for a very long time. Back in 1999, when I was with the U.S.-India Business Council, we organized a significant foreign investors forum in Chennai, and we had all these great Southern chief ministers just as we began to see the South begin to take off. And think about that all-star cast. S.M. Krishna, A.K. Anthony, Karnanidhi, but one leader stood taller than all for his vision, for what he wanted to do for a part of the country that not a lot of people are paying attention to. 1 year later, I was in Hyderabad, my first trip to Hyderabad, in charge of the business delegation that was accompanying President Clinton for that visit. And to see that one single tower hosting the event with CII, and it was such a deep partnership we had with CII in those times, to see that one cyber tower, but again, the vision about what Hyderabad could become, and to go back 5 years later and see indeed that vision had really come to pass. We're talking a lot about business here as well, but I remember, part of the reason that Hyderabad was chosen over other southern capitals was not just for the business interest, but Chief Minister Naidu was willing to cut the ribbon on, I think it was the country's first HIV clinic, and that was part of the reason that President Clinton chose that, because it wasn't just business. It's people to people, it's health, it's so many other reasons and issues. So here I am, my first time in Visakhapatnam, and hearing some of these investments, seeing some of the investments that are coming in, it is not hard to imagine that 5 years from now, this place is going to blossom just as we've seen other capitals blossom. Feels to me like Andhra is imminent for liftoff. Thank you, Mr. Chief Minister.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much for those remarks, and really going back in time, which means a lot and which shows continuity of commitment. Sir, now we turn to you, sir, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, the host chair of the Partnership Summit.
Respected Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, His Excellency Mr. Todd McLeay, Minister for Trade and Investment, Agriculture and Forestry, and Associate Minister for Foreign Affairs, New Zealand, His Excellency Richard Rosso, Senior Advisor, Chair India and Emerging Asia Economics, Center for Strategic and International Studies, USA, His Excellency Jody McKay, Director, Australia-India CEO Forum Business Council of Australia, respected Edith, Managing Partner, ACG International and Chairman, Netherlands, India, Chamber of Commerce and Trade, and also respected Rodney Rivery, Cluster Coordinate Private Sector Development Skilling and TVET GIZ Germany, respected Rajiv Memani, President CII, Suchitra Yalla, Vice President Confederation of Indian Industry, and friends, for the 2 days you brought happiness to Visakhapatnam. Today you are all leaving this city. We are feeling very, very disappointed. You have to stay some more time here. You brought happiness and pleasure, and also we are very happy for your visit to our city. By this time, you have experienced our hospitality. In India, I can say always, one of the most beautiful city, Visakhapatnam. No other city is comparable to Visakhapatnam. One side sea, one side hills, and also beautiful people also. I am confident nobody created any problem for you. That is the confidence I am having on people of Visakhapatnam. For the last 1.5 days up to evening, I am very happy to see that 30 ministers have come from different countries. 67 plus sessions, parallel sessions we have conducted. We have discussed business issues, social issues, and also even company to company, B2B meetings also. I am confident CII has to confirm to me. You conducted so many meetings. I am very happy to announce this is the best meeting CII has conducted so far. It is at far Davos. Always our meetings so far, we used to discuss investments. Partnership means only MOUs. This time we have changed that agenda. Exchange of ideas, knowledge, what is happening globally, what you have learned each others. 3,000 delegates have come. More than 650 overseas delegates. 60 countries participation. 700 B2B meetings. Yesterday morning I told one thing. We have to learn each other, understand each other, respect each other culture. I am very happy. Yesterday I have seen from Australian VIPs having Indian saris. I am telling you, you are looking more beautiful than Indian saris than Australian dress. I am very happy. I am seeing Council General also. She was, yesterday I have seen her. She was looking very nice. I am very happy you respected our sentiment. That too Mangalagiri sari. By wearing Mangalagiri sari, you have become now brand ambassador for Mangalagiri saris for viewers. I really appreciate you. This is what I wanted to do always. All of us, global citizens, different parts of the world, but every country is having their own culture, legacies, sentiments. If we respect small gestures, it will go in a big way for global good and also global harmony. Apart from all these things, I wanted to reinforce now, India started economic reforms in 1991. Mid-90s, IT revolution has come. First mover advantage taken by Indians. Third one, we are having an advantage of demographic dividend. This advantage will be there another 25 to 30 years. All countries are facing aging problem. Only India is going to have this advantage for another 20-25 years. If you manage population management, years to come, India is to go play very extraordinary role globally. I don't want to mention names here, some countries. Yesterday I had a personal delegation. Some countries represented to me, we are having problem of our technical labor. If you can send your people, we will be very happy to receive them, to take them, even by giving skills, training, everything they wanted to recruit, better skills for their countries, salaries, everything. That is the strength of India. And also in India, as on today, very strong leadership. Yesterday I told you, our Honorable Prime Minister is enjoying trust of the nation. People are supporting. Yesterday elections, that is an indication. 202 seats, he has won. All elections is winning. In India, so many countries we are watching, there are problems of leadership. India is having stable leadership and very, very progressive leadership. That is the biggest asset for India. It is going to help us for sustainable economic development. This is where we are preparing Vision Vikasit Bharat 2047. As on today, we are in 4th place. Next year, we are going to reach 3rd place. By 2038, many participants are here. You can remember, we will be number 2. 2047, unstoppable, India will be number 1. That is going to happen. What we are not saying proudly, India is having advantages. We have to go competition with other countries also. All of us has to work for the betterment of the people by having proper vision and also in executing all these things. Andhra Pradesh, we are having a very ambitious plan. 2.4 trillion US economy by 2047. Swarna Andhra Pradesh is our goal. Golden Andhra Pradesh is our goal. Per capita income, we want to reach $42,000. I am confident we are going to reach it. Even yesterday I told very clearly, we are in inspiring time. Technology advantage. I have seen 3 decades back. At that time, IT. That is only starting point. Today we are in AI, artificial intelligence age. Even in Andhra Pradesh, data centers, Google has announced $15 billion data center in Visakhapatnam. Now so many people are coming now. That is where, if you can see, Andhra Pradesh can provide green energy and also cost-effective price. Nearly 5 to 6 gigawatts data centers are going to come here. Lot of demand. That is how things are happening. All technologies, blockchain, everything has come. Even quantum computers have come. You can see today, one example I'm giving you. My government is totally on IT-driven governance. We are having data lake. Every citizen, every family, everything will be online. We are having Aadhaar. That is a big advantage, biometrics. Even central government data we are integrating. I can take decision real time basing on merits. I can communicate real time. I can execute real time. That is through WhatsApp governance. Even if you see here, why I am saying we are in inspiring time, historical data is available. Everyday data is updating. And also real-time data we are collecting outside, either temperature, humidity, reservoirs, water levels, groundwater, soil moisture, wind direction, wind quality, everything we can collect it now. I can take decision, I can communicate to the last mile real time. All 700 services I am providing on real time. No citizen need to come to office. Now all corporate offices were watching. Because of data center, corporate offices are going to become redundant. Data center, artificial intelligence, tomorrow quantum computers, automatically it will compute, it will be communicated to the last mile. That is how changes are going to happen. We are leading in the changes in a big way. The day will come, personal medicine, and also precision in agriculture, and also micro management of everything. These are all the order of the day. It is going to happen in future. With all these things, I am confident, all of you, I have taken a very good advantage out of it. One is your presence I am really appreciating, and also I have done very good business also. For the last 2 days, I am able to get 13 lakh crores investment, and it is going to generate 1.3 million employment. That is 13 lakh employment. It is a very good advantage for us. By seeing this success, next year also, yesterday I announced one major decision in the country. We are implementing labor reforms. We are implementing infrastructure reforms. We are implementing financial and tax structures, everything. Now one more reform I have brought, that is escrow account with sovereign guarantee. This is a revolutionary thing in India. So far, no government has taken this bold decision. From now onwards, anybody will invest in Andhra Pradesh. The day you invested, what you are eligible as incentives, it will be delivered with a sovereign guarantee with real time. That is my assurance for all of you. Now you are all having technologies, know-how, and also resources. I asked you yesterday morning, sign one MOU with us, test our capacity, then you can move forward. I am very happy you trusted us. So many MOUs you have come forward. And also we are going to, I promise all of you, 100% we are going to clear real time. And at the same time, what all I am talking here, we are going to implement in toto. I am very happy you enjoyed Aruku coffee and also our hospitality. Yesterday evening also you have seen our dinner. At the time also I interacted with so many VIPs. Everybody showed me so much of affection and also happiness. With this, I am again asking you, reserve your tickets next year, November. Same partnership summit is going to conduct this place. Next year, I promise you, I will take you one day to Araku, where in coffee garden along with the tribals, you can have coffee. That is the experience you are going to get next year. That I promise you to take that place. You have seen our hospitality. I am very happy. We will improve further. And also, you have done good business. And also next time, I request all of you, you come with family. Take 1 day or 2 days holiday in Visakhapatnam. We will be very happy to host you. With this wonderful meeting, I have hosted so many partnership summits or so many festivals, so many events. Today's event has given me immense happiness and pleasure, and I wish all the best for all of you. Good luck. And also don't forget about Andhra Pradesh. Continuously we will be in touch with you. We will work together. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. The Indian business, along with the businesses from overseas, have benefited a lot. And it would be most appropriate that Indian business and Indian business lead, Mr. Rajiv Memani, concludes this session with his remarks and how do we take this huge challenge and also opportunity forward. Rajiv, please conclude with a vote of thanks.
The Honorable Chief Minister, thank you so much. You have showcased India and Andhra Pradesh in the most spectacular way. For all the businessmen, policymakers, investors, I think it's been a great experience. Thank you for what you mentioned to CB, to CII as this being one of the best events, and partly it was that because you helped and you mentored in curating these events. There are 3 global mega trends. There is geoeconomics, geopolitics, which is driving how we build new relationships, how supply chain resilience is coming, and how advanced manufacturing is happening. There is the second mega trend around AI and technology, and the Chief Minister mentioned about what's happening in that space most eloquently in India and also more so in Andhra Pradesh. And the third mega trend is around sustainability and energy transition, whether it's the entire supply chain, whether it's green energy, solar, green transition, hydrogen. And in all these 3 areas, if we look at the entire curation of the policy that has been led by the Chief Minister, by his office, by his team, I think the entire learning process and what's happening in India, what's happening in Andhra has come out very, very clearly. And I had mentioned to the Chief Minister what I have heard from everyone who has signed MOUs. So this is just a warning notice for all the people who are signing MOUs. So as industry, as CII, we are trying to collect feedback. What is the feedback that we can provide to the Honorable Chief Minister for all those people who have signed MOUs in the last 1 year, 12 months? And what are the suggestions? What are the improvements that we can provide to him? And the uniform response that we got was, please don't give him any more ideas. Please don't give him any more thoughts. He's running ahead of us. We are blessed to have a country where the aspiration of the political leadership of the country, whether it's India, whether it's Andhra Pradesh, is far more than the people of the country. And I think that we are blessed as a country, and the purpose and the vision that you have and the honesty of that purpose and vision that you have, Honorable Chief Minister, that gives you the energy and the clarity to execute things. So as citizens of India, as citizens of the world, we are most grateful to have leaders like you, and we feel blessed. Thank you very much. May God provide you with greater energy, greater vision, and greater vigor, so that collectively as a team, we can help you implement the vision that you have for the betterment of the country, betterment of the world, and betterment of the citizens. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for your extremely inspirational and notable valedictory address. Your deep involvement, commitment, continuous guidance and encouragement has been the founding stone for this resounding success of the 30th CII Partnership Summit. Honorable Chief Minister, may I kindly request you to present the mementos to all our esteemed foreign dignitaries on the dais. Sir, may I request you to kindly present the mementos to all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. And I request our foreign dignitaries to kindly come forward for a photo op. Can we have a huge round of applause? Felicitating our foreign dignitaries with a memento as a token of our gesture, as a token of appreciation. And as a gesture of our Indian hospitality. My request our foreign dignitaries to please come forward for receiving the mementos from the hands of our Honorable Chief Minister. May I request our esteemed members in the audience to continue with the applause. May I request other foreign dignitaries to please come forward. A huge round of applause for this special gift. And it's a beautiful handloom sari being presented to our honorable dignitary, and it is indeed so beautiful. Traditional handloom sari from Andhra Pradesh, being specially gifted to two of our female dignitaries, foreign dignitaries, so that they can carry a piece of this hand-woven gift back to their own countries. The beautiful hand-woven handloom sari from Andhra Pradesh. I request our other distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward to receive the mementos. May I request everyone to please come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. We come to the conclusion of the valedictory session, and once again I'll request everyone to have a huge round of applause for Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for his unwavering support for this resounding success of the 30th CII Partnership Summit. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch. We will have the next session right here, the plenary session at 2:30 p.m. We request you to join us back for that session on civil aviation. Thank you.
Ramesh. afternoon. May I have your attention, please? Honorable Minister is joining in another 1 or 2 minutes. May I request everyone to be kindly seated, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after lunch. I hope you had a nice lunch. We have the standalone session with the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Kinjarapu Rammohan Naidu ji. We will begin the session in just a few moments from now. We'll request you to please settle down, take your respective seats, and enjoy the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin the Honorable Civil Aviation Minister's standalone session in a few minutes from now. Request you all to kindly take your seats and settle down. We will be starting this session in just a few moments from now. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to Shri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu ji, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Sir, a very warm welcome to you to this standalone session. A very warm welcome to Shri GBS Raju, Chairman Airports, GMR Group, and Shri Murali Krishna Ganamani, Chairman of the CII Andhra Pradesh, founder and CEO of Fluent Grid Limited. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we will firstly have the MOU exchange between APTC, APIIC and AAICLAS for commencing the international cargo from Visakhapatnam Airport. May I please request Chairman AI to please join us on stage for this MOU exchange. This MOU exchange is happening in the august presence of our Honorable Minister. Can we have a big round of applause as a gesture of encouragement? May I now invite Dr. Shekhar Babu Gedam, IFS, VC and MD, APTPC, and Mr. Ajay Kumar, CEO of AAICLAS, and request them to come on stage for the MOU exchange in the august presence of Honorable Minister. The virtual NOC sharing between the Airport Authority of India, AAI, and the Flying Training Organization for giving the land of AAI to FTO for the Aviation Training Institute. Can we have a big round of applause? This is an important landmark agreement. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for guiding and supporting these MOU exchanges and agreements. Without any further ado, I would like to request Session Chairman to kindly make his remarks and take it over from here.
Shri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation, Government of India, Excellencies, Shri Silai Zaki, who is Consul General from Australia, the Chairman, Airports Authority, other distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this special standalone session at the 30th CII Partnership Summit. It is both an honor and a privilege to host the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. Chandrababu Rammohan Naidu. He is truly the son of the soil, the youngest cabinet minister in our cabinet, a leader, a very dynamic leader with great humility, and I would say that he is truly an ambassador representing the state of Andhra Pradesh and reflects the true passion and spirit of the speed of doing business with great, passion and urgency. As you all know, the theme of this year's summit, Technology, Trust and Trade, Navigating the New Geo-Economic Order, which has been received very well. There has been a tremendous response, a lot of positivity created across every stakeholder, be it the investor community, the business leaders, the experts, thought leaders, innovators, all alike. And we just concluded the summit session a little earlier with the Honorable Chief Minister. So aviation is not just about connecting destinations, it is about connecting aspirations, as we all know. It connects economies and opportunities. And today, India's civil aviation story mirrors a national growth narrative, ambitious, resilient, and rapidly evolving. Over the past decade, Indian civil aviation has undergone nothing short of a transformation under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and translating that vision into action and reality is our young and dynamic leader, Honorable Minister, Shri Rammohan Naidu Garu. The number of operational airports has grown from 74 in 2014 to over 160 today, and with an ambitious plan to expand this number to 400 over the next 20 to 25 years. The domestic passenger traffic is projected to reach 300 million by 2030, underscoring the scale and dynamism of this sector. The passenger traffic has surged, and India now stands as the world's third largest domestic aviation market. Aligned with this vision, in just the next 5 years, the government is committing to add 50 new airports, continuing to strengthen regional connectivity under the UDAN scheme. These developments are not merely infrastructure, they are transformative in nature. Airports catalyze local economies, spur tourism, and enable small towns to connect with opportunities. And I'm sure our Honorable Minister will share his vision and roadmap as he addresses us. Honorable Minister, under your leadership, I have to say that the Ministry has set out a transformative roadmap, making India a true aerospace service powerhouse. The $4 billion goal for maintenance, repair and overhaul MRO facility by 2030, policies supporting aircraft leasing, indigenous manufacturing, and 100% FDI through the automatic route. These initiatives aim to position India not just an aviation market, but as an aviation hub on the global map. However, as we race ahead, the shared global challenges must remain central to our aspirations. Sustainability in aviation is no longer an option, it is a necessity. The push towards adopting sustainable aviation fuels, electrification, and smarter, greener infrastructure is vital for India's commitment to net zero and climate goals. Industry and government collaboration will be key to developing these next generation solutions. Passenger experience is being redefined through digital innovations, biometrics, smart processing, and seamless multimodal integrations, which I'm sure our good friend Mr. G.B.S. Rajagaru will address and share more details during his address. As commercial airlines place record aircraft orders and new regional carriers expand under the UDAN initiative, our shared goal must be to ensure that every passenger, no matter where they board, enjoys the highest standards of safety, comfort and convenience, which is what is the vision and the goal set by our Honorable Minister. Private sector participation is equally important. As we know, India's airport privatization model has shown global promise, and MRO and aerospace services are poised for rapid growth and expansion with the right investment climate. CII actively advocates for strengthening partnership models and industry engagements, including in regulatory innovation, skills development, and sustainability initiatives. Today, I'm very proud to say that we are at an inflection point. The choices we make now, policy, investment, infrastructure, technology, will shape the next decade of India's aviation sector. And the government's vision and industry's resolve must converge to create an ecosystem that is inclusive, internationally competitive, and firmly future-proof. So with this, I will now invite Shri G.B.S. Rajagaru to share his address, and let me have the honor and privilege of introducing him in a few words, please. Yeah, so as we all know, GBS Rajgaru is the chairman of GBS, the GMR Airports, which is a very landmark or a very iconic group, which is, he's again the son of the soil, and we all take great pride in GMR, the kind of world-class infrastructure they build, especially for airports. And again, the group, is very humble, their humility and their dynamism or the execution excellence, it reflects in many, ways the true spirit of Andhra Pradesh. And you all must have heard yesterday, the GMR Garu, the chairman of GMR Airports, had mentioned yesterday at the inaugural that they are going to launch the airport 6 months ahead of schedule, in the coming next year, June. So with this, I invite GBS Raj Garu to address the gathering. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Respected Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Sri Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, and Mr. Murali Krishna Garu, Chairman CII Andhra Pradesh, and dignitaries of Andhra Pradesh, Government of Andhra Pradesh, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly a pleasure to be here in Visakhapatnam, a city rich of heritage and poised to play a pivotal role in India's future economy. And as you all know, that India's infrastructure and aviation growth is a story of optimism and opportunity. As we are the fourth largest economy with a GDP of 4 trillion and promise to go to $10 trillion in 10 years down the line. And studies indicate that every 1 rupee spent on infrastructure yields 3.2 rupees in GDP gains. By this, infrastructure investment supports trade, employment, and income. This growth story has played out in India's civil aviation sector. India is already the third largest domestic aviation market. In 2020-24-25 fiscal year, Indian airports handled 411 million passengers, growing at 9% year on year. Out of total passenger traffic, projected to cross 1 billion annual passengers by 2040. This phenomenal growth is driven by rising income, a growing middle class, and a push for regional connectivity. To cater to this demand, Indian carriers have placed record aircraft orders. Today, Indian Airlines operate about 680 aircraft for passengers, and the order pipeline, which is unprecedented to roughly 1,620 new aircraft are on order, which are getting delivered in the next 5 to 7 years. Over the next 10 to 15 years, the Indian fleet is expected to triple from around 800 aircrafts today to around 2,300 in the coming years. It also signals tremendous opportunity for aerospace manufacturers, MRO providers, and to develop the entire ecosystem of the aviation industry. Overall, the number of operational airports in the country has more than doubled from 74 in 2014 and to 163 today. Fundamentally, these numbers represent optimism. Aviation in India is not just growing, it is soaring. This sector expansion will create an estimated of 25 million jobs by 2047, from pilots, engineers, staff, technicians, and the entire development of the tourism industry. This is especially coming to Andhra Pradesh. This region has a rich industrial legacy and is now leveraging its strengths to emerge as a front runner in India's economic transformation. The state has been clocking impressive economic growth. For instance, in the first quarter of 25-26, Andhra Pradesh has recorded a 10.5% of gross state GDP, outpacing India's national GDP growth of around 6%. The state economy is now 16 lakh crore, 200 billion in size, with an ambition to double by 2029. To achieve this, Andhra Pradesh aims to mobilize 40 lakh crores of investment in the next 5 years across the sectors. It's a bold and a very ambitious and aggressive goal that this government has set in. diversified industrial base. The economy here is broad-based from agriculture and marine products to heavy industries and technology. Andhra Pradesh, long coastline, 974 kilometers, the second longest in India, is a huge asset supporting major ports like Visakhapatnam, Gangavaram and Kakinada. And also 3 more ports coming up, one in Molapeta, Machilipatnam and in Ramaipatnam, which will further support the growth of the state. The state is a leader in marine exports, contributing roughly 30 to 40% of India's seafood exports by value thanks to the aqua and fishing industries. It has also become a pharmaceutical manufacturing hub, notably Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam district, hosting many bulk drug and generic pharma units. Coming to Visakhapatnam, with its natural harbor and steep hills and the beautiful scenic places, Vizag has long been an industrial base and a port city. Now it's rapidly transforming into a technology and innovation hub as well, and we are already seeing a big ticket investments, especially in the digital and AI segments. Likewise, investments are flowing into green energy, electric mobility and electronics manufacturing in the state, and also large manufacturing establishments in steel and aluminium industries are coming up in this region. All these facts reinforce that Andhra Pradesh is poised for the economic leap. The state's investor-friendly governance, world-class infrastructure and a sectoral strength are covering to create unparalleled opportunities. GMR Group's commitment, our roots in Andhra Pradesh and the Bhogapuram Airport project for GMR Group is not just another geography, it's home for us. Over the decades, we have contributed to the state development in multiple ways. Today, GMR Group has become a leading infrastructure player, not only in India and globally. We remain deeply committed to Andhra Pradesh and this region. We bring our global experience in airport development and management back to Andhra Pradesh in the form of Bhogapuram International Airport. Bhogapuram International Airport is a greenfield airport that GMR is developing about 45 kilometers northeast of Visakhapatnam. We see the game changer for regional connectivity and economic development in North Andhra. Let me share our vision and the current status of the project. Bhogapuram Airport is being built to global standards. The first phase is of 6 million passengers and ultimate capacity of 40 million passengers. The construction is progressing rapidly and we are launching the operations by end of June, 6 months ahead of the scheduled date. We are putting close to around 5,000 crores for the phase 1 development, funded through a mix of equity and debt, and we are happy that we are partnering with India's sovereign fund, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. In first phase, by 2020-26, we are building a 75,000 square meters of terminal building and various adjacent buildings. The design provides a expansion of 40 million passengers in phase development, and the airport will have a dedicated cargo terminal to serve a large catchment across Srikakulam, Vijayanagaram, Gajapatinagar, Raigada, and also connecting to Orissa. We will also develop a world-class aerotropolis to host leading aerospace manufacturing companies, MRO service providers, digital and technology companies with the enabling ecosystem for research and development, training, and modern amenities. The airport and the larger aerotropolis will play a key role in creating jobs, stimulating tourism, and acting hub for logistics and commerce. I must thank both the state and the central government for their support, and the state is upgrading road connectivity to Bhogapuram, and there are also plans for a metro rail connectivity that could connect to the city center and upcoming Vizag beach corridor to the airport in the future. As an infrastructure developer and a long-term partner to Andhra's progress, GMR Group feels extremely optimistic about the road ahead. On behalf of GMR Group, I thank the organizers, CII, for this opportunity, and we are proud to be partner in Andhra Pradesh progress in India's aviation success story. So we look forward to continuing working closely with the Government of India, Government of Andhra Pradesh in the spirit of partnership that this summit celebrates. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. GBS Raju, for sharing your vision, your commitments to creating world-class infrastructure with your investments and your, engineering excellence. And we have seen that, at play, at action in every initiative, every project that you have taken up. It's truly created a world-class, great experience for the passengers and all the stakeholders alike. And again, I'm wishing you all the very best, and we can't wait to see our airport taking shape and getting inaugurated by our honorable, beloved Minister, Rammohan Naidu Garu, by the next year, mid. Thank you so much. I'm wishing you all the best, and I reassure or commit from CII to be working very closely in partnership to do whatever best to make this happen. Thank you so much. Now for the much awaited moment of the day, and I have a true honor and privilege of introducing Shri Rammohan Naidu Garu Kinjarapu, the Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation. And as you all know, he is the son of the soil, and he takes a great pride, and passion in whatever he takes up. And so today, as you all, he's a very forward-looking leader, very charismatic as that, and very dynamic. He is championing reforms that are expanding India's aviation sector, enhancing regional connectivity, and strengthening our nation's position as one of the fastest-growing aviation markets in the world. And his commitment to efficient governance, transparency, and development has made him one of the most impactful young leaders in the country today. And we are all from this state so proud to have our the ambassador there in our cabinet, the youngest ambassador, the most dynamic, and who is reflecting truly by every spirit the speed of doing business at scale and with great passion and energy. So please join me in welcoming our beloved leader, Rammohan Naidu Garu.
Thank you very much, CII Andhra Head Murli Garu, and also Chairman GMR Airports GBS Raju Garu, and all the wonderful dignitaries, guests and friends that are here. A very warm good afternoon to each and every one of you. I always find this time very tricky. I don't know if it is the afternoon time or evening time, right when you hit this 4 o'clock. But I can see a lot of enthusiasm in the crowd, and this has been the emotion for the last 2 days, yesterday and today. I think the real success on this CII partnership summit that we are having in Visakhapatnam is not in terms of value, how much investment is going to come to Andhra Pradesh, but in terms of the participation and the engagement and the commitment shown by the people that have come here. So on behalf of the entire arrangements that have been done here, I would like to thank each and everyone who has made time to come here to participate in this event and have made this a huge success. And now, like I've said, the whole success of this event, I was able to see one magic again. The magic again is the magic of our Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu. How he does it at that age of 75 years, doing it again and again, with the same commitment, with the same enthusiasm, and with the same energy is something which is very, very inspiring even for me today to be working with him. Because I've seen him over the last 12 to 13 years of me coming into politics. I've seen him go through different challenges, politically, professionally, personally. But the way he takes these challenges or tackles these challenges as a way of an opportunity, I think that is a great learning lesson for someone like me and also people at large. So I was able to see that magic. So it has been a personally very enriching time for me to be participating in this moment. And now coming to the important subject of aviation, I have to tell you that when I became this minister, I was assured by our Honorable Chief Minister and also our Prime Minister that they will be giving me a ministry. The expectations were many. Which ministry are we going to get? And many people were thinking about all the ministries, and civil aviation was never in the question. And when civil aviation was given, I was also slightly clueless on what the ministry is going to be and how do we deal with it. Because I was also with the idea that maybe some other portfolio is going to come. There were other things in mind. But now I can proudly say that this is one of the best ministries that anyone can deal with. And the way the sector has been progressing in the last 11 years under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, I can stand here very proudly and say that in the whole world, this kind of success India has seen in aviation, no other country has seen. That is where we stand today. We are the third largest aviation market in the whole world. And the capacities that we are dealing with, 74 airports in 2014. 74 itself is a very huge number, and people would have said that we have 74 airports, good connectivity all across, so we can just slow down a little bit, but that's not what happened in 2014. Because our Honorable Prime Minister understands that if we want to achieve Viksit Bharat, if we want the country to grow both inclusively and exclusively, domestically and both internationally, connectivity is the key. You study any country across the world which have achieved tremendous success in the growth story of their country, then you would see that the propellant has always been logistics. Either road sector, railway sector, air connectivity or ports. One of these have been the major driving sector for any growth sector that you would have seen. So this was the understanding and this was the vision our Honorable Prime Minister had. And he has taken aviation as one of the core subjects, and he has given it such a good drive in the last 11 years that 74 airports in 2014, now we are 164 and counting. That is the magnanimity of the growth that we have seen in this country. Now with 164 airports also, I would also like to simplify my speech and just give you a little bit of insights into what we are going ahead with. We have seen tremendous success in the last 11 years, but what we want to see is continue on that progress. 10 to 12% growth rate, that's what we are seeing in civil aviation today. So on one stage, we want to continue the growth story that we have achieved. And on the second side, while we are going, we want to transform the sector also. As we are transforming, we see in terms of the services that we are giving to the passengers and in terms of the manufacturing ecosystem that we have in the country and the future technologies which have the capacity to change the way we are seeing and visualizing civil aviation. All these things we want to have the platforms built in the country itself. So as we are progressing, we want to transform the sector also. I've given you the number of airports that we have seen in the country and some other statistics. If you see in 2014, there were around 1.8 lakh domestic passengers in the country. And today we have on an average of 4.6 lakhs, kind of 3 times, 1.8 lakh to 4.6 lakhs today. And almost 5.3 lakh people flew on November 10th. 5 lakh people traveling in a single day in any country seems to be the magic figure. It is an achievement where most of the countries are like ambitious to achieve that, but every other week we are touching the 5 lakh number today, and on November 10th we hit the highest point of 5.3 lakh passengers. And domestic passengers from 6.7 crores in 2014, we have grown up to 7.2 crores. And international passengers from 4.5 to 7.2 crores. Domestic flights, the number of flights that are moving around is from 6 lakhs in 2014 to 11 lakhs in 2024. And the international flights, the Indian carriers are 1.1 lakh flights in 14 to 2 lakh flights in 2024. So if you look at all the numbers, they have kind of doubled in the last 11 years. So the push has been not only to build the infrastructure and the ecosystem, but whatever existing infrastructure is going to build on the capacity, we have tried to expand it and do it. And that is the vision that we have for the future. Like I've said, we are at 164 airports today. So how do we move ahead in the future? We are seeing that India has come to a position where we have to rethink on how we are looking at airports. Till now, when we are looking at an airport, we are packing up 1,000 acres or 1,200 or 1,500 acres of land, and we are saying this is where the airport is going to come. It's going to have a runway which is where the big flights are going to come, small, everything is going to come, and then there's going to be a terminal, big terminal, and all those things. But now we feel India should move into the idea of having hub and spoke model. So we have the metropolitan airports where they are going to be the hubs like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Kolkata. These are the major airports that we have which are handling crores of passengers every year. And then we have the other airports. And the other airports are supposed to be the feeding system into these major airports and let them create their own hubs. So when we are trying to do this, then we have come up with the model saying that, see, when you are trying to build airports in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, they don't need to have such big, huge land bank in there, this thing. So what we are trying to design now, in the way we are looking at airports is, we are going to classify them as mega airports or large airports. Then we will have medium airports and the small scale airports. So once the idea around building an airport, we have these different sectors, then we can go with the idea of how much land is required for that airport. Suppose it's a tier 2 city. No matter how much you want to grow the passenger capacity, there is always going to be a mega airport which is close by where it is more convenient for people to travel from there to any part of the world or the country. So it is easier to start and have a small airport itself. Then how do we construct this small airport? So what is going to be the ecosystem? What are going to be the parameters? What kind of flights are going to come? What is the terminal building capacity that you want to handle? So an interesting intervention that we are trying to do now for the future airports that we are going to build is classify them as large, medium and small airports. And the other introduction that we are doing is cargo airports also. We believe the unutilized sector in the Indian aviation market today is how we are imagining the cargo sector. We don't have the policy of immediate courier of things where you want to see them done in 24 hours. If you have had the experience of United States, then you have the express delivery. Within 24 hours, you order something or you want to get something, you are able to ship it within 24 hours. You're getting with the convenient fees that is going to be added to it. But India doesn't have that. We are just ordering and it's coming at its own time. So the mindset of having it as an express delivery, that can only be achieved if you can crack the Indian air cargo model. And for that air cargo, when I see it to the airports, and GMR is also running the airports, the major concentration is on the civil operations. Their major concentration is on the passengers because they are very sensitive element. You have to take care of them. And when it's with the existing passenger network, if you want to do the cargo always takes the back seat, and you are not able to create the proper ecosystem through which cargo can also flourish. And the most important thing there is to bring down the costs. The costs as compared to the rail and the road. Today, rail and road is giving a tough competition. Under Modi ji, even the rail network is spreading across all the country. Even Northeast is having a rail network now, which was unbelievable before. And you are seeing the roads also, how Gadkari ji is expanding 2-lane to 4-lane, 4-lane to 6-lane, 6-lane to 8-lane. So everything is getting faster, all the other networks. So only way we can compete with the existing networks in terms of cargo is how do you make it more economically viable. So to crack that model, we also felt that you somewhere need to have cargo airports. This is what happens in the US, where FedEx has a separate airport just to handle cargo. And with an ecosystem, with a population of 140 crore people and such huge economic demand and big GDP country that we have, why can't we have cargo airports? So that is one intervention that we are going to do. We are going to select some areas dedicatedly and make them cargo airports. And also in the existing airports. Now what do we do with the existing airports to prepare cargo? So now you know that our Honorable Prime Minister, just to promote products according to the region, he has started one district, one product. So we are trying to streamline the ecosystem in a district so that all the people who are there get connected to producing or developing or creating a certain product, and that gets connected to the whole ecosystem there, and that specialization and the expertise in developing that product comes in that area. So similarly, taking that idea and stretching it into aviation, just like how we have one district, one product, now all the airports we are trying to analyze them with a concept of one airport, one product. So what is the best product that is available near that airport? And in the cargo ecosystem of that airport, you create all the necessary elements so it gets streamlined. Now you have like Vizag airport, there's a lot of pharma that is happening. For pharma, you need cold storage, you need a specific way of handling that cargo. So why not concentrate and improve the necessity around that? There are some airports where there is aquaculture happening, so that requires a certain expertise. There are some airports where there is a flower market there and the flowers are supposed to be exported to other countries also internationally. So how do you develop the cargo ecosystem in that airport so that it gets specifically designed and streamlined for a certain product? So one district, one airport, one product is another concept that we are working on. These are some of the airport related concepts that we are working on. Other than airports, which is the infrastructure, we are looking into the passenger amenities. Passenger services, that is the topmost priority. The moment I have taken charge as the Civil Aviation Minister, I told the country and the people of this country that no matter what kind of policy we bring in, whatever we do, at the core of our policy making is going to be the people of this country, the passengers of this country. And it is with that idea and attitude that we have worked out. And the special intervention which we have done and which I am also very, very proud of is the Udan Yatri cafes. You would have never imagined, because this was the feedback I got and I have also personally seen, I have learned it from the passengers. Udan Yatri Cafe has been such an intervention in the country. We have given these Yatri cafes where the tea is going to cost you 10 rupees, and this is in an airport. Coffee is going to cost you 20 rupees. A samosa is going to cost you 20 rupees. Have you ever imagined going to an airport and drinking a tea for 10 rupees? And it's a high quality tea, not just a regular tea that you are going to get. These are airports, but because we are seeing, I've told you the numbers of how passengers have grown. Today, air travel is not only for the elite or the luxury people. India wants to have the lower income, neo-middle class, the lower income groups, middle class groups, they also have to come into this air travel network. That is the advantage this country has, is the capacity. Now to bring them, Honorable Prime Minister has created the UDAN ecosystem and the UDAN scheme, through which the unserved and underserved airports of the country we were able to connect by offering some viability gap funding. And through that, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, where there was a challenge of connecting the flights to those cities, now they are properly connected, well connected to the large cities and the other tier 2 cities. Now the other problem that we started experiencing in that is when these lower income groups are coming into the airport, they were finding it challenging to buy something if they are extremely hungry. The kind of prices they were having at the airports, then they were finding it extremely challenging for them to buy something. Then we thought there was an intervention that is required here, and we started the Udaan Yatri cafes. We started one in Kolkata airport last year, and the celebrations of 100 years of Kolkata airport, and the kind of success we have, the response that we have achieved from the people was tremendous and unbelievable. It was the top sales store in that airport itself, which was the Udaan Yatri Cafe. And then we started getting calls from all airports that we want a Udaan Yatri Cafe here and there, and we have been doing it consistently in all the airports, and that is one intervention that we are going to do. In all the airports in the country, wherever you go, you will find one Udaan Yatri Cafe where tea is going to cost you 10 rupees, coffee is going to cost you 20 rupees. So that is the intervention that we are bringing in the Indian airport system. And the second thing that we want to do, an initiative, very small initiatives, but this is how much we are trying to care for the travel of the passengers. There is a concept called Flybrary. This was started in Bhubaneswar Airport. So there is a rack where there are books. So these are all free books that the airport is giving it to you. The rack is there. The passenger who is traveling, he can go to the rack, pick a book of his choice, study while he's traveling, and there is going to be a drop-down rack at the destination airport, and once he is done with it, he can just place it there, and he can make it usable for the next passenger that is going to go. So there is no need of buying any books. This is as you go, you can find your book of choice, you can read it as you go, and you can drop it off, and we are calling this Flybrary. We have started this in 2-3 airports, and this is an ecosystem that we want to spread across all airports. Then we have the same concept of the one district, one product. The products which are very geotagged or geographically identified to that specific location, we want to create the same network in the airport where you go to a certain area, you want to buy the best product of that area. And you want to buy which is locally made by the women that are there, by the self-help groups that are there. So we are bringing in another concept of having these local stores which is going to sell you the local products. So these are some of the initiatives. And then we have play areas also in the airports which are dedicated for the children that are going to come there. So all the service-oriented activities, we are going to transform them so that it becomes more convenient for the passengers who are traveling. One thing we all see when we are going to the airport, we are going through the traffic, we are trying to catch the flight, there shouldn't be any delay. No, we hope that the gates don't close by the time you go there, and you probably want to go a little bit early so that you can buy that extra meal in the airport and eat something. So it is always a very anxious affair. Whenever you go into the airport, you are hurrying and your mind is on the nervousness that gets created, the anxiety that gets created. So we want to create these airports as a less anxious, less nervous, it should be a nervous-free zone. So we are bringing in a lot of concepts. Psychologically, we are trying to build the airports in such a way that your whole, your anxiety at the airports gets down. So these are some interventions that we are going to do in the future, and some opportunities that are there in aviation. Especially I see a lot of young people that are there here wondering, what can I do with aviation? So there are multiple concepts. One, the technologies that are associated with with aviation, the engineering that is associated with aviation, it is continuously evolving. When there is an upgrade in technology, the first sector that gets affected, or the first sector where there needs to be a change, is aviation. So there is a lot of opportunity for tech-related people to continuously associate with this sector and bring in new technologies, right from dealing with the aircrafts, their movement, traffic control, and right from operating in the airports, creating digital twins, creating a better model ecosystem for flow of things in the airports, and many other areas where technology can do a change. So this is one area where people can work in. And the second thing is manufacturing. We have an ecosystem of around 400 to 500 MSMEs who are supplying global standard products which go into the manufacturing of an aircraft, like Airbus, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and other engine manufacturers. They are all procuring now components from India. So this is a major change that we have brought in the country under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. We have made the country an attractive destination for manufacturing. With the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are developing the whole manufacturing ecosystem into a new level where people are willing to trust India to get their products manufactured here. So we have $2 billion market right now where the aerospace components, aircraft components are getting manufactured here. By 2030, we have a target that this should go up to $4 billion, and we are very much on the track. And this is an area of investment that people can make to explore and see how you can use this ecosystem that is getting built up and make more parts which go into the aircrafts. So this is one area. And then from the ministry, we have another goal, a prime goal of having a full aircraft designed and manufactured in the country itself. That is a long-term goal. It has been there for a long time, but no considerable filling up of the gaps. But now we see that India has come to the stage where we can manufacture, we can design, we can maintain our own aircraft today. So that is one area we are actively working on. I want to see more investment coming into this area of manufacturing either components or either aircrafts. I see a lot of interest in this area, so that is one area where people can look into in the future also. And there are new technologies that are there. Drones you have all seen, our Honorable Chief Minister also continuously talks about it. Civil operations, defense operations. You have seen in Operation Sindoor how important it is for a country to have their drone ecosystem in a very strong and very comprehended manner. And now defense sector, we are seeing a lot of investment in drone sector and also civilian operations, because the ground level utilization of drones from agriculture, sanitation, law and order, construction, land management, there are numerous amount of advantages that drones have. So drone infrastructure is something which we are actively looking in for investments, and the state government has been very active in making the drone city, which is going to attract more than 2,000 crore investment in the 300 acres that has been designated. One advantage the Kurnool drone city is going to have in Andhra Pradesh is that it is going to have a dedicated sandbox. One challenge we are finding to have a dedicated sandbox. One challenge we are finding with the drone industry is that once they product, it is very difficult for them to go and test it. They need a vast area of land which is all free from all the limitations so that they can test the drone perfectly. So that sandbox ecosystem where they can test their drones is what we are going to cater for in the Kurnool drone city. So that is a very interesting area for investment, and these are some of the concepts. And one future technology that everyone should concentrate on, and which India is also trying to get a lead on, is the eVTOLs, electrical vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. This is going to be the future, and the huge market and capacity is there in India, especially in the urban cities where traffic management is becoming an issue day and day. And there is a huge challenge of expanding the roads or widening the roads there because of existing challenges. So the important intervention we want to bring in is eVTOLs. And if you are there in the session yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister has given a deadline that within 2 years he wants to see them in the country. And the one reason he has put the deadline is because I am the minister who is handling it. He has taken the goodwill of announcing it, but we are very much on track. We are very much on track for seeing eVTOLs in the country within 2 years, but that is a very strategic and important area of investment that people can look into. So technology, future technologies like drones and eVTOLs, manufacturing and MRO ecosystem, these are some of the other verticals in aviation which are continuously going to grow, and we are going to see huge investment in that area. And one thing that we are specifically concentrating on the ministry. Now I've given you the growth statistics. I've given you what the future is going to look like. What is required now? We need people. We need skilled people, we need trained people, we need pilots, we need cabin crew, we need engineers, we need ground handling systems. We need all the ecosystems to be powered by people. Unless you continuously train them for the requirement that you have, the growth that you're trying to see, the growth that you're going to foresee is not going to be achieved. I'll just give you one example on how we are going to tackle this skilled ecosystem or skilling and training. The FTOs, which is the flying training organizations which creates the pilots. The number of pilots today is roughly around 8,000. I think around 2,000-3,000 are not actively in the operations. We have 1,700 aircraft orders right now pending in the country. Let it be with Airbus or Boeing, 1,700 aircrafts. We have 834 aircrafts which are operational in the country. So more than double that we have orders yet to come. And to run one plane, one aircraft in a proper schedule, you will need at least 10 to 15 pilots per aircraft so that they can do the routes according to their schedule. So 1,700 planes, 10 to 15 pilots, the requirement would be around 25 to 30,000 that is going to be generated. Now, as these planes come in, imagine 30,000 pilots. That is the demand that is there right now. And how do you do it? With the existing FTOs, they can only produce a limited number. So we want to expand the FTO network. And I'm very happy to say that in Andhra Pradesh itself, we are starting 4 new FTOs, 2 in Kurnool Airport. Today, we just had an MOU for Rajahmundry Airport. There is one interested party for Vijayawada Airport, and we are going to do that more and more. So training and skilling is one area which is very, very attractive area for investment and also someone with that interest to deal into. So ground pilot training, ground handling, engineers, all these sectors, there is a huge requirement. And there is also another problem in that area which we have to tackle it right now. The Gulf, the countries which are surrounding, they are also expanding now. They all see that aviation has a huge multiplier effect. One job in aviation creates 6 jobs in other sectors. It has a direct impact in other sectors. One job you create in aviation, 6 other jobs get created in the economy. This is IATA's figure of 1:6 multiplier. But when they came and saw India, the Indian multiplier effect is 15. One job is in aviation is creating 15 jobs in the direct and indirect sectors. So that kind of impact aviation has, it is very, very important for us to train our individuals and to have the skilling and training and ecosystem also perfectly done in the country. So these are various aspects that we are looking into. And on top of that, cargo. Today has been a very special day for aviation. Cargo, we are starting the Visakhapatnam International Cargo with APIIC, I-Class and APTPC. Thanks to all of them who have come together and going to start the Visakhapatnam Air Cargo today. And also we have started the flight operations from Vijayawada to Singapore today. Today was the first flight that happened. We couldn't go because the session was here. But there was huge excitement for people who were coming from Singapore and especially Australia or west coast of the United States of America. They were finding it very challenging to come to this side of the country. And now with the connection of Singapore to Vijayawada, that is going to be a huge beneficial for the international diaspora, the Indian diaspora that is there in Singapore. Vijayawada connected to Singapore now. Visakhapatnam we have connected to Abu Dhabi. There are many more requests, but we are going to take some time because the biggest necessity in the market today is aircrafts. We don't have the aircrafts to cater for the demand, but as and when the situation improves, definitely the connectivity in Andhra also we are going to improve. Earlier there was no direct connectivity from Rajahmundry to Delhi or Bombay. We have done it in the last 1 year. Tirupati, Delhi was not there. We have done it in the last year. And many different sectors where there was a huge demand of connecting, we have done it in the last 1 year. And in the future also, we are going to grow the domestic connectivity and the international connectivity. And likewise, when Bhogapuram is going to come, we are envisioning, we are talking with the airlines, so the international connectivity and the domestic connectivity improves to many other destinations. And I'm also happy to say Umeshji from TrueJet is also here. He is also willing to start a new airline, and we are going to keep Visakhapatnam Bhogapuram as the hub. He's going to start his operations with 3 Airbus from February. I'm announcing it so that it gets done on time. So 3 Airbus from TrueJet services are going to start again. We are very, very excited because right now you see, and this is the complaint which I also get always, that it is Air India or Indigo, this is the only 2 travelers that are there. but I've been constantly trying to promote the Indian aviation industry, and I'm giving you one statement which gives you the size of capacity that India has today. We have the size to operate 3 Indigos. Indigo has the maximum number of aircrafts up to 400. We can have 3 airline operators at the size of Indigo. And we can have at least 5 operators operating in the country with 100 airlines each. So that is the capacity that we have. Even though we are restricted to 2 players now, we from the ministry are actively engaging with the industry to improve the situation. We want more airlines to come in. But there is a common joke that gets around. How do you become a millionaire? You take a billionaire and then you start an airline, they become a millionaire. This is the joke that is going around. But it is just a joke. But this is the time when you can start an airline. There are multiple people who are starting airlines today. We are seeing small airlines that are there. Star Air is one, India One Air is one, Flybig is one. So there are multiple airline operators who are starting with 3, 5 aircrafts, 10 aircrafts, and they are doing wonderful business, operating between tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So this is the time. If anyone is willing to start an airline also, this is the time. And I'm telling you that I'll give you all the support that is required for you from the ministry and from the government. And this is the time where people have to come in. People have to involve themselves in the growth story of aviation. Aviation is no longer to the cities. Aviation is no longer only to the luxury or the elite. Aviation is the story of each and every Indian, 140 crore people of this country. And very soon we are going to make it happen. And for that, Andhra is going to be the hub of aviation. So we have the airports that are there, 7 airports. And you know how Honorable Chief Minister works. He understands the true potential of aviation. 7, another 7 he wants to add. Like I've said, small and medium airports which feed into these hub airports, he wants to add another 7 airports. He wants to create a skill aviation university. So we have only one university in the country, which is Rajiv Gandhi University in Uttar Pradesh. The second one is going to come here with international standards. We are trying to have partnerships. GMR is also working with it. And we are trying to have international partnerships with the best aviation schools across the world. Bring in that expertise so that we can have one aviation school here also. I've talked about the FTOs, 4 FTOs coming in the state. We are starting aviation, Andhra Pradesh Aviation Flying Club. All the MRO is going to come in Bogapuram. Every single vertical that is there in aviation, you are going to see a piece, and the best piece of it in Andhra. So each and everyone who was there, I know there have been multiple sessions, but from my side, I want to say and I want to push that aviation is going to be the best sector for investment. Why don't you come in? Why don't you help us in the growth story that the demand is going to create? So these are some of the things that I wanted to put in your notice. And thank you for all the attentive audience that I've got here. It is very much encouraging for us also dealing in this sector to see a lot of interest and excitement from the crowd. So once again, thank you for all the support that you have given and for participating in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sharing your inspiring vision and the roadmap. It's truly transformative, and I think it's unprecedented, the pace and scale at which they want to implement these initiatives, these interventions is truly unbelievable. And I'm sure under his great leadership, we'll see this taking shape and reality very soon. And I have to congratulate your innovative initiatives, be it the UDAN, the dedicated cargo terminals or the airports, or the one district, one product. The rotational libraries, that's truly innovative, and the playgrounds for maybe a creche for the babies. And all this will truly transform the passenger experience, open up many opportunities for our youth, and of course, opening up opportunities for our MSME, the industry, and truly unlocking the full potential of civil aviation sector. And I believe it can happen only under the great leadership of our beloved Minister, under the honorable visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. And I am so excited because our state of AP will be the biggest beneficiary of and take the maximum advantage of this. So I truly wish you Godspeed and to all your proactive initiatives and all your interventions, and we'll all see, we'll reap the benefits of these great initiatives. So thank you very much, GBS Rajgaru, for sharing your wonderful insights. And thank you all dignitaries and the panel members as well as the attendees for your wonderful participation. And I have just maybe a time for a one or two questions with the permission of the minister. Can I take one or two questions if you have the time, or in a rush to? I think he's extremely running out of time, and sorry. With the permission of the chair, yeah, just one last.
Good evening. Good evening. This is Murthy Chituri, General Secretary of AP Star Hotels Association. Will this be an open sky airport, both for passengers and for cargo permanently, the one coming in Bhogapuram? I think that will be very interesting. Will we have a visa on arrival counter from day one? I think that will be very cool if we can do that. And we should also add a VFS center in Vizag, so that I think this will facilitate a lot of things. So visa on arrival counter and open sky, both for passengers and cargo.
So the first one, cargo and civil operations, they're both going to start together only. Yeah. Open sky only. Yeah, open sky only. It's going to be open sky.
And even for cargo permanently?
Yeah, cargo also is going to be there. And the second thing that you asked is for...
visa on arrival center.
Visa on arrival is something
from day one.
Central government is continuously working on. We are trying to create those systems also, and in the tourism program that we have of attracting tourists into the country, that is one strong measure that we are going to do, and very soon we are going to do. And it works as a bilateral between countries. It's not just a visa on arrival for the country, but it has to be an agreement between two countries that are there, and definitely we are going to work that out also.
So what we are saying is, like in Delhi and Bombay, you have visa on arrival centers which are there. So if we have that from day one itself, I think it will be highly beneficial, because we already have international flights, but people are not coming directly because they need to go to other cities.
We are working on that suggestion, and it is between the Ministry of Home Affairs, Civil Aviation, Tourism Department, all collectively working on this, and it's not airport based. Visa on arrival will be country based. So once we have it, we're going to have it on all the airports. Yeah.
So we are all with you for making Andhra Pradesh this logistics powerhouse. Amazing, sir. Thank you so much for your vision.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing such pioneering initiatives with us in the field of civil aviation. Can we have a big round of Honorable Minister? May I now request Mr. Murali Krishna Ganamani to kindly present a memento to Honorable Minister as a small token and gesture of
And
our
also, if
appreciation.
you see in the video, there are people who are sitting at the Visakhapatnam airport. They have been listening to whatever we have been speaking. I would like to thank all of them, because they just want to show the intention that we are ready to start Visakhapatnam cargo airport operations from today. So thank you everyone that is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing your time and expertise with us. May I now request Session Chair, Mr. Murali Krishnan, to kindly present a memento to Shri GBS Raju. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the standalone session, and we conclude these sessions now. You may attend the parallel sessions that are running in the other halls. Thank you and have a great evening.
రెండింటికి ఒకటి పెట్టేసి నేను అక్కడ లోపల ఏమో కలిసి See. Hello. So next we are expecting all the state government and the district administration officials to be present in this hall for the short meeting. So we request all the state government and the district administration officials alone to be present in this hall. Thank you. So we request the state government and the district administration officials and the department officials of the government of Andhra Pradesh to be present in this hall for the next interaction session. We request all the delegates to attend the parallel sessions during the time. So next session is the interaction session with the state government and the district administration and the department officials. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, 3. Monitors. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Mic testing 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and good evening, one and all. A small announcement on behalf of the government of Andhra Pradesh. This session is only an interaction between Honorable CM Sir and the government officials in the alternate place who worked hard for the success of this 30th CII summit that is being held at Visakhapatnam. The people who are not concerned with this session are kindly requested to leave these premises. దయచేసి గమనించాలి, ఈ 30వ CII సమిట్ ఈరోజు విశాఖపట్నంలో జరగడానికి కృషి చేసిన ప్రభుత్వ అధికారులతో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మాట్లాడే సమావేశం మాత్రమే. ఇది ఏ ప్లీనరీ సెషన్ కాదు, లేదా ఏ ట్రేడ్ అండ్ కామర్స్ సంబంధించిన సెషన్ కాదు. ప్రభుత్వ ఉన్నతాధికారులు తప్ప, గవర్నమెంట్ అఫీషియల్స్ తప్ప, everyone other than the government officials are kindly requested to please leave this premises, because we have n number of government officials to sit here and interact with Honorable CM Sir. I'm announcing it again. ఇది కేవలం ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఈ 30th CII సమిట్ అండ్ అదేవిధంగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ కార్యదర్శులు, స్పెషల్ సిఎస్ సార్ and all the secretaries of the government of Andhra Pradesh are requested to kindly accommodate your seats on the dais with due respect and reverence. I request Honorable Ministers for the Government of Andhra Pradesh and Honorable MP Vishakhapatnam, Honorable MLA Vishakhapatnam East, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Whip, Government Whip, and other secretaries are here. Hearty welcome, sir. దయచేసి ఎవరైతే వెనక ఉన్నారో వారందరూ కూడా కూర్చోవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. మరికొద్ది నిమిషాల వ్యవధిలోనే ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఈ ప్రాంగణంలోకి రానున్నారు. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వంలో చరిత్రను సృష్టించి నభూతో నా భవిష్యత్ అన్న రీతిలో ఈ 30th CII సమిట్ని అంగరంగ వైభవంగా ప్రపంచ దృష్టిని ఆకర్షించే విధంగా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఇంతటి గొప్ప CII సమిట్ జరిగిన విధానంలో ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని మీ అందరి యొక్క సహాయ సహకారాలు ఎంతో ప్రశంసనీయం, అభినందనీయం. ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ వారికి నియమించబడిన పనుల విధుల నిర్వహణలో అవిశ్రాంతంగా కృషి చేసి ఈరోజు ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ నివ్వెరపోయే విధంగా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర సర్వతోముఖాభివృద్ధికి పునరంకితమయ్యే ఈ CII సమిట్ని ఇంత ఘన విజయం చేకూర్చిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని కూడా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా తన చేతులతో ఒక పురస్కారాన్ని అందించి, ఒక మొమెంటోని అందించి వారి అభినందించాలన్న వారి ఆకాంక్షకు, ఆశయాలకు అనుగుణంగా కూడి చేరిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా మా మనఃపూర్వక నమస్వాగతాంజలి తెలియజేస్తూ మరికొద్ది నిమిషాల్లోనే నాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఈ ప్రాంగణంలోకి రానున్నారు. దయచేసి వెనక నిలబడుతున్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా కూర్చోవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. కేవలం ప్రభుత్వ అధికారులు, ప్రభుత్వ ప్రతినిధులు మాత్రమే కూడా ఈ సదస్సులో ఉండాలి. ఇది ఏ MOU ఎక్స్చేంజ్ కాదు, లేదా ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎకనామిక్ ట్రేడ్ ఆర్ టెక్నాలజీకి సంబంధించిన మీటింగ్ అయితే ఎంత మాత్రం కాదు. కేవలం ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు, ప్రజాప్రతినిధులు, ప్రభుత్వ ఉన్నతాధికారులు వారితో పాటు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మాట్లాడే కార్యక్రమం మాత్రమే. కాబట్టి ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ద అదర్ పీపుల్ హు ఆర్ అదర్ దాన్ దిస్ అఫీషియల్ things are requested to kindly stay outside for the convenience of the government officials. Within a short while, we'll have the glorious presence of today's Chief Guest and Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu here. Another announcement. ఎవరైతే సీఎం గారి చేతుల మీదుగా ఆ మొమెంటో అందుకోబోతున్నారు వారు స్టేజ్కి ఎడం వైపు నుంచి పైకొచ్చి కుడి వైపు నుంచి దిగి వెళ్ళవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. The people who are receiving the memento from the hands of Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu, are requested to come from the left side of the dais and get off from the alternate side. I hope the instructions are clear for the people. Thank you so much. దయచేసి మరొక విషయాన్ని గమనించాలి. సీఎం సార్ టైమ్ ఈజ్ వెరీ ప్రెషియస్ అండ్ వెరీ రెస్ట్రిక్టెడ్. దయచేసి ఎవరైతే అవార్డు గ్రహీతలు ఉన్నారో వారందరూ కూడా పేర్లు లైన్గా పిలుస్తాను, వాళ్ళు సీక్వెన్షియల్ ఆర్డర్లో వరుసగా వెళ్ళాలి. దయచేసి ప్లీజ్ రెస్ట్రిక్ట్ యువర్ ఇంటరాక్షన్ విత్ హెచ్సిఎం సార్. దయచేసి త్వరగా వెళ్ళిపోవాలి. వీ హ్యావ్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ more than 100 numbers to give the prizes. దయచేసి గమనించాలి. ఈ ఫెల్ స్టేషన్ సీక్వెన్స్ నేను ఒకసారి చెప్తాను. కన్సర్న్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ఒకసారి దాన్ని గమనించవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. ఫస్ట్ 6 విల్ బి ద డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఏపీఈడిబి. మొదటి 6 ఏపీఈడిబి డిపార్ట్మెంట్, తరువాత ఏపీఎఫ్పిఎస్, ఆ నెక్స్ట్ ఏపీహెచ్డిసి, ఆ తర్వాత 4 ఏపీఎంబి, తర్వాత డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్, ఆ తర్వాత ఎనర్జీ, ఆ తర్వాత ఐఎన్పిఆర్, ఆ తర్వాత ఐటీఎన్సి, నెక్స్ట్ కమ్స్ టూరిజం, ఆ తర్వాత ఐఎన్సి, ద నెక్స్ట్ కమ్స్ లేపాక్షి, ఐటీఎన్సి, ఫాలోడ్ బై ఎంఏయుడి, ఫాలోడ్ బై ఐఎన్సి. దాట్స్ ఇట్. దయచేసి ఈ సీక్వెన్స్ ప్రకారం మీరందరూ కూడా రెడీగా ఉండవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. నేను డిపార్ట్మెంట్ అండ్ పేర్లు పిలుస్తాను. Without any lapse and without any lag in the movement of your walking, I request everyone, దయచేసి అన్యత భావించకుండా ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ పేర్లు పిలవగానే వరుసగా వచ్చి ఆ ఫెల్ స్టేషన్ సీఎం గారి చేతుల మీద అందుకొని మీరు త్వరగా స్టేజ్ దిగితే సో దట్ వెనుకున్న వాళ్ళు కూడా అందుకోవడానికి ఆస్కారం ఉంటుంది. ప్లీజ్ ఎన్ష్యూర్ దిస్ టు బి హ్యాపెన్.
Yes. Nas.
Honorable HRD Minister, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Lokesh garu ఈ ప్రాంగణంలోకి విచ్చేశారు. వారికి వేదిక హార్దిక స్వాగతం పలుకుతోంది. హార్టీ వెల్కమ్ అన్న. హార్టీ వెల్కమ్ సార్. గౌరవనీయులైన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర అదేవిధంగా the Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh, Sri K. Vijayananda IAS sir is here. Hearty welcome, sir. Honorable Tourism Minister, Sri Kandula Durugesh garu is here. Hearty welcome, sir. And also the in-charge minister, Sri Dola Balaviranjane Swami garu is here. Hearty welcome, sir. Visakhapatnam Member of Parliament, శ్రీభరత్ గారు విచ్చేశారు. వారికి హార్దిక స్వాగతం తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. మేయర్ శ్రీ పీలా శ్రీనివాస్ గారికి హార్దిక స్వాగతం. అదేవిధంగా తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షులు శ్రీ పల్లా శ్రీనివాసరావు గారికి హార్దిక స్వాగతం. ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు ఎమ్మెల్యే ఈస్ట్, ఎమ్మెల్యే నార్త్ శ్రీ విష్ణుకుమార్ రాజు గారిని వేదికపైకి రావాల్సిందిగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం. ప్లీజ్. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come now. Today's chief guest and honorable chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu, has arrived at this premises. ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఈ ప్రాంగణంలోకి విచ్చేశారు. వారికి వేదిక హార్దిక స్వాగతం పలుకుతోంది. హార్టీ వెల్కమ్ టు ద విజనరీ లీడర్ అండ్ ద డైనమిక్ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఇన్ దిస్ వండర్ఫుల్ సెషన్ ఆఫ్ ద celebration ceremony with the interaction of government officials who worked tirelessly to enhance the elegance of this CII function. దయచేసి ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని కూడా ఆసీనులు కావాల్సిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. ఆల్ ఆర్ రిక్వెస్టెడ్ టు కైండ్లీ బి సీటెడ్ ఇన్ యువర్ రెస్పెక్టివ్ పొజిషన్స్. లేడీస్ అండ్ జెంటిల్మెన్, ఈరోజు ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ప్రపంచ దృష్టిని ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రం వైపు తీసుకొచ్చి ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాలుగా జరుగుతున్న మీటింగ్స్ ఒకవైపు అయితే ఈ 30వ CII మీటింగ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ యొక్క కీర్తి ప్రతిష్టలను ధరణితల నలు చెరుగులా వ్యాపింపజేసి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి యొక్క దార్శనికతకు ప్రతిరూపంగా ప్రపంచమే నివ్వెరపోయే విధంగా ఆల్మోస్ట్ $15,000 బిలియన్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రంలోనికి వచ్చి ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర రూపురేఖలను సమూలంగా మార్చడానికి అవిరళ కృషి చేస్తున్నటువంటి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యుల గారి నేతృత్వంలో ఈ CII మీటింగ్ అత్యంత అద్భుతంగా జరిగింది. దాని వెనక ఉండి కృషి చేసినటువంటి ప్రభుత్వ అధికారులందరితో కూడా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేసి మాట్లాడే కార్యక్రమంలో భాగంగా ప్రప్రథమంగా ఐ ఇన్వైట్ ద అడ్రస్ బై యువరాజ్ సర్ IAS, సెక్రటరీ ఇండస్ట్రీస్, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ టు ప్లీజ్ కమ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ అండ్ గివ్ హిస్ వెల్కమ్ అడ్రస్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, group of ministers and all other ministers, senior officers on the dais and all the people who have contributed for the successful conduct of this event. Good evening and welcome to all of you. మనందరూ కూడా ముందు నుంచే ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము, కానీ లాస్ట్ ఒక 4-5 రోజుగా అందరూ కలిసికట్టు పనిచేసి ఈరోజు ఈ ఒక ప్రపంచ స్థాయి ఈవెంట్ని సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా దట్టు ఒకటే ప్లేస్లో 4,000 మంది ఒకటేసారి వచ్చి అన్ని డెలిబరేషన్స్ అటెండ్ అయ్యి ప్రాపర్గా లంచ్ చేసి మంచిగా గార్డెన్ డిన్నర్ చేసి డెలిబరేట్ చేసి వెళ్ళినట్టు మనం ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ఫస్ట్ ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్పుకుంటున్నాను. ఇది ఒక్క డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పని కాదు, దాదాపుగా 15 డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్, జిల్లా యంత్రాంగము, పోలీసు, అది కాకుండా గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా యంత్రాంగం, ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్, వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ప్రాపర్గా కోఆర్డినేట్ చేశారు. దీంట్లో జిల్లా స్థాయిలో జరిగింది కాబట్టి కలెక్టరు మళ్ళీ సిపి గారు చాలా ముఖ్యమైన ఇది తీసుకున్నారు. మళ్ళీ మనకు ప్రాపర్గా దీనికి డైరెక్షన్ ఇచ్చిన సీఎం గారికి, డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారికి, కౌన్సిల్ ఆఫ్ మినిస్టర్కు, అలాగనే ఇక్కడ ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్క మినిస్టర్స్, పబ్లిక్ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్స్ అందరూ కూడా ఈ ఈవెంట్ అంత సులభంగా జరిగి ఉండదు. మన సీఎం గారు కంటిన్యూస్గా అప్పటికప్పుడు గైడెన్స్ ఇచ్చారు, ఏ మార్గంలో వెళ్ళాలని చెప్పారు, ఎన్ని సెషన్స్ పెట్టాలి, ఏ పని సెషన్స్ పెట్టాలి, దానికి స్పీకర్స్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి రావాలని కూడా చెప్పారు. ఈరోజు స్టేజ్లో సిఐ వాళ్ళు సీనియర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ లేరు, కానీ వాళ్ళు బాగా వాళ్ళ సహకారం చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఎందుకంటే మీరు చూస్తే కూడా టైటిల్నే ఉంది, ఇది CII స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ పార్ట్నర్ సమ్మిట్. అలాగనే మన కంటిన్యూస్గా ఎంకరేజ్ చేశారు గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ మినిస్టర్స్. మేము తీసుకొచ్చిన ప్రతి ప్రపోజల్ కూడా ఎలాంటి అభ్యంతరం లేకుండా అవును బాగా చేస్తున్నారు, చేయండి అన్నారు. అది కాకుండా ఈ 3 రోజు మీ అందరూ చూసి ఉంటారు. మనం ఎప్పుడు చూసి ఆశ్చర్యపడే విషయమే. మన సీఎం గారు ఆ ఎనర్జీ లెవెల్ లాస్ట్ 3 డేస్గా ప్రతి ఒక్క ఎన్ని సెషన్స్ అటెండ్ అయ్యి మన అందరూ కూడా గైడెన్స్ ఇచ్చారు. సో ఆ ఉత్సాహంతో కూడా మనందరూ కలిసి బాగా పనిచేసాము. ఈ ఒక అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన సీఎం గారికి, డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో పనిచేసిన ప్రతి సెక్రటరీస్ కూడా ఇది ఒక మంచి అవకాశం సార్. వీ లెర్న్డ్ ఎ లాట్ about the teamwork and how it has to be done in a much coordinated manner, sir. And also in the process, it is going to benefit to the entire state, sir. That itself is a very good contribution to the state, sir. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity, sir, and also for the time, sir, after so much long hours of working. You are given the time and the entire Council of Ministers. Thank you very much. Now I request the people to be called for the speaking role. Now first I request Mr. Vishraju Garu, MLA Garu, to come and give his some remarks on this particular event also. If anything you want to contribute, sir, you can use the other mic also, okay? Yes, sir, you can use there also. Thank you, sir.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ముందుగా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలందరికీ కూడా శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే 2024 సంవత్సరంలో గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ, జనసేన పార్టీ 3 పార్టీల కలయికతో ఈరోజు ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రము ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా తెలిసేటట్టు చేసిన రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదములు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు విజన్ అంటే ఏంటో చూపించింది ఈరోజు నిన్న జరిగిన సిఐఐ సమ్మిట్. ఇది ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా కూడా ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ కూడా డిస్కస్ చేసుకునే పరిస్థితికి తీసుకుని రావటానికి కారణం గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, అట్లాగే లోకేష్ గారు, ఇంకా మిగిలిన గౌరవ మంత్రివర్యులు, ఎమ్మెల్యేస్, అట్లాగే ఐఏఎస్ అధికారులు, సెక్రటరీస్, చీఫ్ సెక్రటరీ గారు, అట్లాగే ఎంతో నియమ నిబద్ధతతో పనిచేసిన పోలీసు అధికార యంత్రాంగం అంతా కూడా తీసుకుని వచ్చి ఇక్కడ విశాఖపట్నంలో సమ్మిట్ చేయటం అంటే ప్రపంచ ప్రఖ్యాతిగా ఈరోజు విశాఖపట్నాన్ని తీసుకుని వెళ్ళిన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి నా యొక్క హృదయపూర్వకమైన ధన్యవాదములు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఇది వరకు విశాఖపట్నం అంటే ఎక్కడో ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఏదో ఒక మారుమూల ఒక ప్రదేశము, ఒక ప్రాంతము అనుకునే పరిస్థితి నుంచి ఈరోజు విశాఖపట్నం అసలు న్యూయార్క్ అంటే తెలియని వారంటూ ఎవరు ఉండరు, అట్లాగే శాన్ ఫ్రాన్సిస్కో తెలియని వారంటూ ఉండరు. అటువంటిది విశాఖపట్నం తెలియని వారంటూ ఈ భూభారతం మీద, భారతదేశంలోనే కాకుండా ప్రపంచ మొత్తంలో కూడా ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి తెలిసేటట్టు చేసిన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి, విజనరీ లీడర్ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి నా యొక్క హృదయపూర్వకమైన ధన్యవాదములు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, అట్లాగే మా పార్టీ తరఫున, భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ తరఫున కూడా మేము గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి ధన్యవాదములు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. ప్రపంచంలో కూడా ఎక్కడా కూడా కని విని ఎరుగునటువంటి, ఊహించినటువంటి పరిస్థితి ఈరోజు నిన్న జరిగిన సిఐఐ సమ్మిట్లో సుమారు 13,25,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ తీసుకుని రావటానికి కారణం కేవలము ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు విజనరీ లీడర్షిప్, అట్లాగే ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు సహాయ సహకారాలు, అట్లాగే పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు 3 పార్టీల ఉమ్మడి కలయిక, దానికి ప్రాతినిధ్యం వహిస్తూ సారథ్యం వహిస్తున్న గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు లోకేష్ గారిని చూసి ఎంతో కష్టపడ్డారు. లోకేష్ బాబు గారు 16 నెలల్లో ఎక్కడా కూడా ఊహించినటువంటి రీతిలో ఈరోజు ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో పెట్టుబడుల సదస్సు జరిగిన సందర్భంగా ఇందాక చెప్పిన విధంగా 13,25,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడులు తీసుకురావటం అంటే ఇది ఆషామాషి విషయమే కాదు. దీనికి సుమారు 600 MOUs, అట్లాగే 600 మంది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ డెలిగేట్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ రావటం అంటే ఇది చిన్న విషయం కాదు. ఎక్కడా కూడా జరగనటువంటి విషయము ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలు, ప్రపంచం కూడా ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ఇది చూస్తున్నారు. ఇది ఒకటే కాకుండా సుమారు 1100 మంది ఇండియన్ డెలిగేట్స్ రావటం జరిగింది. 5,000 మంది ఎంటర్ప్రినర్స్ కూడా రావటం జరిగింది. అంటే మొత్తము ప్రపంచమంతా చూసే విధంగా ఈరోజు విశాఖపట్నాన్ని అట్లాగే ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రాన్ని అట్టడుగున ఉన్న పరిస్థితుల్లో 16 నెలల్లో పైకి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఘనత గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని చెప్పి మీ అందరి సమక్షంలో తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, అట్లాగే కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు అట్లాగే మిగిలిన ఇతర మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు కూడా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రం అంటే ప్రత్యేక ప్రేమతో ప్రత్యేకమైన దృష్టి తీసుకుని ఎప్పుడైనా సరే ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రానికి ప్రత్యేకమైన శ్రద్ధ వహిస్తూ తప్పనిసరిగా మన రాష్ట్రాన్ని మంచి ఉన్నత స్థానాన్ని తీసుకుని వెళ్ళటానికి భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ ఎప్పుడు సిద్ధంగా ఉంటుందని చెప్పి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, నాకు ఈ అవకాశాన్ని ఇచ్చిన గౌరవ మంత్రివర్యులకి, ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి నా యొక్క ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. నమస్కారం.
సార్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, ధన్యవాదములు సార్. ఇప్పుడు సార్ మనము టూరిజం మినిస్టర్ కందుల దుర్గేష్ గారిని వచ్చి ఈ ఈవెంట్ సంబంధించి మాట్లాడవలసి కోరుకుంటున్నాను సార్. అండ్ ఆల్సో ఏపీ సిఐ చైర్మన్ డాక్టర్ మురళీకృష్ణ గారు వేదిక మీద రావాల్సింది కోరుకుంటున్నాం. ప్లీజ్ కమ్.
ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రాన్ని ఆ రోజుల్లో ఉమ్మడి రాష్ట్రాన్ని, ఇప్పుడు విభజిత రాష్ట్రాన్ని సైతం ఆర్థికంగా, రాజకీయంగా, సామాజికంగా ఉన్నత స్థానంలో నిలబెట్టడానికి నిరంతర నిర్విరామ కృషి చేసేటువంటి నిత్య కృషివలుడు, మనందరికీ మార్గదర్శకులు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి మన అందరి తరపున కూడా ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, నిన్న ఈరోజు జరిగినటువంటి ఈ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్లో గతంలో ఏనాడు ఊహించని విధంగా జాతీయ, అంతర్జాతీయ సంస్థల నుంచి పెద్ద ఎత్తున పెట్టుబడిదారులు వచ్చారు అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం ఇవాళ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్నటువంటి రాజకీయ నాయకత్వం, సమర్థవంతమైనటువంటి పరిపాలనా దక్షునిగా, గ్రేట్ విజనరీగా పేరు పొందినటువంటి ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి నేతృత్వంలో ఇవాళ ప్రజలందరిలో కూడా ఒక నమ్మకం, పెట్టుబడిదారులందరిలోనూ కూడా ఒక నమ్మకం, ఇక్కడ రాజకీయ నాయకత్వం కానీ, అధికారులు కానీ పూర్తి స్థాయిలో సహకరిస్తారనేటువంటి ఒక గొప్ప విశ్వాసాన్ని వారందరూ పొందటం వల్ల మాత్రమే ఇంత పెద్ద ఎత్తున పెట్టుబడిదారులు వచ్చారనేటువంటి మాటను మనవి చేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. ముఖ్యంగా 2019 నుంచి 24 వరకు జరిగినటువంటి ఒక దమన నీతితో నడిపినటువంటి ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో కోల్పోయినటువంటి నమ్మకం ఏదైతే ఉందో, పొందినటువంటి దగా ఏదైతే ఉందో, జరిగినటువంటి మోసం ఏదైతే ఉందో, వాటి స్థానంలో 2024 నుంచి ఇప్పటి వరకు ఇక ముందు కూడా విశ్వసనీయత, నమ్మకం, విశ్వాసం అనేటువంటి ప్రధానమైనటువంటి లక్ష్యాల ఆధారంగా ఈ ప్రభుత్వం ముందుకు వెళుతుంది కనుక ప్రజల్లో ఆదరణ కానీ, బయట నుంచి వచ్చేవారికి ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి నమ్మకం కానీ ఏర్పడిందనేటువంటి మాటను స్పష్టంగా మనం చెప్పాలి. అందుకే ఇవాళ మీ అందరికీ ప్రత్యేకంగా మనవి చేసేది, గ్రేట్ విజనరీగా పేరు పొంది అత్యద్భుత పరిపాలనా దక్షునిగా ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్తున్నటువంటి ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, వారికి సహకరిస్తున్నటువంటి ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు, ముఖ్యంగా ఈ పెట్టుబడిదారుల సదస్సుకు సంబంధించి, ఈ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్కి సంబంధించి నిరంతర నిర్విరామ కృషి చేసినటువంటి యువనాయకుడు లోకేష్ గారు. ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి మాట చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఒక స్ఫూర్తివంతమైనటువంటి నాయకత్వాన్ని చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు అందిస్తే దాన్ని ఆచరణలోకి తీసుకొచ్చి అమల్లో పెట్టి ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఏ విధమైనటువంటి ఆలోచనలు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళాలి, చాకచక్యంగా పనులు చేయాలనేటువంటి ఆలోచనని పూర్తి స్థాయిలో కార్యరూపంలోకి తీసుకొచ్చినటువంటి యువనేత లోకేష్ బాబు గారు అనేటువంటి మాటని ఈ సందర్భంగా మనం మనవి చేసి తీరాలి. అదేవిధంగా ఇవాళ రాష్ట్రంలో 3 పార్టీల కలయిక. ఒక పక్కన సుదీర్ఘ పరిపాలనా అనుభవంతో చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, మరో పక్కన పేదవాడి మొహంలో చిరునవ్వు చూడాలనేటువంటి ఆలోచనతోటి రాజకీయాల్లోకి వచ్చినటువంటి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు, వీరిద్దరికీ పైన ఈ దేశాన్ని అత్యున్నత మార్గంలో నడిపిస్తూ విజయాల పరంపరలో కొనసాగుతున్నటువంటి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారి యొక్క నాయకత్వం, ఈ ముగ్గురి నాయకత్వంతో డబుల్ ఇంజిన్ సర్కార్ ఇవాళ రాష్ట్రాన్ని అన్ని విధాల ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తా ఉంది. అందుకే ఇవాళ మనం చూస్తే రమారమి 600 పైచీలకు మనం ఒప్పందాలను చేసుకోగలిగాం 2 రోజుల్లో. దాంతోపాటు 13 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయల పెట్టుబడుల్ని సాధించుకోగలిగాం. అంతే స్థాయిలో అద్భుతమైనటువంటి ఉపాధి కల్పన కానీ, ఉద్యోగాల కల్పన కానీ సాధించుకునే విధంగా మనం ఒప్పందాలు చేసుకున్నాం. ఇవన్నీ సామాన్యంగా వచ్చినవి కాదు. ఎందుకంటే ఈ రాష్ట్రం మీద నమ్మకం సన్నగిల్లిపోయి ఈ రాష్ట్రం నుంచి పారిపోయే పరిస్థితిని ఆ పాలకులు తీసుకొచ్చినటువంటి నేపథ్యంలో తిరిగి ఇక్కడికి రావాలంటే నిజంగా ఇక్కడ సరైనటువంటి పరిస్థితులు ఉన్నాయా, మళ్ళీ మనం వస్తే మనల్ని బయటికి తోలేస్తారా అనేటువంటి భయభ్రాంతులకి లోనయ్యే విధంగా ఆనాటి పాలకులు చేసినటువంటి దుర్విధానాల్ని వారందరూ కూడా అనుభవించి రావటానికి భయపడుతున్నటువంటి తరుణంలో మీకెందుకు మేమున్నాం. ఇక్కడ అధికారుల నుంచి కానీ, రాజకీయ నాయకత్వం నుంచి కానీ ఏ రకమైన ఇబ్బందులు రావు. సింగిల్ విండో పద్ధతిలో మీకు అనుమతులు లభిస్తాయి. దానికంటే మించి ఏ రకమైనటువంటి వనరుల సహకారం మీకు అందించాలో అన్ని రకాలుగా అందిస్తాం. రండి, పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టండి, మీరు వచ్చి రాష్ట్రాన్ని అభివృద్ధి చేయండి, మీరు ఆర్థికంగా ముందుకు వెళ్ళండి, మా యువతకి ఉద్యోగాలు కల్పించండి అనేటువంటి మాటతోటి ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు చేసినటువంటి ఒక మహాయజ్ఞం ఇవాళ ఈ 2 రోజుల్లోనూ కూడా సఫలీకృతమైందనేటువంటి మాటని స్పష్టంగా మనం గమనించాలి. ఇది సామాన్యమైనటువంటి విషయం కాదు. ఒక్క 10-15 నెలల కాలంలోనే మనం మళ్ళీ పోయినటువంటి నమ్మకాన్ని తిరిగి తెచ్చుకోగలిగామంటే అది కేవలం దార్శనిక నేత ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి వల్ల మాత్రమే సాధ్యమైందనేటువంటి మాటను కూడా ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను మనవి చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. ఇది కొనసాగాలి, ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలి. దీని వెనక, ఈ కృషి వెనక లోకేష్ గారు చేసినటువంటి కృషితో పాటు అధికారులు చేసినటువంటి ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి కృషి ఇవాళ నిజంగా ఒక అద్భుతమైనటువంటి అధికార యంత్రాంగం ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి వెనక నుంచి సహకరిస్తుంది. చెప్పినటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలను కానీ, రుజువర్తనతో చేసేటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు కానీ, వీటన్నిటినీ అమలు చేయడానికి చేసే ప్రతి ప్రయత్నంలో కూడా ప్రతి అధికారి కూడా ఎంతో ఉన్నతంగా ఆలోచించడం మాత్రమే కాకుండా కార్యరూపంలోకి తీసుకురావడానికి వారందరూ చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ అద్భుతంగా మనకి ఒక అద్భుతాన్ని ఇవాళ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాజకీయ చిత్రపటంలో ఆవిష్కరించడానికి ఉపయోగపడింది అనేటువంటి మాటను కూడా ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను మనవి చేస్తున్నాను. ఏవైతే ఒప్పందాలు జరిగాయో అవన్నీ కూడా తప్పనిసరిగా గ్రౌండ్ కావాలి. వాటన్నిటినీ కూడా ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్ళాలి. వాటి ద్వారా ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని ఆర్థిక పరిపుష్టి కలిగించే విధంగా మనందరం కలిసి ప్రయత్నం చేయాల్సినటువంటి బాధ్యత రాజకీయ నాయకత్వంగా మేము కూడా తీసుకుంటాం. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి అడుగుజాడల్లో ఆయన చూపించినటువంటి మార్గంలో ఆ బాధ్యతను మేము కూడా తీసుకుని మా మంత్రిత్వ శాఖలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలని తూచా తప్పకుండా అమలు చేయడానికి అధికారులతో కలిసి సమీకృతంగా ఏకోన్ముఖంగా పనిచేసి సాధిస్తామనేటువంటి మాటని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తూ, అదేవిధంగా ఇంత అద్భుతమైనటువంటి కార్యక్రమానికి సహకరించిన అధికారులు, పోలీసు వర్గం వారికి కానీ ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, అన్నిటికంటే మించి ప్రజలు పెట్టుకున్నటువంటి నమ్మకం ఈ ప్రభుత్వం మీద, ఈ కూటమి ప్రభుత్వానికి అత్యద్భుతమైనటువంటి ఘన విజయాన్ని అందించిన తర్వాత ఇవాళ ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని కేవలం సంక్షేమం వరకు మాత్రమే పరిమితం చేయకుండా ఒక పక్కన సంక్షేమాన్ని అద్భుతంగా చేస్తూ మరో పక్కన అభివృద్ధిని సైతం సాధించే విధంగా సంక్షేమాన్ని, అభివృద్ధిని సమపాళ్లలో రంగరించి ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తున్నటువంటి ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి, ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారికి, లోకేష్ గారికి ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి ధన్యవాదాలు మనందరి తరపు కూడా తెలియజేసుకుంటూ ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు మళ్ళీ ముందుకు సాగాలి. ఇందాకే ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు పత్రికా సమావేశంలో స్పష్టంగా చెప్పారు, వచ్చే సంవత్సరం నవంబర్లో కూడా మళ్ళీ ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం ఏర్పాటు చేసుకుంటామని చెప్పి. దాంతోపాటు వారు చెప్పిన మరో మంచి విషయం, ప్రతి 3 నెలలకి కూడా ఎక్కడ జరుగుతుంది ఈ కార్యక్రమం, ఏ మేరకు వచ్చింది, ఎంతవరకు అమలవుతుందనే దాని మీద పూర్తి స్థాయిలో కేంద్రీకరిస్తానేటువంటి వారి మాట ఏదైతే ఉందో అది మా అందరికీ శిరోధార్యం. దాని ప్రకారంగా మేము కూడా అంతే కష్టపడి ముందుకు వెళ్తామని, తద్వారా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రాన్ని స్వర్ణాంధ్రప్రదేశ్గా తీర్చిదిద్దడానికి వికసిత భారత్లో అంతర్భాగం చేసి 2047 నాటికి అన్ని అద్భుతంగా ముందుకు వెళ్ళడానికి ఒక ప్రాతిపదికని, పునాదిని ఏర్పాటు చేయడానికి కృషి చేస్తామనేటువంటి మాటని మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మీ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ జై హింద్, జై ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్.
So thank you very much, sir. So now I request District Collector Harendra Prasad to come and say a few words.
సభకు నమస్కారం. ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి ముఖ్య అతిథిగా వచ్చేసినటువంటి గౌరవ సీఎం వర్యులకి నా నమస్కారాలు. అదేవిధంగా వేదికని అలంకరించిన మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు, గౌరవ సెక్రటరీస్ అందరికీ కూడా నా నమస్కారాలు. ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసినటువంటి అధికారులు, అదేవిధంగా సిఐ స్టాఫ్ అందరికీ కూడా నా నమస్కారాలు. సార్, యూ హ్యావ్ గివెన్ అ న్యూ డెఫినేషన్ ఫర్ వైజాగ్. సార్, వైజాగ్ స్టాండ్స్ ఫర్ విషన్, innovation, zeal, aspiration and growth, sir. We all as public servants, sir, and your able guidance, sir, we will live up to your vision of Swarnandhra. We will work with innovative ideas with a kind of zeal which would have never seen in the past, sir, to meet the aspirations of the people of Andhra to become the developed state, the number 1 state in the country, sir. To achieve that, we have to grow at 15% growth rate over the next several years, sir. I assure you, sir, on behalf of the district administration, sir, we as foot soldiers of this government will live up to your expectation as we did in the past during Yogandhra, sir. This time around, we also could pull it off thanks to your wonderful support and guidance, sir, and the support of the group of ministers as well as Honorable CS, sir, DGP, sir, and all the secretaries, sir. With this team, sir, I think we will definitely go ahead and then prove that we as Andhrites, we as responsible civil servants will meet the goals and aspirations of the people of Andhra Pradesh, sir. You have also given the Vizag economic region report to us, sir, setting a target of close to $1.2 trillion economy over the next 25 years, sir. By 2047, we'll definitely achieve that objective of becoming a $1 trillion economic region, sir. And also the target of 5 lakh jobs for the region, sir. And under your support, under your guidance, sir, we have got some marquee investments in the region, sir, including Google, TCS, ANSR, Satwa, and many more companies, sir. On behalf of the district administration, especially of the Visakhapatnam district, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, and all the ministers, officials for being a guiding light, sir. I also thank the CA officials for making this event a grand success. Many names I would like to recall, sir. They have been very, very supportive in conduct of the event, sir. Including the district administration, sir. All the officials gave their best, sir. I also would like to compliment CP, sir, and his entire team for working shoulder to shoulder with us and making this a grand success possible, sir. So with those remarks, sir, I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to be part of this great journey, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So thank you, Hari. Now I request CP, sir, to come and say a few words, sir.
Respected CM, sir, respected ministers of Andhra Pradesh Cabinet, respected MPs, MLAs, MLCs, respected CS, sir, my colleagues in the government, the officers, the representatives of CII, the people of Vizag, and the representatives of media. Today, it is a red letter day in the history of AP state. I think this 30th CII Partnership Summit 2025 has been the most successful CII Partnership Summit till today. The amount of investment that under the leadership of our respected CM sir, we have been able to attract for the state of AP. It is, in one word, amazing. And this has been possible because of his visionary leadership and the industry-friendly environment that AP is offering today. Vizag is now in the world map. From the entire world, people are looking towards Vizag to set up industries. We are going to have Bhogapuram Airport operational by the next year. Communication facilities, metro, and lot of improvement in road infrastructure is going to happen over the next few years. Hotels are going to come up, big hotels. The entire infrastructure of Vizag will undergo a sea change in the days to come. With Google data center, Vizag has become the most talked about city in the entire world. I think this again will be a game changer. The summit will be a game changer for the future of Vizag. The city of destiny is now destined to become one of the most industrialized cities in the world, thanks to the visionary leadership of our Honorable CM Sir. For this astounding success of CII Summit, I wholeheartedly thank the guidance from CM Sir, our group of ministers who have been constantly guiding us, CS Sir, DG Sir, the CII officers who have been constantly interacting with us, our district collector who has been always supporting us, and the entire police department of the state of AP, from whom we got police officers and men from all across the state who came here and worked round the clock to ensure safety and security for every participant who participated in this event. Once again, I thank everyone who participated in this summit, who guided us to make this summit a grand success. And I end with a Sanskrit sloka, Ayamarambha Subhaya Bhavatu. Let this beginning be a good beginning, a grand beginning, and the coming days we will see more wonderful things for the city of Vizag, the city of destiny. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now I request Dr. Murali Krishna from Fluent Green, AP CI Chamber President, to come and say a few words.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister Lokesh Garu, and the entire cabinet ministers, the senior government officials, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's such an honor, sir, to have got the opportunity to work alongside such a brilliant team to make this stupendous success. This is, I think, incredible success, and there's such a positive feedback all across. Every quarter, every stakeholder has been talking very high of this whole event. And I have to say, sir, congratulate you especially and the entire team who has put this effort to bring the success together. And this whole, the remarkable outcome is primarily because of the credibility of our Honorable Chief Minister as a great reformist and somebody who always strives to build the infrastructure, promote tourism, promote industry, promote the ease of doing business, promote the speed of doing business, and so on. So I think this is true reflection of the entire Honorable Chief Minister's vision and his great guidance, and because of which we have been able to put this together. And this is one of its kind, and the entire CII team is so indebted to have given this opportunity to work with you collaboratively to put this together, and we look forward to many more such opportunities. And I also take the opportunity to thank all my CII colleagues who have worked very hard, the EDB team, the industries team, everybody under the guidance of the entire Chief Secretary to Yuvraj Garu, the entire industry team, everybody worked very closely to put this all together. And this is, I think, such a big moment of pride and celebration for us, a 13 lakh crore of investment commitments and of global investors, including the likes of who's of the corporate, is one of its kind. And we all feel so proud, sir. And thank you so much for everything that you do for the state to truly unlock the full potential of the state and this region, to make it truly the Swarna Andhra Pradesh, a $2.4 trillion economy. Thank you so much, sir.
Now I request Minister Sri Nara Lokesh Garu, our group of minister chair, and also who gives continuous support and guidance to the entire team. Thank you, sir.
వేదిక మీద ఉన్న గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి, సహచర మంత్రులందరికీ నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. చాలామంది నన్ను అడిగారు, రాజకీయాల్లోకి నువ్వు ఎందుకు వచ్చావని. అప్పుడు నేను వాళ్ళందరికీ ఒకే ఒక సంఘటన చెప్తా ఉండాను. 2004లో గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు అధికారం కోల్పోయినప్పుడు నేను ఆయనతో ఒక పెళ్ళికి వెళ్ళాను. ఆ పెళ్ళికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఆయన అట్లా పెళ్లిలోకి అడుగు పెడితే 5,000 మంది ఇట్లా కూర్చున్నారు. 5,000 మంది గౌరవంతో, ఎందుకంటే ఆనాడు ప్రతిపక్ష నేతగా ఉన్న వ్యక్తి, గౌరవంతో నుంచుని ఆయన ఆహ్వానం పలుకుతాం చూసాం. ఈరోజు మనం హైదరాబాద్ చూస్తాం, కానీ దాని వెనకాల ఉన్న కష్టం మనం గుర్తించాలి. 1994లో హైదరాబాద్లో పెట్టుబడి పెట్టండి అంటే హైదరాబాద్ ఇండియానా, హైదరాబాద్ పాకిస్తానా అడిగిన రోజులై. బేగంపేట మన ఎయిర్పోర్ట్, ఇంటర్నేషనల్గా ఒక్క కనెక్టివిటీ ఫ్లైట్ ఉండేది కాదు. అక్కడి నుంచి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఆయన ప్రయాణం ప్రారంభించారు. మాతో కూడా మంత్రివర్గంతో ఆయన పదే పదే మాట్లాడినప్పుడు మా అందరూ ఒకటి చెప్తారు, 1995 నుంచి 2004 వరకు ఒక గోల్డెన్ ఈరా. సహచర మంత్రివర్యులు అందరూ కూడా చాలా అద్భుతంగా కష్టపడ్డారు. అందుకే హైదరాబాద్ ఆనాటి ఉమ్మడి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ని అద్భుతంగా మేము అభివృద్ధి చేశామని పదే పదే చెప్తారు. అది చెప్తూ కూడా మాకు ఆయన చెప్తారు, మీరు ఇంకా స్పీడ్ అందుకోలేదు, మీకు కష్టపడతాం రాదు, టీం వర్క్ సరిగా తెలియదని ఆల్మోస్ట్ ప్రతి క్యాబినెట్ మీటింగ్లో సహచర క్యాబినెట్ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా నాతో సహా అందరు కూడా ఆయన క్లాస్ తీసుకుంటారు. కానీ ఒక విషయం ప్రజలందరూ గమనించాలి, 2024 ఎన్నికల్లో బహుశా భారతదేశ చరిత్రలో ఏ రాష్ట్రంలో జరిగిన విధంగా ఎన్నికలు జరిగినాయి. కూటమికి అంటే తెలుగుదేశం, జనసేన, భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీకి 94% సీట్లు గెలిపించారు ప్రజలు. ఇదొక చరిత్ర. అంటే మా అందరిపైన బాధ్యత పెరిగింది. మీరందరూ ఒక్కసారి చూస్తే 50% మంది శాసనసభ్యులు మొదటిసారి గెలిచిన వారు. 25 మంది మంత్రులు ఉంటే దాంట్లో 17 మంది మొదటిసారి మంత్రివర్గంలో వచ్చినవారు. మేమందరం ఈరోజు ఒక కసితో, ఒక పట్టుదలతో మేమందరం పనిచేస్తున్నాం. ఎప్పుడు పక్క రాష్ట్రాలు చూస్తే మనకన్నా ముందున్నారు, ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర టైం వస్తుందని ఆర్నిసార్లు మేమందరం పనిచేస్తున్నాం. మా మధ్యలో ఈగో లేదు, మా మధ్యలో మంత్రివర్గంలో విభేదాలు లేవు. మా ఎజెండా ఒకటే, అన్ని రంగాల్లో ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర నంబర్ 1 చేసిన తర్వాతనే మేము పడుకుంటామని. ఏ చిన్న ఇష్యూ జరిగినా మేమందరం ఒక టీం వర్క్గా పనిచేస్తాం. పెద్ద చిన్న ఫీలింగ్ లేదు, ఒక బాధ్యతగా మేము పనిచేస్తాం. దాంట్లో భాగం కూడా పెట్టుబడులు వస్తేనే పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఉద్యోగాలు, ఉపాధి కల్పిస్తాం. ఈరోజు మీరు చూస్తే దక్షిణ భారతదేశంలోనే ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలోనే అతి తక్కువ తలసరి ఆదాయం ఉంది. ఇంకెన్నాళ్ళని మనం పక్క రాష్ట్రాలు చూసి అసూయపడతాం, ఇంకెన్నాళ్ళని పక్క రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలు మన చిన్న చూపు చూస్తారు. అందుకే ఒక పట్టుదలతో మేము పనిచేస్తున్నాం. ఒక ఆసిలర్ మిత్తల్ కానీ, గూగుల్ కానీ, కాండియంట్ కానీ, ఇవన్నీ కంపెనీలు ఈరోజు మన ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రానికి వస్తున్నాయంటే దాని వెనకాల చాలా చాలా కష్టం ఉంది. ఒక గూగుల్ తీసుకొచ్చేదానికి సుమారుగా 6 మీటింగ్లు మేము పర్సనల్గా నిర్వహించాం. దాని తర్వాతనే ఆ పెట్టుబడులు మన ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రానికి వచ్చింది. పక్క రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు దిమ్మ తిరిగే విధంగా ఈరోజు పెట్టుబడులు ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రానికి వస్తున్నాయి. ఇక్కడున్న అధికారులందరూ కూడా నేను కోరేది ఒకటే, ఏ విజన్తో అయితే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు పనిచేస్తున్నారో అది స్పిరిట్తో మనందరం గ్రామ స్థాయి నుంచి సెక్రటేరియట్ వరకు పనిచేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. మనందరం కలిసికట్టుగా పనిచేస్తే చరిత్ర సృష్టించవచ్చనే ఉదాహరణ ఈ 30th పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్. ఒక టీం వర్క్తో పనిచేసాం, ఒక పట్టుదలతో పనిచేసాం. ఇది నా పని కాదు అన్న ఫీలింగ్తో మనం పనిచేయాలి. ఎస్, ఇది నా బాధ్యత, వాళ్ళు చేయలేకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు, మనం చేయాలి. వాస్తవ గర్వంగా చెప్తున్నా, గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు కరెక్ట్గా 2-3 సార్లే పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమిట్ గురించి రివ్యూ చేశారు. గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ మినిస్టర్స్ మేము కూర్చున్నాం, ఇన్ఛార్జ్ మంత్రిగా స్వామి గారు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు, రివ్యూ చేశారు. ఇక్కడున్న అధికారులు కానీ, పోలీస్ సిబ్బందులు కానీ, అదేవిధంగా సిఐ కానీ కలిసికట్టుగా పనిచేసాం. కనుకనే ఈరోజు ఒక చరిత్ర మనం సృష్టించగలాం. గతంలో జరిగిన పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్స్ కన్నా ఒక అద్భుతమైన పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్ మనం నిర్వహించుకుంటాం జరిగింది. ఇది ప్రారంభం మాత్రమే. మనందరూ తెలిసిన విషయమే, గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు పొడుకోరు మన పొడుకోనీరని. మొన్న నాకు ఒక పని పెట్టి కరెక్ట్గా 10 నిమిషాల తర్వాత ఫోన్ చేసి ఆ పని అయిపోయిందా అని అడిగారు. నేను సార్ ఇప్పుడే కదా 15 నిమిషాల క్రితం మీరు చెప్పారంటే 10 నిమిషాలు మీరు ఏం చేశారని అడిగారు ఆయన. అంటే ఒక ఇంపేషెంట్ పొలిటీషియన్గా ఆయన పనిచేస్తున్నారు. ప్రజలు మా అందరికి ఒక బాధ్యత ఇచ్చారు, ఆ బాధ్యతను నిర్వహించుకునే దానికి మేము అందరం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాం. ఇక్కడున్న అధికారులందరూ కూడా నేను కోరేది ఒకటే, ఒక విశాఖపట్నమే కాదు ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రం మొత్తం అభివృద్ధి చేయాల్సిన బాధ్యత మనందరిపైన ఉంది. ఇక్కడున్న చాలామందితో నేను మాట్లాడా, ఎక్కడన్నా ఫైల్ ఆగితే కూడా పర్సనల్గా మాట్లాడి ఇంపార్టెంట్ పెట్టుబడి ఇమీడియట్ క్లియర్ చేయడం కూడా కోరా. ఒక స్పిరిట్తో మనం పనిచేద్దాం. 5 సంవత్సరాల్లో కలిసికట్టుగా చరిత్ర సృష్టిద్దామని ఈ సభాముఖంగా అధికారులందరినీ నేను కోరుతున్నా. 1995 నుంచి 24 వరకు, 1995 నుంచి 2004 వరకు ఆనాడు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఎలా అయితే ఒక టీం వర్క్తో అద్భుతంగా పనిచేసి అద్భుతాలు సృష్టించారో, ఒక చరిత్ర సృష్టించారో, మేమందరం కూడా అదే పట్టుదలతో ఉన్నాం. ఒక చరిత్ర సృష్టించాలి. గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఆయన హిస్టరీ రీరైట్ చేసే దాంట్లో ఒక ఫుట్ నోట్లన్నా మేము అందరం ఉండాలి అనే లక్ష్యంతో మేము ఇక్కడ పనిచేస్తున్నాం. మీ అందరి సహకారం చాలా చాలా అవసరం. ఇప్పటికే స్వర్ణాంధ్ర విజన్ మనం రూపొందించుకుంటూ కూడా జరిగింది. దాంట్లో చాలా స్పష్టంగా ఒక $2.4 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీగా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రాన్ని తీర్చిదిద్దాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఇక్కడ ఉన్న మనందరి పైన ఉంది. ఒక 5 సంవత్సరాలు ఆర్నిసలు కష్టపడితే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల కన్నా అద్భుతంగా మనం పని చేయగలుగుతాం. తలసరి ఆదాయంలో దక్షిణ భారతదేశంలోనే టాప్ 3 రాష్ట్రాలుగా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర కేర్ ఆఫ్ అడ్రస్గా అవుతాం కూడా ఖాయం. We are all going to create history. We are going to make history together. This is our times. This is inspiring times. గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మనకి ఇచ్చినంత ఫ్లెక్సిబిలిటీ, ఫ్రీడమ్ బహుశా భారతదేశంలోని ఏ ముఖ్యమంత్రి ఇవ్వరు. అది మనం వినియోగించుకోవాలి, పని చేయాలి, హిస్టరీ క్రియేట్ చేయాలని ఈ సభాముఖంగా మీ అందరూ తెలుపుకుంటూ, అటు కేంద్రంలో గౌరవ ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు కానివ్వండి, మన రాష్ట్రంలో గౌరవ ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి పవన్ అన్న గారు కానివ్వండి, గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు కానివ్వండి, కలిసికట్టుగా ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రాన్ని ముందలు తీసుకెళ్దాం లక్ష్యంతో పనిచేస్తున్నారు. అందరం సహకరించాలి, కలిసికట్టుగా పనిచేయాలని ఈ సభాముఖంగా మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరుకుంటూ, వేదిక మీద అధికారులు అందరూ కూడా ప్రత్యేకంగా నా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేయాలనుకుంటున్నా. కేవలం ఒక సమ్మిట్ ఏర్పాటు చేస్తాం కాదు, ఇక్కడున్న సీనియర్ ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్లు అందరిపైన ఎప్పుడు కంప్లైంట్ చేసేవారు. ఎందుకంటే 1983 నుంచి ఐఏఎస్ అధికారులను చూసి పెరిగిన వాడిని. నేను వాళ్ళందరూ ఒకటే చెప్పేవారిని, మీరు సరిగ్గా మీ జూనియర్ని తయారు చేయట్లేదు, లీడర్షిప్ పైప్ లైన్ సరిగా లేదు, దానివల్ల మేమందరం రాబోయే 10-15 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత మేము ఇబ్బంది పడతాం, లీడర్షిప్ని తయారు చేయండి, ఎంపవర్ చేయండి అని పదే నేను అడుగుతాం జరిగింది. ఈరోజు వాళ్ళు చేశారు అద్భుతంగా. యంగ్ ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ అందరు ముందరికి వచ్చి లిమిటెడ్ సూపర్విజన్తో అద్భుతాలు సృష్టించారు. సో ఐడ్ లైక్ టు థ్యాంక్ ద ఎంటైర్ అఫీషియల్ మెషినరీ ఫర్ టేకింగ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ స్పిరిట్, guiding youngsters, inspiring them to do amazing work, and together once again we shall create history అని తెలుపుకుంటూ, చివరిగా నాకు ఇంత అద్భుతమైన అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. అంతేకాదు సార్, ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత మీరు 1995 టీము మర్చిపోయే విధంగా ఇక్కడున్న టీం మేము అందరం పని చేస్తాం. ఆదేశాలు ఇవ్వండి, పరిగెత్తేదానికి మేము సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాం. చరిత్ర తిరిగి రాసేదానికి కలిసికట్టుగా పనిచేసేదానికి సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నామని గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, నాకు అద్భుతమైన సహకారం అందించిన మా గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ మినిస్టర్స్ అందరూ అద్భుతంగా కష్టపడ్డారు. ఎప్పుడు మాట్లాడిన ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ మీరు అహర్నిశలు పాజిటివ్గా తీసుకున్నారు. ఒక టీం వర్క్తో పనిచేస్తున్నాం. ఇదే టీం వర్క్ శాశ్వతంగా ఉండాలి, కలిసికట్టుగా పనిచేయాలి, ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రాన్ని అన్ని రంగాల్లో నంబర్ 1 చేద్దామని ఈ సభాముఖంగా తెలుపుకుంటూ మీ అందరి దగ్గర నుంచి సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నా. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. జై హింద్.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్. నా రిక్వెస్ట్ గౌరవనీయ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి ఈ ఈవెంట్ గురించి మాట్లాడాల్సి కోరుకుంటున్నాను సార్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. ఈరోజు CII గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ముగ్గురు కలిసి సంయుక్తంగా చేపట్టినటువంటి పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్ని బ్రహ్మాండంగా జయప్రదం చేశారు. ఈ జయప్రదం చేసిన మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ ఒకసారి అభినందించాలి, ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్పాలి. మనం అనుకుంటే ఏదైనా చేయగలుగుతా నిరూపించిన మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందించడానికే బిఫోర్ లీవింగ్ ఈ మీటింగ్ పెట్టి మీకు థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నానని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్, టీం వర్క్ అయితే చాలా బాగా చేశారు. మామూలుగా నేను చాలా మీటింగులు చూసేవాడిని. మీటింగ్లు పెట్టినప్పుడు నేను చాలా రివ్యూలు కూడా తీసుకునేవాడిని. ఈసారి నేను బ్రాడ్గా పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సబ్మిట్ ఎట్టుండాలి అనే దానిపైన CIIని, అదే మాదిరిగా ఈ టీంని ఎవరైతే కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ టీంని ఒకసారి 2-3 సార్లు మీటింగ్లు పెట్టాను. మామూలుగా ఇండియాలో మనం చేసే పని పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సబ్మిట్ అంటే MOUలు చేసుకోవడం, ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి భోంచేసి వెళ్ళిపోవడం. కానీ ఈసారి చేసిన విధానం మీరు చూస్తే ఇక్కడ ఒక చర్చ చేశాం. ఇది ఒక రేర్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. మొత్తం కలిసి 45 కంట్రీస్ నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు. 45 దేశాలకు పోయి మనం మాట్లాడాలంటే చాలా సమయం పడుతుంది. కానీ 45 దేశాల నుంచి ఆ దేశంలో ఉండే బెస్ట్ బిజినెస్ పీపుల్ దగ్గర 640 మంది వచ్చారు. దేశంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరూ కూడా ఒక 1135 మంది వచ్చారు. ఎవరైతే ట్రేడ్ మినిస్టర్స్ కానీ, అంబాసిడర్స్, హై కమిషనర్స్, వీళ్ళంతా కూడా ఆ దేశంలో ఏం జరుగుతుందో ఆ దేశాల గురించి బెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీస్ అని చెప్పి కన్విన్స్ చేయడానికి వస్తూ ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళ పనే అది. అలాంటి వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా 185 మంది వచ్చారు. ఈ 185 మందిని వచ్చినప్పుడు మామూలుగా అయితే మేము దావోస్లో చూసేవాడిని. దావోస్లో ఎంఓయూలు ఏదైనా ఉంటే బయట చేసుకుంటారు. మెయిన్ వెన్యూలో మాత్రం ఎక్కడికక్కడ ఇంటలెక్చువల్స్, అకాడమిషియన్స్, ఎన్జిఓస్, పబ్లిక్ పాలసీ మేకర్స్ అండ్ బిజినెస్ పీపుల్ అందరూ కలిసి ప్రపంచం ఏ దిశగా ముందుకు పోతుంది, భవిష్యత్తు ఏ విధంగా ఉండబోతాయి, ఎలాంటి సవాళ్ళు వస్తాయి, ఎలాంటి అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఇవన్నీ చర్చిస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఈసారి మనం కూడా ఒక వినూత్నమైన పద్ధతిలో దీనికి శ్రీకారం చుట్టాం. 41 సెషన్స్ పెట్టాం. 190 మంది దేశంలో విదేశాల్లో ఉండే ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ని పిలిపించాం. ఎవరికి ఏ సబ్జెక్ట్లో ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే ఆ సెషన్కి పోయే అవకాశం ఇచ్చాం, ఆ సెమినార్కి పోయే అవకాశం ఇచ్చాం. ఇది ఒక విధంగా చెప్పాలంటే ఒక వండర్ఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. ఈరోజు ఒక న్యూజిలాండ్ టాడ్ మెక్లే మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ట్రేడ్, అతను మాట్లాడిన విధానం చూస్తే, థ్యాంక్ యూ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్, నాట్ ఓన్లీ టు పుట్ బట్ ఆల్సో టు యువర్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ టు యూ బట్ ఆల్సో టు యువర్ గవర్నమెంట్ అండ్ ది వండర్ఫుల్ పీపుల్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ వైబ్రెంట్ సిటీ ఫర్ ది గ్రేషియస్ హాస్పిటాలిటీ ఎక్స్టెండెడ్ టు అస్. From the moment I arrived at the airport, the colors, the energy, the artful welcome we received left a lasting impression. On behalf of the government and the people of New Zealand, I express my sincere gratitude. Let me also congratulate you on the exceptional hosting of this 30th Summit, an event widely recognized around the world for its excellence and for arriving forward ideas, innovation and direction. What I enjoyed the most today were the solutions that were envisaged, the opportunities that were discussed, and the strong partnerships that are being built among the many countries represented here. Chief Minister, I believe 19 trade ministers from across the world have been here in our city over the last couple of days. Each of them will return home not only with wonderful memories, but with the opportunity to speak about the real potential and promise that exists here in India. This is one of the best compliments. దీనికి కారకులు మీరందరూ, నేను నిమిత్త మాత్రుడిని. ఒక ఈవెంట్ చేయాలనుకున్నాం, మీ అందరికి ఒక మెసేజ్ ఇచ్చాం, నేను ఓన్లీ గైడ్ లైన్స్ మాత్రం ఫిక్స్ చేశాం. ఈ వెన్యూ దగ్గర నుంచి, మెనూ దగ్గర నుంచి, హాస్పిటాలిటీ దగ్గర నుంచి, ది వే యూ హ్యావ్ మేడ్ ఇట్ లైవ్లీ, ఎయిర్పోర్ట్లో రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నప్పటి నుంచి సెండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇచ్చే వరకు మీరు చూపించిన ఉత్సాహం, మీరు చూపించిన హాస్పిటాలిటీ, హ్యాండ్స్ ఆఫ్ టు ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. 45 కంట్రీస్లో ఈరోజు చర్చనీయాంశం చేయగలిగారు. అది తెలుగువారి ప్రతిభ. వండర్ఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. సరే, యాజ్ యూజువల్ మా వాళ్ళైతే ఎమ్మెల్యేలు కూడా పోటీ పడ్డారు, మంత్రులు పోటీ పడ్డారు. కడాన ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ అయితే మంగళగిరి చీరలు కూడా ఇచ్చి, ఆస్ట్రేలియా నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి మంత్రి కానీ, అదే మరి అక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి కౌన్సిల్ జనరల్ ఆ చీరలు కట్టుకొని వాళ్ళు చాలా ఆనందపడ్డారు. అంటే మన నాగరికతలో, మన సంస్కృతిలో భాగస్వాములు చేయించిన ఘనత కూడా మనకు దక్కింది. ఇది ఒకరికొకరు పరస్పరం ఇచ్చుకునే మర్యాద, ఒకరినొకరు అర్థం చేసుకోవడం. నేను అందుకే చాలాసార్లు చెబుతుంటాను, విదేశాల నుంచి పెట్టుబడులు వచ్చి మన దేశంలో పెట్టాలి, మనం పోయి విదేశాల్లో పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టాలి. అప్పుడు మ్యూచువల్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వస్తుంది, గొడవలు తగ్గిపోతాయి. ఎందుకంటే మన వాళ్ళు అక్కడ ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ ఉంటారు కాబట్టి కామన్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కాపాడుకునే అవకాశాలు వస్తాయి. సావరిన్ పవర్స్లో ఇంటర్ఫేర్ కాకుండా, ఆ దేశాల్లో వీళ్ళు పోయి జోక్యం చేసుకోకుండా ఎక్కడికక్కడ పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టగలిగితే అది బెస్ట్ హార్మోని అవుతుందని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇటీవల నేను 2 సంఘటనలు చూశాను. ఒకటి, ఇటీవల సైక్లోన్ వచ్చింది. సైక్లోన్ వస్తే మన దగ్గరుండే డేటా అంతా కూడా ఉపయోగించుకున్నాం. రియల్ టైం డేటా కలెక్ట్ చేశాం, 2 కూడా ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేశాం, ప్రిపేర్నెస్ చేశాం, ప్రికాషనరీ మెజర్స్ తీసుకున్నాం, గోల్ ఒకటి పెట్టుకున్నాం, 0 డెత్స్ అనుకున్నాం. 0 డెత్స్ ఉండాలి, ఆస్తులు నష్టం చాలా మినిమైజ్ చేయాలని చెప్పి ఒక ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ పెట్టుకున్నాం. ఇక్కడుండే ఆఫీసర్లు, రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే ఆఫీసర్లు చూసా, వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్ చేశారు. నా జీవితంలో ఎప్పుడూ చూడలేదు. మంచి వర్షంలో చెట్లు పడిపోతే ఆ వర్షంలోనే పవర్ సాస్ తీసిపోయి చెట్టు తీసి మళ్ళా ట్రాఫిక్ రెస్టోర్ చేశారంటే దట్ ఈస్ ది కమిట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ ఆఫీసర్స్, ఆఫ్ అవర్ పీపుల్. అది 2వసారి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినప్పుడు, నిన్న ఈరోజు జరిగింది. ఈ 2 చూసిన తర్వాత నేను చాలామందితో మాట్లాడాను. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ఒక కాన్ఫిడెన్స్, ఒక ఆత్మవిశ్వాసం వచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చింది. మన వాళ్ళల్లో ఎంత శక్తి ఉందంటే మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 1995 నుంచి నేను ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఉన్నాను. అప్పుడు టెలికమ్యూనికేషన్ సెక్టర్ ప్రిమిటివ్గా ఉండేది. బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్. మీరు ఫోన్ చేయాలంటే 16 రూపాయలు కట్టాలి, మీరు ఫోన్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 9 రూపాయలు కట్టాలి నిమిషానికి. అక్కడి నుంచి ఆలోచించాం, డీరెగ్యులేషన్ రావాలని చెప్పి ఆలోచించి కొంతమందికి అర్థం కాకపోతే చెప్పాం. ఒక్క నిర్ణయం, ఈరోజు ప్రతి ఒక్కరి దగ్గర సెల్ ఫోన్ ఉంది, ఎన్ని గంటలు మాట్లాడుకున్నా ఫ్రీగా మాట్లాడుకునే అవకాశం వచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చింది. అంటే ఒక రిఫార్మ్ ఎంతవరకు పనిచేస్తున్నదానికి ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇవన్నీ. ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ మన వాళ్ళు ప్రధానమంత్రి సేమ్ బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్ అనేది పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ అయినా ఆ రోజు ఏ విధంగా చేస్తామని ఆలోచించి రిఫార్మ్ చేసిన తర్వాత సమర్థత పెంచుకున్నారు. ఈరోజు 4G ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇన్నోవేట్ చేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. ఏ 6-7 దేశాలు 4G ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇన్నోవేట్ చేస్తే అందులో భారతదేశం ఒకటిగా ఉందంటే, ఒక మన పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్ ఉందంటే అది సమర్థత పెంచుకునే విధానం అని చెప్పి మరొకసారి మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ చూసినప్పుడు నేను మిమ్మల్ని ఈరోజు పిలిచింది ఓన్లీ మీ అందరికీ అభినందనలు చెప్పాలి, మిమ్మల్ని ప్రోత్సహించాలి, ఇదే స్ఫూర్తి నిరంతరం కంటిన్యూ కావాలి, అది చెప్పడానికే నేను ఈ యొక్క సమావేశానికి వచ్చాను. ఈరోజు మన వాళ్ళందరూ మాట్లాడారు. 2024 ఎన్నికలు. నేను నా జీవితంలో చాలా ఎన్నికలు ఫేస్ చేశాను. ఫస్ట్ టైం 94% స్ట్రైక్ రేటు, 57% ఓట్లు వేశారు. దానికి కారణం మీరు ఆలోచిస్తే అంతవరకు జరిగినటువంటి విధ్వంస పాలన విధానాలు నచ్చక, రెండోది మీరు ఒకసారి చూస్తే ఏదైతే మళ్ళీ మేము పునర్నిర్మాణం చేస్తాం, పూర్వ వైభవం తెస్తామని చెప్పిన మాట, అది కూడా 3 లీడర్షిప్ను మీరు చూస్తే, నేను ఒక పక్క, ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఒక పక్క, జనసేన అధినేత పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు ఒక పక్క ముగ్గురం కలిసి చెప్తే నమ్మారు, విశ్వసించారు, వాళ్ళ బాధ్యత వాళ్ళు చేశారు. కానీ ఈరోజు నాకు ఒక సంతోషం ఏంటంటే అసాధ్యం అనుకున్నారు సూపర్ 6 అంటే, ఆ సూపర్ 6ను కూడా సూపర్ హిట్ చేసిన ఘనత ఈ ప్రభుత్వ యంత్రాంగాంది అని చెప్పి మరొకసారి మీ అందరికీ విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. ఒక పక్క సూపర్ 6 ఇచ్చాం. మా ఫైనాన్స్ సెక్రటరీ గారు ఎప్పుడు అంటూ ఉంటారు డబ్బులు లేవని. నేను ఒకటే చెప్పి ఆయనకు మ్యాండేట్, ఇచ్చిన హామీని నిలబెట్టుకోవాలి, డబ్బులు కావాలంటే అభివృద్ధి చేయాలి. అక్కడి నుంచి అభివృద్ధి చేయాలంటే మేము ఒక హామీ ఇచ్చాం. అందులో కూడా సూపర్ 6లో నెంబర్ 1 20 lakh జాబ్స్. ఆ 20 lakhs జాబ్ రావడానికి ఏం చేయాలని చెప్పి ఆలోచించినప్పుడు పెట్టుబడులు తేవడం, అభివృద్ధి చేయడం ఏకైక మార్గం. దానికోసం ఈ 17 నెలలు నిరంతరం పనిచేశారు. ఇక్కడుండే లోకేష్ గారిని ఆ రోజు ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా దీనికి కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయమని చెప్పి వారిని పెట్టాం. అక్కడి నుంచి అందరు మంత్రులు వేదిక పైన అందరినీ చూస్తున్నాం. అందరూ కూడా ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ చేశారు. ఒక టూరిజం మినిస్టర్, ఒక ఇండస్ట్రీస్ మినిస్టర్, ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ, సిఆర్డిఏ, పవర్ మినిస్టర్, ఒకరిని కాదు అందరూ కూడా ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ చేశారు. 5 సంవత్సరాల్లో 20 లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలు ఇస్తామని చెప్పాం. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ అండ్ ప్రౌడ్. ఈ 17 నెలల్లో 20 లక్షల కోట్లతో 20 లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలు సునాయాసంగా ఇచ్చే విధంగా ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. ఇది రావడానికి కూడా మీరే కారణం. ఈరోజు మాకు సంకల్పం ఉండొచ్చు, మేము చెప్తే 10 మంది రావచ్చు. వచ్చిన తర్వాత దాన్ని సక్సెస్ చేయడం అనేది డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పైన ఆధారపడుతుంది. నేను ఒక్కొక్క డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఉండే ఆఫీసర్లు చూస్తున్నాను, ఎప్పుడూ చూడని ఎనర్జీ కనపడుస్తూ ఉంది. ఇండస్ట్రీస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ బ్రహ్మాండంగా పనిచేస్తున్నారంటే దానికి పోటీ పడి ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ పనిచేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. వీళ్ళకు పోటీ పడి ఎనర్జీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పనిచేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చింది. వీళ్ళందరికీ పోటీపడి కడాన సిఆర్డిఏ ఒకరిద్దరు కాదు అందరూ, ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ అందరూ కూడా ముందుకు పోయే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. నాకు ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత ఒక నమ్మకం వచ్చింది. నేను RTIH పెట్టాను, రతన్ టాటా ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్ అండ్ స్పోక్ మోడల్ పెట్టాను. ఒకప్పుడు 1 ఫ్యామిలీ 1 IT అని మాట్లాడాం. ఎన్నో ఏళ్ళు కాలేదు, 25 ఏళ్ళు. 25 ఏళ్లలో వీళ్ళు చదువుకొని విదేశాలకు పోయి ఉద్యోగాలు చేసి ఆ దేశంలో ఉండే వాళ్ళకంటే తలసరి ఆదాయం ఎక్కువ సంపాదిస్తున్నారు. అమెరికాలో ఉండే అమెరికన్స్ తలసరి ఆదాయం $50,000 అయితే అదే తెలుగు వాళ్ళు అమెరికాలో ఉండే వాళ్ళ ఆదాయం $1,20,000 అంటే అదే తెలుగు వారికి ఉండే తెలివితేటలు, సమర్థత. ఇలాంటి సంఘటనలు మనం చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే చాలా ఉన్నాయి. అందుకే ఈరోజు నేను పెట్టుకున్న లక్ష్యం మీరు చూస్తే 1 ఫ్యామిలీ 1 ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్, 1 ఫ్యామిలీ 1 AI యూస్ కేస్ అన్న తయారు చేయాలి, లేకుంటే AI వాడుకోవాలి. ఇది కూడా అసాధ్యం కాదు, ఇది కూడా సాధ్యం అవుతుంది. ఇంకో పక్కన సుపరిపాలన అన్నాం, సమర్థవంత పాలన ఇస్తా అన్నాం. ఈరోజు 750 సర్వీసులు ఆన్లైన్లో వాట్సాప్ ద్వారా మనం ప్రొవైడ్ చేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చాం. అంటే ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం చూసినప్పుడు చాలా బాగా జరిగింది. ఈరోజు మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఈ మీటింగ్ సక్సెస్ చేసిన మిమ్మల్ని మరొక్కసారి అభినందిస్తున్నా. మిమ్మల్ని చూసిన తర్వాత నాకు అనిపిస్తుంది, గుడ్ గవర్నెన్స్ ఆల్వేస్ గుడ్ పాలిటిక్స్. ఈరోజు మీరు చూశారు నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు 2002లో సీఎం అయ్యాడు. ఆయన 12 ఏళ్ళు సీఎంగా ఉన్నాడు, 12 సంవత్సరాలు మళ్ళా పిఎంగా ఉన్నాడు. నిన్న బీహార్ ఎలక్షన్ లాస్ట్ టైం కంటే ఇంకా బెటర్గా చేశారు. 202 సీట్లు గెలిచారు. వాట్ ఇట్ ఇండికేట్స్? సంక్షేమం, అభివృద్ధి, సుపరిపాలన, నమ్మకం. ఆ నమ్మకాన్ని నిరూపించారు, నిలబెట్టారు, బీహార్లో గెలిచారు. ఇప్పుడు దానివల్ల లాభం ఏమని మీరు ఆలోచిస్తే అది వ్యక్తిగతంగా ప్రధానమంత్రి, ఆ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే ముఖ్యమంత్రికి మంచి పేరు వచ్చినా దేశంలో మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి ఒక సుస్థిరమైన పరిపాలన ఉంది కాబట్టి మనం అందరం కూడా పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టచ్చు. ఈ గవర్నమెంట్లు ఏం మారవు కాబట్టి ఇంకా ముందుకు పోవచ్చు అని అందరూ ముందుకు వచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చింది. ప్రపంచంలో ఒక విశ్వాసాన్ని కల్పించే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చాం. ప్రపంచం మొత్తం భారతదేశం వైపు చూస్తూ ఉంటే నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఒక స్ట్రాంగ్ లీడర్ అనే మెసేజ్ ఉంది. దాన్ని రీఎన్ఫోర్స్ చేసే పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది. ప్రపంచం మొత్తం మన గౌరవం పెరిగింది. నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఇక్కడ గెలిస్తే భారతదేశస్తుల యొక్క గౌరవం ప్రపంచం మొత్తం పెరిగే పరిస్థితి వస్తుందంటే అది రాజకీయ సుస్థిరతకుండే ప్రాధాన్యత అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అందుకని మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ అభినందిస్తూ ఇంకొక పక్కన ఎవరైతే CII మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందనలు. నేను ఎప్పుడు ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఉన్న అధికారంలో ఉన్నా నేను అందరినీ కలుపుకొని పోతాను. ఎవరైనా ఎక్కువ సమర్థత ఉంటే లాభం ఉందనుకుంటే వాళ్ళని ఎక్కువ గౌరవిస్తా. అలాంటి వ్యవస్థలో మోస్ట్ రెస్పెక్టబుల్ వ్యవస్థ CII అని చెప్పి నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్న కన్ఫెడరేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియన్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. దానికి కారణం వాళ్ళు ప్రపంచం మొత్తం నెట్వర్క్ చేస్తూ ఎప్పటికప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్కు సహకరిస్తూ మంచి పబ్లిక్ పాలసీలు ఏమేమి తేవాలో తీసుకొస్తున్నారు. ఈరోజు ఇక్కడుండే డిపార్ట్మెంట్లు అందరికీ ఒకటే విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. లేబర్ రిఫార్మ్స్ తీసుకొచ్చాం, అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ రిఫార్మ్స్ తీసుకొస్తున్నాం. అదే మరి రియల్ టైం గవర్నెన్స్ ద్వారా ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఎక్కడ కూడా చిన్న చిన్న పొరపాట్లు లేకుండా కూడా చూస్తున్నాం. ఇవన్నీ చేస్తూనే ఈరోజు నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ రిఫార్మ్స్కి వెళ్ళాం. దేశంలో ఎప్పుడు కూడా మీరు ఒకసారి చూస్తే ఏ రిఫార్మ్ అయినా అమలు చేయాలంటే అది ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్కే సాధ్యమని గతంలో నిరూపించాం, మళ్ళీ ఈరోజు నిరూపించే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చాం. అదే మీరు చూస్తే ఏ రాష్ట్రం ఇవ్వలేదు. దానికి ఒక ట్రెండ్ సెట్టర్గా ఉండాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈరోజు ఎస్క్రో అకౌంట్ పెట్టాం, సావరెన్ పవర్స్ ఇచ్చాం, దానికి గైడ్లైన్స్ తయారు చేస్తాం. ఒకసారి ఇండస్ట్రీ పెడితే ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ ఇస్తామంటే అవి ఏ విధంగా ఇస్తాం మన హెడేక్ కానీ పెట్టిన పెట్టుబడులకు మాత్రం అన్యాయం జరగడానికి వీలు లేదు, మన వల్ల వాళ్ళు నష్టపోవడానికి వీలు లేదు. మాట నిలబెట్టుకునే క్రెడిబిలిటీ ఇవ్వడానికి ఎస్క్రో అకౌంట్, అదే మాదిరిగా సావరెన్ గ్యారంటీ ఇచ్చాం. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చేసిన పనికి డబల్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ వస్తుంది. నాకు ఏమాత్రం అనుమానం లేదు. ఇప్పుడు మా యువరాజు కానీ, భాస్కర్ కానీ, జైన్ కానీ వీళ్ళందరూ ఉన్నారు, పవర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వీళ్ళందరూ ఉన్నారు, మన CS గారు వీళ్ళందరూ. ఇప్పుడు మీరు పరిశ్రమలో వచ్చే వాళ్ళని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు హ్యాండ్ హోల్డ్ చేసి క్లియరెన్స్ ఇవ్వాలంటే కూడా ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. వేరే రాష్ట్రంతో సమానంగా పోటీ పడే వరకు మీరు కానీ ఇంకా బాగా పోటీ పడగలిగితే డబ్బులు కొరత లేదు ఈ దేశంలో, ప్రపంచంలో కూడా కొరత లేదు. ఎవడు అవకాశాలు చూపించగలిగితే అక్కడికి పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు రావడానికి సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నారు. ఇది యథార్థం అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అలాంటి వండర్ఫుల్ పాలసీలు ఇచ్చాం. రేపటి నుంచి పెట్టుబడులు తీసుకొచ్చే బాధ్యత మాది. వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకందరినీ సక్రమంగా చూసి ఇప్పుడు ఎట్టయితే చేశారో దేనికంటే ఉత్సాహంగా మీరు చేయాల్సిందిగా మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరుకుంటున్నా. చేస్తారని చెప్పి నమ్మకం ఉంది, అది చేయాల్సిందిగా మిమ్మల్ని కోరుకుంటున్నాం. ఈరోజు ఒక న్యూస్ చూస్తే మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి ఒక సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్. EODB BRAP దీంట్లో చూస్తే ఒక అవార్డు ఇచ్చారు. ఆ అవార్డులో కూడా 4 బిజినెస్ సెంట్రిక్ అవార్డ్స్ ఇస్తే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అచీవ్డ్ ది టాప్ అచీవర్ స్టేటస్ ఇచ్చారు 2024లో లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ది. అంటే దట్ ఈస్ ఏ వండర్ఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. ఇందులో highest among leading industrial states in the country, Maharashtra achieved category 3, Gujarat category 2 business centric, Andhra Pradesh వచ్చి 4 business centric. That is the highest thing we got it. దీని తర్వాతనే మిగిలిన స్టేట్స్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. మిగిలిన రాష్ట్రాలు మీరు చూస్తే ఫాస్ట్ మూవింగ్ స్టేట్స్ కింద పెట్టి 13 స్టేట్స్ పెట్టారు. ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో భారతదేశంలో ఏది కూడా అనలైజ్ చేస్తే మోస్ట్ హ్యాపెనింగ్ స్టేట్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. దానికి కారకులు మీరంతా టీం మెంబర్స్ అని చెప్పి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఇక్కడుండే అధికార యంత్రాంగం, పైనుండే మంత్రివర్గం, ఆఫీసర్స్ అని చెప్పి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మరొక్కసారి మీ అందరికీ చెప్తున్నా, చాలా సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ ఉంది నాకు. ఎందుకంటే ఓసారి నేను కూడా మంచిగా మీకు చెప్పాలి. బాగా చేయకపోతే కోప్పడచ్చు, కానీ బాగా చేసినప్పుడు అభినందించకపోతే కూడా తప్పు అవుతుంది. అందుకే మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నా, వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్, ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్ టు ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. విశాఖ పేరు నిలబెట్టారు. మళ్ళీ ప్రపంచం అంతా కూడా విశాఖపట్నం పేరంటే మారు మ్రోగే విధంగా తీసుకొచ్చారు. పోలీసులు కూడా చూశాను. విజిబుల్ పోలీసింగ్, ఇన్విజిబుల్ పోలీస్ వీలైనంతవరకు చూపించగలిగారు. ఎక్కడంటే అక్కడ ఉండకుండా, ఎవరిని ఇబ్బంది పెట్టకుండా, చాలా వరకు తక్కువ కనపడి ఎక్కువ పోలీసింగ్ చేశారు. మిమ్మల్ని కూడా అభినందిస్తున్నా. వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్. నేను ఎవరితో మాట్లాడినా కూడా ఒకటే హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయ్యారు. ఒకటి, విశాఖపట్నం డైనమిక్ సిటీ, బ్యూటిఫుల్ సిటీ. ఇండియాలో ఇలాంటి ప్రొఫైల్ ఉండే సిటీ ఇంకోటి ఉండదు. అదే సమయంలో ఇక్కడ పీపుల్ కూడా చాలా డైనమిక్ పీపుల్, చాలా వైబ్రేషన్స్, ఒక మాటలో చెప్పాలంటే వైబ్రెంట్ సొసైటీ ఉండే ప్రాంతం ఇది. ఇంకొక పక్క ఒక మాట చెప్తే ఫాలో అయ్యే సొసైటీ. హుద్హుద్ సైక్లోన్ నాకు ఇప్పటికి కూడా జ్ఞాపకం ఉంది. నేను ఆ రోజు ఒక కాల్ ఇచ్చాను. దీపావళి వస్తూ ఉంది, చెట్లన్నీ కూడా కిందన పడిపోయినాయి, బాగా ఎండిపోయి ఉన్నాయి. ఎవరైనా దీపావళిలో క్రాకర్స్ కాలిస్తే ఫైర్ యాక్సిడెంట్లు అయ్యే ప్రమాదం ఉంటుంది. దీపావళి జరుపుకోండి, ఎక్కడ కూడా క్రాకర్స్ కాల్చొద్దని పిలిపిస్తే ఒక్క క్రాకర్ కాల్చకుండా దీపావళి జరుపుకున్నారంటే విశాఖపట్నంలో అదే వాళ్ళకుండే నమ్మకం. అదే నాకు ఎప్పుడు కూడా ముందుకు తీసుకుపోతుంది. అలాంటి వండర్ఫుల్ సిటీ. ఈరోజు కూడా మీరు అందరూ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి, నేను ఇక్కడ ఒక్క విశాఖపట్నమే కాదు, సమగ్ర అభివృద్ధి కోసం ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. విశాఖపట్నం ఎకనామిక్ రీజియన్ మొన్నే ఒక రిపోర్ట్ తయారు చేశాం. తిరుపతి, నెల్లూరు నుంచి రాయలసీమ మొత్తం 3 నెలల్లో ఒక రిపోర్ట్ తయారు చేస్తాం. అమరావతి మాస్టర్ ప్లాన్ డీటెయిల్స్ తయారు చేశాం. వెస్ట్ గోదావరి నుంచి ప్రకాశం జిల్లా వరకు ఒక సమగ్ర ప్రణాళిక తయారు చేసుకుంటాం. అదే సమయంలో 5 జోన్స్కి 5 రతన్ టాటా ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్స్ పెట్టాం. మన రాష్ట్రంలో VCIC ఉంది, విశాఖపట్నం చెన్నై ఇండస్ట్రియల్ కారిడార్ ఉంది, BCIC ఉంది, బెంగళూరు చెన్నై ఇండస్ట్రియల్ కారిడార్ ఉంది. అదే మరి బెంగళూరు నుంచి హైదరాబాద్ కారిడార్ ఉంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం ఉపయోగించుకుని ఎక్కడికక్కడ మనకుండే అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఉపయోగించుకొని మనం మార్కెట్ చేసుకోగలిగితే చాలా వరకు మనం ముందుకు పోయే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు మొన్నటి వరకు 20 లక్షల పెట్టుబడులు అనుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇచ్చిన పాలసీలన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత 5 ఏళ్లలో 50 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడులు అట్రాక్ట్ చేసే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. మన వాళ్ళు ఇప్పటికే నేను ఈ మాట అనగానే మళ్ళా టార్గెట్ పెంచేశారనుకుంటారు, కానీ ఎప్పుడు కూడా హై అంబిషన్ ఉండాలి. దానికి తగినట్టు మనం మెంటల్గా ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యి పనిచేస్తే అనుకునేది సాధించే అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయి. చాలా చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. నేను మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నా మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ, ఈ 3 రోజులు మీరు చూశారు, కష్టపడ్డారు, కానీ వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్ చేశారు. హార్డ్ వర్క్ కంటే స్మార్ట్ వర్క్ ఎక్కువ చేశారు. దానికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందనలు. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఐఎమ్ విషింగ్. ఒకప్పుడు హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయమనేవాడిని, రాత్రింబగళ్ళు ఉండమనేవాడిని. ఇప్పుడు నేను హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయొద్దు అంటున్నాను. మీరంతా కూడా స్మార్ట్ వర్క్ చేసి కరెక్ట్గా ఉంటే, సిన్సియర్గా ఉంటే వండర్ఫుల్ రిజల్ట్స్ వస్తాయి. దానికి ఉదాహరణ ఇటీవల జరిగిన 2 ఇన్సిడెంట్లు, సైక్లోన్, సిఐఐ పార్ట్నర్షిప్. ఈ 2 కూడా వండర్ఫుల్ ఈవెంట్స్. రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఏ ఈవెంట్ వచ్చినా ఆ కండక్షన్లో మనం నెంబర్ 1గా ఉండాలి. ఉంటామని నమ్మకం నాకుంది. నేను ఓవరాల్ లీడర్ని మాత్రం మీకు అంతా కూడా మంచి చేయడానికి ఫుల్ ఫ్రీడమ్ ఉంటుంది. చేయడమే కాదు, దానివల్ల మీ యొక్క గౌరవం పెరుగుతుంది సమాజంలో. సమాజం కూడా మనల్ని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు వాచ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ఎవరు బాగా చేశారు, ఎవరు బాగా చేయలేదు అన్నీ కూడా వాచ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఈరోజు మనందరం కలిసి ఒక టీం కింద పనిచేసాం కాబట్టి ఈ ఫలితాలు వచ్చాయి. అలాంటి టీం వర్క్ చేసిన మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ మరొక్కసారి అభినందిస్తూ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నా. జై హింద్.
అద్భుతమైన సందేశం ద్వారా అందరిలోనూ నూతన ఉత్తేజాన్ని నింపిన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులను అధికారులకు ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేయవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాం. దయచేసి ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ స్టేజ్కి లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ నుంచి రైట్ సైడ్ దిగవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన, త్వరగా రావాల్సిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. ఫస్ట్ ఐ వుడ్ లవ్ టు కాల్ అపాన్ జి శ్యాంబాబు గారు, ఎస్సీ విశాఖపట్నం ఏపీపీడీసీఎల్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. పి జ్యోతి, డిప్యూటీ ఈఈ సీతమ్మధార, ఏపీపీడీసీఎల్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. ఎం కమలాకర్ బాబు, ఎండి రెడ్ క్యాప్. పి విజయ్ భాస్కర్, పిఆర్ఓ ఐఎన్పిఆర్. కిరణ్, జాయింట్ డైరెక్టర్ ఐఎన్పిఆర్. కృష్ణారెడ్డి, రీజనల్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇంజనీర్ ఐఎన్పిఆర్. రాజశేఖర్, అడిషనల్ డైరెక్టర్ ఐఎన్పిఆర్. సూర్యనారాయణరావు, జాయింట్ డైరెక్టర్ ఐఎన్పిఆర్. రక్ష, ప్రైమస్ పార్ట్నర్స్. రవి, అల్గో హైరే. నిలయ వర్మ, ప్రైమస్ పార్ట్నర్. సి హారిక, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ నోడల్ ఆఫీసర్ టూరిజం. జె మాధవి, డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ టూరిజం ఆఫీసర్ టూరిజం. పద్మరాణి శీల, చీఫ్ మార్కెటింగ్ ఆఫీసర్ టూరిజం. బి సత్యప్రభ, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ హెడ్ టూరిజం. పద్మావతి ఏఏఎల్, ఈడీ ఆపరేషన్స్ టూరిజం. మల్లికార్జునరావు, డైరెక్టర్ కల్చర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. ఏ శ్రీనివాస్, డిప్యూటీ సిఇఓ ఏపీ టూరిజం. సుయాష్ లేపాక్షి. ఐశ్వర్య కోసరాజు, జనరల్ మేనేజర్ ఏపీఈడిబి. కృష్ణకాంత్, మేనేజర్ ఏపీఈడిబి. సారినే పరప్రకాత్, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఏపీఈడిబి. విద్యాధరణి, జనరల్ మేనేజర్ ఏపీడిఈబి. విలియం థియోడోర్ ఇమాన్యుయల్, అసోసియేట్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఏపీఈడిబి. విజయకాంత్ వేజు, ఏవీపీ ఏపీడిఈబి. వెంకటరంగారావు, యంగ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ ఏపీఎఫ్పిఎస్. సాయి శ్రీనివాస్, రీజనల్ మేనేజర్ ఏపీఎఫ్పిఎస్. కేవీడి జనార్దన్, రీజనల్ మేనేజర్ ఏపీఎఫ్పిఎస్. కార్తిక్ కుమార్, మేనేజర్ ఏపీహెచ్డిసి లిమిటెడ్ ఏపీహెచ్డిసి. కార్తిక్ కుమార్, మేనేజర్ ఏపీహెచ్డిసి లిమిటెడ్ ఏపీహెచ్డిసి. జీవి రాఘవరావు, చీఫ్ ఇంజనీర్ ఏపీఎంబి. ప్రతాప్ సూర్యనారాయణ రెడ్డి, ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్ డైరెక్టర్ ఏపీఎంబి. కెప్టెన్ బి ఆదినారాయణ, పోర్ట్ ఆఫీసర్ ఏపీఎంబి. కెప్టెన్ కె సిద్ధరామ సస్థ, పోర్ట్ ఆఫీసర్ ఏపీఎంబి. పి G. Sudhir Babu, Deputy Tahsildar, District Administration. S.M. Jilani, Deputy Tahsildar, District Administration. K. Kavita, AD, Disabled Welfare, District Administration. S. Sudha Sakar, RDO, Vishakhapatnam, District Administration. K. Sangeet Madhur, RDO, District Administration. K. Naeemullah, District Vishakhapatnam, District Administration. P. Venkataramana, V. Ramachandra, G. Surya Kumar, N. Madhavi Sukanya, T. Praveena, DCO, District Administration. RCH Srinivas, DTC. RCH Srinivas, DTC. V. Bhaskar Rao, DSO. KV Ramalakshmi, PD, ICDS. BV Ramana, AO, KGH. S. Renukaya, District Fire Officer. J. Madhavi, DTO. Sivani, DFO, VMRDA. Dr. ENV Naresh Kumar, CMO, GVMC. PV Satyanarayana Raju, CE, GVMC. Usharani, Nodal Officer, GFPD Collector, APIIC. GFPD Collector, APIIC. E. Pratap, Executive Director, APIIC. P. Rachana, Executive Director, APIIC. Vijay Nekkalapudi, Director, KPMG. Panichandra, Director, KPMG. Nimish Saxena, Associate Director, KPMG. Swaroop, APIIC, KPMG. Rahul Kumar, KPMG. Team CII. K. Lata Madhuri, IPS, DCP Crimes. Team CII. K. Lata Madhuri, IPS, DCP Crimes. Sauryaman Patil, IAS, MD, AP Drone Corporation. Prakhar Jain, IAS, CEO, RTGS. Dhatri Reddy, IAS, CEO, RTIH. Abhishek Kumar, IAS, CEO, APMB. Geetanjali, IAS, MD, APSFL. This is all Team CII. And after Team CII, Sauryaman Patil, IAS. Prakhar Jain, IAS, CEO, RTGS. Dhatri Reddy, IAS, CEO, RTIH. Abhishek Kumar, IAS, CEO, APMB. Geetanjali, IAS, MD, APSFL. Farman Ahmad Khan, IAS, Joint Collector, Srikakulam. Surya Teja, IAS, MD, APTS. G. Surya Praveen Chand, IAS, JMD, AP Transco. G. Srikant, IPS, SP, AIG Admin. VN Manikonda Chandol, IPS, DCP Law and Order, Zone 1. Manikanda Chandrolo, IPS, DCP Law and Order, Zone 1. Kalpana Kumari, IAS, MD, GCC. Kalpana Kumari IAS, MD GCC. Bhargav Teja IAS, Additional Commissioner CRDA. Bhargav Teja IAS. Prithvi Tej Imadi IAS, CMD AP PDCL. Prithvi Tej IAS, CMD AP PDCL. KS Viswanathan IAS, Director INPR. KS Viswanathan IAS, Director INPR. Praveen Aditya CV IAS, MD APA DCL. Praveen Aditya IAS, MD APA DCL. G. Ganesh Kumar IAS, MD Skill Development Corporation. D. K. Srinivasulu IAS, Commissioner Horticulture. Dr. K. Srinivasulu IAS. Dr. Shekhar Babu Geddam IFS, CEO AP Food Processing Society. D. Mary Prashanti IPS, DCP Law and Order Zone 2. D. Mary Prashanti IPS, DCP Law and Order Zone 2. Himanshu Shukla IAS, District Collector Nellore. Amrapali Kata IAS, MD APTDC. Bharat Gupta IAS, Director Collegiate Education. Senthil Kumar IPS, DIG Octopus. Senthil Kumar IPS, DIG Octopus. G. Rekha Rani IAS, Commissioner Handloom and Textile. K. Kannababu IAS, Commissioner CRDA. Praveen Kumar IAS, Resident Commissioner Andhra Pradesh. Bhaskar Katamaneni IAS, Secretary to Government, IT ENC Department. Sri Bhaskar Katamaneni IAS, Secretary to Government, IT ENC Department. Kona Sesdar IAS, Secretary to Government, Skill Development. Saurabh Gaur IAS, Secretary to Government, HMF and W. Manish Kumar Sinha IPS, Commissioner Transport Department. Sri S. Suresh Kumar IAS, Principal Secretary MA and UD Department. S. Suresh Kumar IAS, Principal Secretary MA and UD Department. Mukesh Kumar Meena IAS, Secretary to Government Mining Department. Shri N. Madhusudhan Reddy IPS, Additional Director General Law and Order. Mukesh Kumar Meena IAS, Secretary to Government Mining Department. Sri M.T. Krishna Babu IAS, Principal Secretary I&I. Chiranjeevi Chowdhury IFS, Retired Principal Secretary Food Processing Department. Dr. Ajay Jain IAS, Special Chief Secretary Tourism Department. Viswamanoharan, AFHQ, CEO APMSME. Ketan Garg IAS, Municipal Commissioner GVMC. Ketan Garg IAS, Municipal Commissioner GVMC. Mayur Ashok IAS, Joint Collector Vishakhapatnam. Mayur Ashok IAS, Joint Collector Vishakhapatnam. Dr. Shankar Pratabakshi IPS, Commissioner of Police Vishakhapatnam. Next. Mayur Ashok IAS, Joint Collector Vishakhapatnam. Dr. Shankar Pratabakshi IPS, Commissioner of Police Vishakhapatnam. Shankar Pratabakshi IPS, Commissioner of Police Vishakhapatnam. Sri M.N. Harindra Prasad IAS, District Collector Vishakhapatnam. M.N. Harindra Prasad IAS, District Collector Vishakhapatnam. Shubham Bansal IAS, Director of Industries. Shubham Bansal IAS, Director of Industries. CM Saikant Verma IP, IAS, CEO AP Economic Development Board. CM Saikant Verma IAS, CEO AP Economic Development Board. M. Abhishek Kishore IAS, VC and MD, APIIC Limited. M. Abhishek Kishore IAS, VC and MD, APIIC Limited. Dr. N. Yuvaraj IAS, Secretary to Government and CIP, Industries and Commerce Department. Dr. N. Yuvaraj IAS, Secretary to Government and CIP, Industries and Commerce Department. Harish Kumar Gupta IPS, DGP. K. Vinay Chand IAS, Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh. Sri K. Vijayanand IAS, Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh. Sri K. Vijayanand IAS, Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh. Sri Pila Srinivas Rao, Mayor GVMC. Sri Pila Srinivas Rao, Mayor GVMC. CM Ramesh, Member of Parliament, Anakapalli. Sri Bharat, Member of Parliament, Vishakhapatnam. Velakapudi Ramakrishna. Sir. సార్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఈజ్ ఆఫ్ డూయింగ్ బిజినెస్లో మరొకసారి దేశంలోనే అగ్రగామిగా నిలిచింది సార్. సో ఈ సందర్భంగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి చేతుల మీదుగా ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సెక్రటరీ మరియు ఇండస్ట్రీస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వారిని ఈ అవార్డు తీసుకోవాల్సిందిగా అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాం. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని ఈ ఈజ్ ఆఫ్ డూయింగ్ బిజినెస్లో ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రం మరొకసారి దేశంలో అగ్రగామిగా నిలిచిన సందర్భాన్ని పురస్కరించుకొని ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని అవార్డు బహుకరించవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాం. Saikant Verma, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now invite the VC and MD APIIC to please extend the words of gratitude.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Council of Ministers, respected Chief Secretary to Government, respected Secretaries to Government, all other senior officers from government who are present in this August gathering, media, respected speakers, international delegation present here, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. Indeed, it has been a great evening. As we draw curtains to Partnership Summit 2025, it is an honor and my privilege to stand before you to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of Government of Andhra Pradesh. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a remarkable convergence of ideas